And boom, there we go. We are now live. My green screen's out of position, but that's okay. It's not going to be any more. All right, there it is. We are here. It's finally time. We had a bit of a hiatus this time, giving our teams a bit more time to prepare and, of course, to make some room for the extra exciting Fractal tournament that we saw last weekend. But welcome back to the Hardstuck Conquest League. This time, it is the invitational bracket. You know, we've had our open bracket for the up-and-coming teams to demonstrate their prowess and move on and qualify to here. But now they're going to face the very best of the best from EU and NA. More of NA tomorrow. Today is all about the EU region, and what a region it is. We have an incredible roster of teams today. Okay, a lot of familiar faces. I'm sure a lot of you will have seen them from the monthly automated tournaments, but also the open bracket there as well, with the blue team with their fantastic aquatic roleplay returning, and I think a bit of a crowd favorite, the Quaggins off duty, and they'll actually be up right now. But I mean, what an evening of entertainment we have here today, Roy. It feels damn good. It feels damn good to be here for some Guild Wars 2 action.
Yes, indeed. And apologies for not looking at my camera. Hello, chat.
Yeah.
Hello, viewers. I hope you're all having a lovely day. I was typing furiously, as I will probably be doing a lot. But yes, I hope everyone's having a good day. I am excited. I've been saying for a while that I'm pretty excited about this invitational bracket. Obviously, had some good games 2 weeks ago in the open bracket, but you know, of course, we are all really excited for the invitational teams. Had a few, you know, swaps here and there, but we ended up with some really good teams on both sides. Just to clarify, for anyone who did watch the previous HCL back, you know, in the spring, there isn't actually going to be an NA regional bracket today. It's just going to be EU games. We only have 2 NA teams for the invitational right now. So what's going to happen is the top 2 teams from EU will be decided today. We also won't have a grand finals for the EU bracket. It'll just be the winners of the upper bracket as seed 1 and the winners of the lower bracket as seed 2 for the EU teams. They will go and face the 2 NA teams. We have Team USD or USA Dragons as well as Skill Capped tomorrow in the cross-region matches. Which, you know, I'm very excited about. Obviously, USA Dragons, slightly different roster than we saw, again, in the last HCL, but they are the winners of it. And Lakers, of course, who we will be seeing today on the EU side of things, they were the team that actually faced them the last time as well. Seed 1 on EU. Certainly, I think we're expecting them to make it through the bracket today. So, you know, I'm excited for those games. But we have some great games coming out here for today. I'm very excited, and I think we are almost just ready to get in there for our first match. It'll actually be the winners of the open bracket, the Quaggins, on or off duty, depending on how they play today, on the blue side, and Azure Academy on the red team here.
Yeah, we absolutely do, and let's just leap into that right now, actually. And, you know, you're absolutely right, Roy. You know, I think today and a lot of these games are really going to be very, very intense indeed, and of course, the challenges here from the open bracket, the Quaggins, they're certainly looking to test their mettle. You know, in previous tournaments, in raids and PvP, it has been a bit of a step up between that open and invitational level. And a lot of the time, the open bracket teams do have a little bit of difficulty against the invitational teams. Let's see if that's going to change. Okay, I think the Quaggins definitely a bit of a fan favorite here. I think they'll have a lot of supporters cheering for them. But again, you know, like just from that larger scale there as well. I just think, you know, you're absolutely right there when you're talking about the quality of games and the excitement that we're having here, because listen, there's been a little bit of a mix up recently in the PvP scene, as I'm sure quite a lot of people are aware, and honestly, it's done nothing except bring all the teams even closer together. I think the competition is going to be unbelievably fierce over the course of this weekend. And I think, well, of course, you know, Team USA Dragons, Rank 55, and Team USA have been basically soaking up all of the Community Conqueror titles that have been being given out so far. I think this could be a potential opportunity to maybe actually have a brand new set of community tournament winners here as well. I think the Lakers in particular are going to be very, very hungry indeed, having got to finals multiple times against Team USA and Rank 55, only to fall at the last hurdle. So I think this might be that moment where they're really going to go all out for it. But I think we're actually just about to ready to get started here in the first series of the day. Both teams loaded in and good to go here. Some slightly questionable names here. We have Instruct Me Daddy here from Feifei on the Core Necromancer. And how do I even pronounce this? Honestly, Roy, what's the renegade here going on here? It's Belzadar, of course, but what's the name?
It's an unfortunate name, to be sure. I'm going to attempt to say it. It's Instructu Wu Tour, or something along the lines. Probably will be going with Bells, or Belzadar for this player. But yes, he will be playing the Renegade, just DPS Renegade. An interesting choice, since I think we've seen Herald kind of become a little bit more prevalent in terms of the Revenant builds that we're seeing in most of these games. But Renegade's still certainly a strong build. It's going to be a DPS build. Might be taking some 1v1s, but probably will just be team fight damage and rotating around. As well, joining him for the rotations, of course, will be Azurdome on the DP Thief. Pretty standard stuff there. Andre is going to be playing Pro Hollow, so he will be the main side noder for this team. And then rounding that up will be Chunsu on the standard support Guardian. The game is about to start, but we'll quickly look at the blue team builds. A little bit of a difference there. They are running their Scourge that they really like over that Core Necro. That's going to be Demolish on the DPS Scourge for team fighting. It's going to be Muli over Weed on the Core Ranger. That'll be the side noder there for the blue team. Zenvo, who will be part of the rotations there on the Carrion Amulet Mirage. Cranella on the standard DPS Thief, Rotation Thief, and of course Support Guardian there for Frozen Men on, has rounding that up.
Yeah, slightly more conventional from the red team, very team fight oriented. I think that will certainly work out well for them on this map. And, having said that, though, they actually immediately die. Chunsu having to go for that revive. I think the Thief will immediately interrupt, though. In fact, Chunsu now under a huge amount of pressure. And this very aggressive far node pusher from the instructors actually has been punished here a little bit. Perhaps the blue team being very well prepared for that, immediately eliminating that Renegade and forcing red team to move away. A little bit of a surprise there almost, actually, because the team fight comp from the red team is going to be very, very strong, with the blue team, the Quaggons, a little bit more focused towards that very high-paced action and movement, thanks to the Mirage and the Thief from Zenvo and Cranel.
Yeah, the main thing here will be if they're able to get anything out of that opener. Obviously, following Chunsu all the way from that node over to the middle node, he's finally burned all of his cooldowns. They should be able to find the kill. We do see Andre attempting to peel for him a little bit. Some CC going off of Rubon as well. He's going to be burned there, but it's not going to be enough. Azurdome on top of that does get the knockback as well as the smoke screen on top of it. There's a fear ring there as well. A little bit of cleave to keep him down. They're still trying to find this kill. They should at this point. I don't think the res is going to go through, so they finally do turn that first initial kill on Belzadar into a second follow-up kill there on Chunsu. And the fact that took so long almost actually works out into their favor, I think, because this will make red team staggered for a longer amount of time. They'll finally be able to capture the middle node now, though it was a little bit slow, and they've now put themselves in a very favorable map position. If they can find another follow-up kill on to another red team player, that will continue to stagger red team even more, but red team probably just going to look to regroup, not overextend, although Azurdome a little bit low, Feifei a little bit low, but is in a pretty safe spot, so should be okay for now until we can see Chunsu get back on the map.
A very powerful start there from the Quaggons, and Cranel actually doing a great job at shoving away Azurdome here as well in the Thief mirror matchup over there. Feifei still under a huge amount of pressure as well. Zenvo and Benny looking to try and get this kill. Very, very low player. Chunsu, of course, will be available to go for the Resurrection Signet. However, if the Thief is able to intercept that would be huge, although actually currently still locked up versus Azurdome on the other side of the map, and Feifei does manage to get a good amount of help out there. So it looks like the red team has managed to somewhat stabilize, but they actually need to make a move right now. They are, getting further and further behind in this map as of right now.
Team so far doing a really good job of just rotating around. I'm really glad to see them keeping the Scourge. We saw initially in the open bracket 2 weeks ago that they didn't run it in their first few games, and it ended up throwing them down to the lower bracket, and they opted back into it, and it worked out very well for them. And I think sticking with it is a good plan. It's certainly opted well for them so far. As we see the Scourge demolish, she's going to be maintaining this hold on to middle node, the only node that's currently capped. Their two side nodes going to be contested at the moment. And, I think it works well for them. They play around it very well. I think the way that they're rotating with the Zenvo, with Thief right now as well, going to be working out pretty well. Though Zenvo is going to be a little bit low towards Mansion. Still the rotations coming in from Cranel there to support him, as well as Frozen Men, their support Guardian. And they're just doing a nice job of continuing to contest these nodes that they don't, as well as the one they do. And Red Team having a lot of trouble finding a way back into this map.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think the blue team's doing a great job here, actually, as well. You know, this 1v1 very stale over here between Benny and Andreas, and just that Mirage and the Thief putting in the work. Asdome doing some good work for his team, though, as well. Able to pretty much reset the map. He was able to decap versus Cranel in the 1v1 and then get a sneaky one there on mid. However, Feifei about to get spiked out here. The blue team converging. The Quaggons looking for a kill. It's going to at least burn the Signet, I think, here very, very shortly. Oh, just barely gets out there as well with the Fleshworm. Zenvo in hot pursuit, but the red team, now having that single node and preserving the life of their Necromancer, are in a position where they can maybe start to get ahead in this game in just a few moments.
Yep, doing a good job of turning it back around. Just need to make sure they don't lose any players here. The main thing that I'm seeing, though, is that they aren't really finding any kills on this map so far. They've turned the map state around a little bit, but they're not going to be able to turn that into a really favorable position if they don't get kills. And so far, they're not able to do so. And Chunsu actually not going to be going down. And I really like this from the Quaggons. They're doing a really good job of focusing out that support. They're making it really, really difficult for the red team to come back in as their first death is going to be that Guardian with the Signet. And double cap right now. As well, important to note, this is Azure Academy's map pick. They were able to get first pick. They picked Kylo, and the Quaggons, so far, about 100 points ahead of them on this map, still holding on to that middle node. Side node still contested for a moment, although Zenvo about to pick up the windmill, the mansion. The windmill now going to be the kind of main point of contest here. And this is really good from the Quaggons. They've actually forced the fight away from the middle node, making it even harder for the red team to push onto that and contest it.
Yeah, I'm really liking this play here from Zenvo and Cranel, actually, and they're doing a really good job of focusing down targets and just kind of bunker busting through all this stuff, despite their composition maybe not being completely ideal for the more team fight style. Certainly explain the map pick here of Kylo from the Azadome Academy here, but just watching targets like Chunsu get demolished, Chunsu, Belsdar, even Feifei on the Necromancer just get completely obliterated by the spike damage from the Mirage and the Thief is really nice here, and that's kind of the team play that I think the Quaggons were really well known for in previous tournaments, and certainly now here as well. And they've definitely picked up the pace and increased the tempo because they looked a little bit shaky in the open bracket, but frankly, they look devastating right now, Roy. Getting another kill on the Chunsu, burning some valuable revival cooldowns to get him back up there is the Azadome Academy, and completely just disjointing this team fight from the red team. However, they do now lose their own core Guardian, and it might be difficult to revive that because there's a lot of damage available right now for the Azadome Academy. They're going for the rest. Can they get it? I think they actually just barely can. Very nice revival there from the Quaggons, but they do have some pretty battered health bars to show for that revive.
Yeah, a ton of pressure onto that res. It took them quite a long time to get it as well. A lot of damage onto all the players. Red team looking for their first kill of this game, but Belzadar actually might be the downstate here. Chunsu is alive, though, and he can go for Signet if he's able to get it. He looks like he's going to. Start to go for the hard res. Nice interrupt there from Zenvo, though, and that's going to be power blocked as well, so another 15 seconds before you can get that back up. They are still trying to go for the hard res. Feifei, though, going to be very low in it. A lot of pressure coming out there. Smoke screen on top of it, though, is going to allow them to get that res, so Belzadar will be back up, and the Signet is still available if they lose anyone else. Red team, though, again, they've been playing around a very, very disfavorable map state. Demolish is going to go down finally, so this should be a kill, unless there's a Signet coming out. Don't know if it's going to be possible. Is there an interrupt for it? No, there's not. Quaggan going to go down to Quaggan Demolish, as well as Frozen Men, so that'll be 2 kills picked up. Finally, red team going to be able to break back into this map, potentially look for a favorable map position. Really nice job, though, from Zenvo to put some pressure onto the other side nodes. We do see him rotate out and almost get this decap onto Windmill. However, Andre is going to be there in time to contest that.
And Cranel doing an amazing job here as well, nearly actually winning the 1v1 into Asdome. Asdome getting away on a minuscule sliver of health, so maintaining that node while the Quaggons get their regroup, then pushing over towards it, going for a plus here onto Andreas. And with Zenvo and Cranel, this is going to be very, very scary, I think, for Andreas to hold on. It will be matched now by the Renegade of Belzdar. That should help stabilize the Protlo. In fact, may even result into a kill onto the Mirage here. Very, very squishy into the massive damage from the 7-shot. However, the Quaggons are now back in action, looking to push towards middle there with their Scourge Core Guardian combo, and with Mirage and Thief moving in, I think that's where Chunsu is once again going to be feeling some serious pressure in the immediate future.
Yeah, if Red Team are able to continue to find kills though in these fights, they will be able to bring this game back. One of the things that Blue Team were doing well was they were not overextending. The reason that we see the map stay swing is because they lost that last team fight, but because of kind of how slow they were playing into this map, their lead was good, but it wasn't as big as maybe it could have been if they were trying to play for 3 nodes and completely farm kills. However, so far. Kills looking like they might be able to get another one. Chunsu a little bit low, forced away from the node. It's actually just going to be Fefe currently contesting it, but she will be forced to give that decap. RF still available for Chunsu as the pressure continues to go on to him. They have turned some damage back on his Zenvo as well as Crannel, so both the rotators need to be a little bit careful they don't overextend here. Still, blue team, Quaggins, they've done what they came for. They got that decap on to the middle node. They've got a more of a favorable position. Chunsu now going to be one shot. He's going to be deleted here on this middle node. I don't know if there's going to be a hard res for it. So many players here ready to go for that cleave, and yeah, that's going to be a kill confirmed. Really nice job there from blue team. They started to bring some pressure over to windmill, and then they immediately went back to middle node. Red team was a little bit scattered. They were a little bit too split up, and they were able to find a kill very quickly on a Chunsu. Red team, though, they have salvaged just slightly. Azurdome doing a nice job getting Mansion. Windmill will be captured yet again there by the Holosmith, but Fefe very low still. If they can find a follow-up kill here. Oh, they've turned a kill back on his Zenvo, though. Is this going to be a res? It is. So now red team have to continue to just kind of play defensively and wait for their support to get back into this fight.
Yeah, exactly, and it's so difficult to maintain that momentum with the Mirage. Your health bar just doesn't go up there. Very good kill on the Chunsu. They weren't quite able to follow up on it, and I think that's why you see not a crazy snowball coming out from this. Like, Demolish really pushing for another kill onto Fepe, but with Chunsu on respawn, I don't think that's very likely to happen actually right now, at least for the time being. Although, having said that, the Mirage is now pushing in there as well, and the pressure will be maintained. However, this is getting a little bit dangerous. There could be a potential overextension from the Quaggins. If they die here, it could be absolutely devastating for them.
Yep. And, you know, the bigger issue as well with this is that red team have obviously, you know, they've gotten way more points on the board now. They're at about 237 exactly. But the problem is the game's only got 5 minutes left. And considering that this is Kylo, the game's actually been kind of going slowly here. Unless red team is able to very hard sweep this map and continue to farm kills, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back into this. Blue team are almost at a one node position in terms of winning the game. They have just lost a kill, so this will allow red team to potentially set up a double cap here on the map. Certainly maybe even get one node, but this whole time, Quaggins, they've held a node. Mansion has been capped for them, and they're going to continue creeping closer to that 500 points, and as the time goes lower, as the clock goes closer to that 0, it's going to be that much more difficult for red team to come back into this. They're just at the halfway mark here for what they need to win this game and close it out, and it's not looking like they're going to be able to get there.
Yeah, very difficult. It's a very slow game, and I think that's kind of naturally born from just how fast the blue team is. Like, the blue team can always move around very quickly. They don't have an amazing capacity to really hold these fights, hold these really long sustained team fights, or even the 1v1s for a crazy amount of time. But what they are able to do is move around the map very quickly, so they can slow things down a lot. Oh, that's a really nice kill there onto Belzar there. The Stomp does not come out there, but Frozen Men now moves in and secures it. Demolish unbelievably low. There might be a Signet available here. Here it comes. Is there an interrupt from Azurdome? There actually is, I believe, shutting that down very nicely. And there's the Stomp. But as you say, Roy, we're definitely getting into some seriously desperate times. It's a really nice kill, but Andreas about to fall on the other side of the map there to Crannel and Zenvo. They know they just need this one node, and they can pretty much win the game off the back of that as long as they troll a little bit over here. And they get the windmill there as well. Benny, all he has to do is pretty much just troll here a little bit, be annoying, and just die on node, and the Quaggins are probably going to have this one in the bag.
Yeah, they've done a really, really nice job on this map. And, you know, I think one thing I will say is that the Azurdome Academy, obviously all very competent, very good players, but they aren't, you know, they're not a team the same way that the Quaggins are. The Quaggins, you know, obviously we saw them play a couple weeks ago. We've seen them play previously. We've seen all of these players in the red team play previously as well, but maybe not together. Maybe they haven't been practicing as much as the Quaggins have, who certainly have. Even having to field a sub in kind of last minute for today, as unfortunately Holybeard was not available to play. They're still looking really, really good. And I think they're just playing as a team. It's team diff. It's not player diff, it's team diff right now. They're just playing as a team much better. They will be confirming, almost certainly. There's really no way that they lose this game at this point. The kills at this point are kind of irrelevant, so they will be taking out game number 1. It is obviously a best of 3, but again, as I mentioned before, I think it's pretty relevant that this wasn't their pick. This was the Azurdome Academy's first pick, and so we are going to see the Quaggins being able to play on their own map pick for the second game, already one up over the red team.
Exactly right. We have Demolisher going for the relog there to cancel out some lag there. And the next map, I believe, is going to be Forest as well. And that will certainly be a little bit nicer for that high-paced rotational style there with the Mesmer and the Thief. So, yeah, very impressive. And I've got to say, yeah, the team play is excellent here from the Quaggins. That is the benefit of having that synergy, building up that synergy over multiple, multiple tournaments even of playing together as a similar roster there as well. Yeah, as you say, a little unfortunate that Holybeard was not available able to complete the set of the Quaggons here as well, but still a very, very good amount of them here as well. All but one, in fact, and Frozen Men, a worthy replacement here as well, clearly demonstrated by their first victory there. Very well played there by the Quaggons. The Asdome Academy might be in for a bit more of a fight than they were perhaps expecting.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things to note here. The first of which that it's really nice to see a team from the open bracket bringing it to an invitational team, making it a little bit closer, because the first HCL we had, and we actually saw the Quaggons in the invitational bracket again. They made it out of the open bracket the first time there. Although I don't believe they were the winners of it that time. But, we see them able to not only compete, but actually beat an invitational team. And again, this was a bit of a last-minute team here from the Asdome Academy, but they're all still very, very strong players. They're all still, obviously, they've been playing for a very long time, and a lot of them have played together previously. So it's, it's not as though it's, just kind of randoms that got, thrown together. So it is really cool to see. But yeah, I definitely think, the comp they're playing is maybe less standard than maybe what you'd expect. They're playing the Mirage, they're playing the Scourge, but it works for them, and they're playing around their strengths, they're playing around their own style. That being said, of course, again, every single player in the Asdome Academy, very, very strong, very, very competent. I think if anything, they will be able to figure out, what exactly they need to do better there. One of the absolute biggest parts of this meta right now is team fighting, and certainly it did not look like Asdome Academy. They were having some trouble in the team fights, at least in the beginning of the game. They started, sort of around the midpoint, I think, to do a better job appealing for Chun, to do a better job of making sure that, realizing that he was going to be the target in a lot of those fights, and that they had to respect the damage from the Quaggons a lot more. So I think we should see them adapt to that. We should see them do a little bit of a better job in these team fights, and that will certainly be very impactful in the games. But we are just about ready to start. I'm going to have these teams join the teams. So there you go.
Yeah, I find this very reminiscent of actually when Rip was playing with Prestige, right? And it was Pain on Thief and Rip playing Mirage. And it really throws people off. I think that composition really, kind of messes with people when you see it for the first time, or you aren't used to playing with it. There's certainly a lot of highly unexpected damage that you don't typically see in terms of the amount of spike. Like this Mesmer and the Thief combined, when that goes for a Core Guardian, that Core Guardian is in so much trouble. The amount of boon pressure there and instant spike damage, both power and condition, is extremely difficult to handle for a build that doesn't really have the ability to have a lot of invulnerability or extra evasion frames. It's mostly dealing with sustain, which obviously does get shut down a little bit by that instant burst damage. So the consistent healing from generating boons on this build and just the healing output in general isn't really a very effective counter against just how much damage Zenvo and Cranel are bringing to the bear. So there absolutely definitely needs to be a bit of adaptation from the Asdome Academy to figure out how to counter this style and try and blunt the aggression, right? If they are able to consistently get a few kills and lock down the Mirage, lock down the Thief, and mitigate that massive damage output, that's when the slightly slower, more robust team fight composition can really start to provide a huge amount of value. But if they couldn't do it on the previous map, Kylo, it's going to be a little bit harder to do it here, actually. Here on the Forest of Niflheim, there will be a bit more potential to move around the map here from the Quaggons off duty.
Yeah, I don't think it should be a huge issue because there's essentially the same amount of sort of rotational capability from the red team. And we do see a very small swap here. It's going to be the same classes from both teams, but we will see Belzadar going from that Renegade to the Herald, which I mentioned last game. I think Herald is a little bit more common, and I do like this choice. I think Herald is a stronger spec. I think Renegade just seen too many nerfs. But here we go. Chunsu again going to be opened up on just like the last game. Let's see if he's going to be able to stay alive a little bit longer. RF already going to be burned out here, and he's going to have to kite back, potentially looking for some peel there from Andre. The rest of the team going to be trying to continue to peel for him and put some pressure back onto the Quaggons. However, so far, definitely a good opener from them, but Demolish, maybe a little bit too far from his team, is going to put a little pressure on himself. Fear Ring as well as Breach available to peel for himself. That's the Breach going to be going down, but this damage still going to be maintained on top of him. The rest of the team, though, have gotten here this time. They're looking to peel for him. That's going to be the Glinting burn now from Belzadar to turn the damage back onto him, but Demolish will be the first downstate here. Is there going to be a Signet burned here for him? Yes, there is. Frozen Men doing a nice job on that kiting spot. However, big Lich coming out from Fefe. Jade wins as well. Demolish is going to go down a second time, but the hard res is going to be good there. Smoke screen going to be dropped now on top of that. A little bit of damage turned back onto the red team here from the blue team, but the pressure onto this Scourge is actually really, really strong here from this red team. They're still looking for that kill, but finally they're able to turn some damage back onto Chunsu, who still does not not have his RF. Huge damage on him. Demolish going to be low as well. It's going to be a turn and burn from both of these teams. Demolish will go down first, though. Again, hard res might be good. Chunsu kiting very hard away from this. The cleave, they're trying to keep him in the down state, but they are going to be able to get that hard res the second time. Azerdome now going to be maybe going down. Belzer are going to go down as well, and red team are crumbling.
Wow, that was just fantastic downstate management there from the Korgans. Very well disciplined with those revives. Like, despite that Scourge being quite the punching bag in that encounter, they were able to consistently get the player up, and fantastic counter pressure there as well. Those 2 kills there onto Azerdome and Belzadar, like just pretty much from the counter cleave, just mashing all those buttons while going for that revive and just devastating those health bars. Now getting the fall on the Chunsu and on Defeifei, a very decisive victory here. However, the Korgans did commit very hard to the middle of the map during all of that, and that did enable Azerdome to actually sneak behind enemy lines and actually full capture their henge there as well, which will now need a response from the Korgans.
Yeah, but they're able to decap the mine very quickly, and just because they have the players, they've gotten those kills early on, they're able to outnumber wherever they really choose to do so. We can see that happening here as they're able to put all the pressure they want onto this node. Actually almost able to full cap it. Red team having a lot of trouble contesting that. Breach going to be dropped here by Demolish. Not even defensively. He's just trying to push them off the node. Zenvo a little bit low, and we do see Azerdome coming in here, actually. He's going to be a little bit ahead of Benny, so this could be a pretty effective plus here. Fefe coming in off respawn as well. It's all 5 of the players here from Red Team. They need to find a kill, though, before we can see Crandall go back into this fight. They need to leverage the outnumber that they have here, 5 versus 4, and so far they're doing it. Zenvo is going to go into down. Frozen has his signet available, but is he going to be able to get it in time? No, and it's actually going to be interrupted. Really nice job from Azerdome. Really good cleave from the rest of the team. And the rotations from Blue Team just a little bit out of sync with each other, so they are going to have to try and leave this node, without losing any more players. Much easier said than done, as they're very split up. Frozen going to be a little bit farther away from Demolish. He still has that signet available, but he's not going to be able to get to it. Interrupted again, and a couple of kills picked up here on this side of the map here from the Azerdome Academy. Very good fight for them.
Yeah, a bit of a scary spot here for Frozen Men. It's going to be difficult for him to really disengage here, like just as a solo Guardian. No Scourge left over to peel for him. Looks like he might actually survive as the red team. Doesn't want to waste too much time on him. They want to move elsewhere instead, I think. So I think not actually too bad for the Korgans. They're able to get away with that. More unscathed than you would perhaps expect, but certainly a good tempo swing right now for the red team, the Azerdome Academy, able to push onto the map. And you can see them try and establish this 2-node lock. They're having Andreas look after the mine, and then Necromancer, Guardian looking towards that middle node. And if they can hold on to that, that is going to be the win condition for this team, right? Just hold on to 2 nodes, consistently win fights, and don't die. But that's being put to the test right now as Chunsu under fire again. The Mirage and the Thief converging on the poor helpless core Guardian.
Yeah, and he is going to be brought into downstate again. However, should be very easy hard res there for the red team as they continue to try and fight off this onslaught. Map going to be completely neutral. Azerdome getting some value on the map, but again, I mean, we see this kind of option here from on the opposite of what Blue Team did last fight, where they have their Thief out of this. He's getting some value on the map, but they're losing the team fight because of it, and that will force the map as well as the fight to eventually swing in the Quaggan's favor. So we'll have to see if it's worth it. Azerdome going to be opting to go for the middle node cap, and Red Team, I think, are just going to basically try and die here as slowly as possible. As it will be their spawn point. Chunsu will be back in a couple of seconds, but not in time to save his Herald, as Belzadar is going to be brought into downstate. They will force to give up the node. They've turned it into a double cap on the map, but, you know, as long as the Quaggans can get back out into it, and we already see Crandall going for that decap at Henge, Azerdome might be in time to stop it, but I don't think he will be. And so all of that work that Azerdome did, it got them about maybe 30 points net, but they lose the map because of it eventually. So I just don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, this is a weird game. Like, the Quaggans are just zerging, right? They are just pushing around as 5. And it seems to be that Red Team is just getting a slightly better end of these rotations this time. Azerdome, you know, I think in the first game, Crannel was doing an amazing job on his Thief. This time, Azerdome getting a bit more value. So despite the lost fights here for the Azerdome Academy, they're simply able to control the map a little better. They were even momentarily in possession of a triple cap. All 3 nodes held at the same time. Frozen Men getting ripped to shreds by the Herald currently as well. Demolish will have to try and peel him out here, but that's not going to be easier said than done. Now with the Lich coming up there, and there's another kill, and the Quaggans having a lot more trouble in this game compared to the first.
Yeah, I really don't like this choice from Zenvo to plus the Thief 1v1. It's just not going to be very easy for them to lock down Azerdome unless they can one-shot him, which, again, it's just going to be easier said than done. So they lose value from that. If they were plussing maybe Andre, if they were plussing maybe Fefe, that's a bit of a different story, but a Thief is going to be much harder for them to find that kill on. They obviously will win the node, 1v2, 2v1, but they lose the middle node, they lose the middle fight again, and they've given up team fights now twice in a row here, and they eventually will get this decap on a middle node, but they've fallen behind. They're not leveraging the map state the way that they were on Kylo. They're not winning the team fights as consistently and as strongly as they were on Kylo, and I think the Azure Academy actually playing a little bit more fast-paced and a little bit looser, if we can use that term, is certainly helping them out a lot. Not to mention, of course, the fact that they have also just won team fights, which is very important. Zenvo now going to be very pressured here. Demolish doing his best to peel for him, but it might not be enough. Rosenman a little bit isolated away from his Mirage. However, the Breach going to bring Belzadar down. So much damage from that. Chunsu going for the Signet. Thief is not going to be there to interrupt, and he will be able to get it off, but really nice turnaround there from the Quaggins on this fight.
Yeah, Belzdar still under pressure. Good support here from Chunsu and Zenvo. He's so low. Kranel and Zenvo trying to get the hell out of here. Belzdar trying to find the kill on the Mirage. Now we see Andreas moving as well with Chunsu. No Thief available just right now from our zone to try and kill Zenvo. He actually instead tries to match Kranel and Zenvo, though actually deny that decap. And the Quaggins now do have this brief moment in time. They will be able to actually push a 4v3 on middle here, actually. Even a 5v4 when both the Thieves arrive shortly. Andreas probably won't be able to make it in time to influence this fight in a significant way. However, the opportunity here is actually somewhat waning right now for the Quaggins. They've got to make a move pretty quickly or their temporary advantage will be gone. They're going to go for it pretty quickly, but actually they haven't really found anything just yet. They're playing fairly passively at the beginning of this team fight, perhaps a little cautious around losing it.
Yeah. But still, I mean, the main difference here is that they aren't losing the map state throughout all these fights, whether they're winning or losing. And the big thing, of course, as well, is that they're kind of going even in terms of how many fights they've won or lost here, as Chunsu will be brought down on this jumping puzzle, but Feifei in a very good position to try and res that. However, the Breach going to be even better. The Stomp going to be even more better, and that will take him out. And unfortunately for Azurdome Academy, they will have to flee with their lives. But again, Azurdome has already left the fight, already on his way to full capping Henge and turning this into a triple cap for about half of a second. Not even half of a second, as the other two nodes going to be decapped at the same time. But still, they're finding value on the map even when they lose these fights, which they were struggling to do so on Kylo. And they've got a very healthy lead to play around, over 100 points here, so definitely in a very strong position at the moment. But they do need to be careful they don't continue losing these fights as decisively, as that was 2 kills picked up there for the Quaggins. And, if they continue to do that, it will be easier for the Quaggins to swing the map back in their favor. Still, 6 minutes left. It's very, very hard for them to do this at this point. But it is going to be a challenge for sure.
Yeah, it really is. It's curious to see this happening. I think the Quaggins just need to be matching Azam. That would have been a really big fight. But the thing is, they just let him disengage, and he wasn't matched by Kranel or by anyone. Benny potentially there to make sure you just deny that decap. It just did not happen there, and it just allowed the red team to not lose their lead, right? Even when they do lose a fight in a very decisive manner like that. And of course, the far push is very difficult to maintain for a composition like the Quaggins as well. In fact, they may have actually somewhat overextended here. Demolish not going to be able to retreat away from the mine node. Getting back to mid is not going to be a possibility. Signet, no, will be denied there. Not quite in time that the Stomp is going to shut that down immediately. Quaggins now with a 2-cap, but with the player down, like that big meaty Necromancer for the team fight, it's going to be difficult to hold on to this middle node.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bulk of their team fight. The only sort of the best other part of their team fight is going to be that core guardian. So it's going to be very difficult for them to fight into this. They are going to continue to contest it, though. One of the main things I think that is an issue, though, for them is that Demolish can't get any value out of Henge. Obviously, he already owns that node. It's his home node. So he's going to be forced to run all the way back into this team fight. Just quite a long time on this sort of slower Scourge. But that being said, Blue Team Quaggins, they've done an excellent job of contesting this. I actually cannot believe there wasn't a kill confirmed here on anyone else without that Scourge in this team fight, and he's made his way back without anyone else dying. Belzadar even at half health. Ferrio's going to be completely out of Shroud, as Chunsu is now getting kind of pressured out here. They finally find a return kill, though, here on to Frozen Men. He will be brought into downstate. The Stomp coming out from Chunsu. Is it going to be good? Yes. And so we do see a kill there. A little bit slower than maybe we were expecting with the Lich coming out here from Ferios, trying to find some pressure in the rest of this. But nonetheless, Quaggins do a good job of contesting that for that long, and they actually can continue to kind of contest this node, continue to fight into this, and hope that the side nodes are going to go their way, although Kranel is going to be brought down here.
Yeah, just no sustain left over, unfortunately, for the Quaggins. So I think they probably should have left that. I think continuing that contest might cost them quite dearly, because I think we might even see Demolish under a huge amount of pressure and not be able to hold on against the Thief here. Although the Thief not in the healthiest state either, to be honest, but it's still going to be a pretty costly hold there with both Benny and Crannel going down. Zemvo did go for a far push. He found the neutralization, but unfortunately, Andreas was there, and that protection hold is a bit too much of a tough nut to crack for the Mirage, and had to eventually give up that node. Going for it again to try and slow this game down, but yeah, as I expected, Demolish does get caught and eliminated, and that's a very hard spot to come back from now, because it is once again at that stage. Nice revive. Nice signet there, actually, from Frozen Men. But still, red team are in a good spot. If they can hold on to these two nodes, they are going to win the game in a very, very short order. The Quaggins need to snowball this and snowball it now. They need to immediately... Chunsu falls. That's a really big kill if they can find him. But I'm not sure if they can. He just barely wriggles away in. The Quaggins, they are living on borrowed time right now.
Yeah, there are 2 beasts available, so that would be an additional 50 points, but they would have to basically fully wipe the red team to be able to find that, I think, confidently. They do start it, though. That's going to be Chunsu and downstate. They need to get this decap right now. Down on the floor, hard on the gas, but again, Azurdome wriggles himself out. As soon as Chunsu dies, as soon as he realizes Chunsu's going to die, he gets the decap on the henge, and that will completely stop any point gain for the moment here. Wait a minute. No, he is going to be contested. Really good job from Crannel there this time. He's not going to give Azurdome the free decap, so Crannel getting some value here. He just needs to be able to contest this for a little bit longer. It doesn't have to completely win the Thief 1v1. It will eventually be decapped just because of the nature of Thief 1v1s, unless he can somehow find a kill under Azurdome, but nice job, yeah. There it is. Still, that did help them. Could be an option for Beasts if they can find the decap onto mine, but they've got to continue to just hard snowball as Belzadar will be put into downstate.
Yeah, Andreas is holding on here, and it's still recoverable, but I think, not to be overly spoilerific here, but look at the timer here as well. Even if we do see a really big victory, we see the neutralization from the blue team onto the mine, they still almost lose just because they're going to run out of time in this game. Just 2 minutes left, and even actually neutralizing this node is going to be very difficult here. They just don't really have the meat to fight right now. They need their Guardian over here, and their Guardian, well, he's over here, but he's also dead. Zemvo falling there as well. Crannel actually having a bit of trouble into Asdom for the 1v1-2, and Benny forced to disengage here too, and just the kills are pretty much going to end it there. That is going to be the GG. It goes to 1-1. I am going to change the server of this call, Roy, to see if we can actually make it unscuffed. Hang on, let me try something real quick.
Am I a robot for you as well?
Yes, you are a robo.
Oh.
Right, hang on a minute. Let me press this. Right. Okay, I've changed the server. That might make it a little better, but it's 1-1. It's 1-1. There will be no more robo.
My connection on Discord is fine, so I don't really know what the issue with that is.
It might just be Discord.
It could be my internet just failing. So.
Yep, it could be that, or it could just be a random spasm in the internet, which is always a possibility, but it's okay. Robo Roy has been removed, guys. We're now with real human Roy for the for the immediate future here. But it's 1-1 now. Okay. Asdom Academy versus the Quaggins on duty. Very interesting game there, actually. Judging by the first game, I almost would have expected a 2-0. But it certainly appears that the Asdom Academy have really polished themselves up there and really kicked it up another notch. They got that team play, that organization, and figured out the answer to what the Quaggins off duty are bringing to the table. And, well, this is Capricorn, right? This is a very team fight-centric map. But I'm actually not sure if that's really a good enough metric to call this by, because we have been seeing both of these teams trade these team fights consistently throughout both of those games. If anything, we've actually seen the Quaggins be somewhat favored in the team fights, actually, overall.
Yep. I will say the one thing to note is that I think Kylo was a little bit more one-sided for the Quaggins. I think, again, we didn't really see a lot of life coming back into Azurdome Academy until maybe halfway through that game, and that's when, the game became a little bit closer. I think that Forest was a little bit closer, but again, maybe, obviously more one-sided for the Azurdome Academy as they won that. And I think part of this was Azurdome Academy. To be fair, the Renegade, I think, certainly didn't help them. I think the Herald is a good swap. But I think, again, they were figuring out exactly how they wanted to play these team fights. They had to figure out exactly how to play around this Scourge, around this Mirage. And I think they did it halfway through Kylo. I think they were able to really continue showing that they kind of figured out how to play those team fights on Forest. as well as just playing around the map a little bit better than they did on Kylo. And we are going to see. I think they're favored a little bit coming into this third game. This is a neutral map pick technically for both these teams. Neither one picked it. It was just the last map available after the picks and bans phase from both these teams. So it isn't necessarily going to be a favored map for either team. And again, I think the way that both these teams are playing, we're not really seeing either team trying to, go for just rotating or just winning team fights and snowballing. They're both kind of doing that relatively evenly, but overall, I do think Azure Academy with the Revenant swap, with kind of just coming into their rhythm here a little bit, we are going to see them a little bit favored in this, and they are going to be, in my opinion, probably looking a bit stronger coming into this third game, certainly than we saw them in Kylo and even maybe in Forest.
Yeah. And I think that the really defining factor on that Forest game, there was actually the lack of answer to Azadome. He was just able to pretty much triple cap the map solo while the Quaggons were zerging around. So, in the first game, it was, can the Academy adapt to the Mesmer Thief? And the second game was, can the Quaggons adapt to, Azadome simply just leaving the fights when they lose and decapping immediately? And if they can match that, I think the Quaggons are going to have a much easier time. The only question is, how are they going to do that? Are they going to send the Ranger? Are they going to match it with the Thief? What is their plan to answer that? Because if they don't, I think you're going to see a very similar situation where they win fights but lose value on the map regardless.
Yeah, I do think the Quaggons also picked a couple of team fights that they shouldn't have. They didn't have all their players in a good position to do so, and that was definitely just a mistake that they made, but they made it more than once, and they have to make sure they avoid that. Either way, though, first team fight of this game will be here on the middle node. Ferios Fefe looking like she's probably going to be the target. However, it's going to be Zenvo actually getting engaged on here by Azradome out of stealth. A lot of damage on him. We are going to see Ferios able to port up there as well. A lot of damage dropped on to the node, but so far we're going to see Azradome's Academy. I think actually a little bit of an advantage here. And Azradome as well going to be leaving. He's going to be swapping now positions with the Ranger technically. But again, this will mean the Quaggons have 5 players here. So as long as they can keep their players alive, but having a little bit of trouble doing that, Zenvo going to be brought into downstate. All right, we're going to see a Signet. It actually will be a hard res and a Signet going to be burned here by Frozen Men. So far Quaggons able to hold on to it. But again, they lose the map because of it, because of Azradome's rotation.
Yeah, it's a bit of something. Now we do see Benny moving over there to actually respond to that, but there's a little bit of a cost to that there, of course, because now they are a little bit weaker in that team fight. And Crown gets caught there with a massive Jade wins from Belsnar. Chunsu doing a fantastic job of surviving here. He does go into the downside, actually. I think it will be a res for a res, although actually great CC. Massive crowd control there. In fact, from Zenvo, that might even generate more kills. They're still looking for Chunsu. They want to try and clear that out. Can they go for it? Belsnar moving in there as well. The Signet,
oh my God.
or rather the symbol there and downs it from Chunsu is enough, and not quite enough damage to actually finish the job onto Chunsu.
I cannot believe they get that hard res on the Chunsu. There's no way that should have happened, but the cleave, unfortunately, just isn't there from the Quaggons. Zenvo now potentially going down. Barrier trying to be peeled here from Demolish, but they are going to be able to get a hard res again. The hard res power on this blue team is going to be very strong. Chunsu now going to be the target yet again for the Quaggons. They're trying to chain him down. He's still a Signet available, but that's not going to be very good. He can't Signet himself. Is the only cooldown he really has left. However, he's done a good job of just kiting around in a circle, and neither team able to find and confirm a kill so far in this fight. It's been going on for 2 minutes.
Chunsu gets
They
caught.
haven't been able to do so. Chunsu, though, in the double fear ring. Demolish already going for the stomp. I think they should be good. The knock back is going to be good, but the rest of his team just too low, I think, to be able to try and go for the res. Will be the first kill of this game onto Chunsu. 2.5 minutes almost into it. Cranel as well going to be looking for a decap here. He might even be able to find it. Belsnar has the port available, but he'll be porting into a 1v2, so he does need to be very careful. Already burning a lot of energy on that port. Going to be able to stay for a little bit. He's been for about 2 or 3 seconds, but he is eventually going to be forced to give that node up. And Quaggons, off that first kill, should be able to find something if they can get this double cap and continue to just hold on to it. But the first bell of the game will be up in 15 seconds, and that will certainly change the pace of this game.
Yeah, no player's dead going into that, and it looks like we're already seeing the Necromancer here from Quaggon Demolish and moving over to get that contest there. Now, the bell is definitely a very interesting objective because obviously it's very valuable and can generate a huge amount of points for your team, but you can also opt to not necessarily overcommit to it, as overcommitting to it can end up losing you the entire map, and that could be something that we could potentially see the red team take advantage of here in a similar way that we saw in the previous match there on Forest here. However, we are seeing a very heavy commitment now from both teams. Demolish and Frozen Men arriving. Zenvo about to get the mix. Azradome is already going to be here a little bit earlier before Cranel, as Cranel was going for a decap to kind of counter the rotation of Andreas earlier on. But I think we're going to see, I'd just say, full-on 5v5 Roy here, so prepare for some absolute chaos.
Yeah, it might not be as chaotic as we think, as Demolish already going to be brought down. There's a Signet available, but it's not going to happen. The stomp is still pretty low as well. And the Signet got burned on it too. Frozen not able to cancel in time. this fight might be over a little bit quicker than we're expecting, as I think Red Team are just going to be able to get this bell. Frozen is going to continue to contest, but I'm not sure it's worth it for him. He's going to be brought into downstate almost certainly here in just a second. Benny not going to be able to contest that for too much longer either. They're kind of getting some value on the map because of it, but they will eventually lose this bell. They're going to continue to feed kills into this and just, add those kill points to the Red Team score. I think probably just giving up this first bell, it's only 25 points, is the better choice here, but they've lost several more kills than they maybe needed to, and they haven't really gained a ton from it.
Yeah, that was not ideal. Just losing that Scourge a little bit early on there into that fight. And they actually might be able to lose him again, actually. He's 1v4 right now. Cranel is going to arrive and try and desperately peel him out there with a bit of stealth and some blind, but it's going to be difficult to actually hold on. And the Guardian now here as well, Frozen Men. But every cooldown of Demorge has been completely liquidated, just surviving until now. So he's not going to be able to help out that much. He was able to actually preserve this map state. And in fact, they do turn it around and get a kill on Chunsu. It's going to be very hard to res with all the Korgans here as well. They might even end up losing another player. Their bells. I was going to be very careful not to end up feeding here too. So it turns out that was a very clutch hold there by Demorge. A lot of resources used to kill him, but it was not quite enough to get through that Scourge.
Yeah. So, kill confirmed there on to the Guardian. We'll have to see how the blue team decide to go for this. I do like that they're sending Crandall far, just to kind of put a little pressure, force Andreas to make his way over here. I think Red Team probably wouldn't have tried to commit too hard, but they are still staying around middle node pretty heavily, even without their support Guardian, just kind of, I guess, making the Quaggins stay here as well. They have to be really careful about this, though. It's a very risky play because Fefe pretty low. Chunsu will be there in time to peel for her, but if she was able to be brought down by the Quaggins, that would just continue to stagger them. Still, got about a 35-point lead. 20 seconds until the next bell comes up. This will be a very good bell for the Red Team to get. Zenvo already brought into downstate. Cryo actually going to go down on top of that. The Heart Res is good onto the Mirage, but not onto the Thief so far. Stomp coming out from Chunsu. Are they going to be able to get it? Nice knockdown as well from Andreas, and that's going to be a kill confirmed onto the Thief as the bell spawns in 5 seconds. Very good position here for the Red Team as they continue to increase this lead.
Oh, it just seems that there's a bit of warming up going on here for the Asm Academy. They are consistently winning these fights here. Difficult position right now for the Quaggins. Still a close game. But the problem is that bell is not being contested whatsoever right now by the Quaggins. It's going to be 50 points. Oh, no. What a disaster. Like, it was close, but now a little bit less. So as Demolish goes down again, the team fight swinging towards the Azadome Academy while collecting that secondary objective. That is pretty much as bad of a situation as can be, particularly as Zenvo about to go down here as well. Oh, dear.
Yeah. I think it's pretty interesting that, we see Chunsu go down in this fight, but they're just not able to find any follow-up kills. I think part of that is they don't have the Revenant. Obviously, Zenvo is able to, he has quite a bit of mobility, and of course, comboed with the Thief. They can get a good amount of burst comboed together onto a single target, but I just don't think they have quite as much follow-up pressure as the Red Team do, and we can see this as the Red Team, they find 1 kill, they're able to turn that into 2 kills, into 3 kills now, and Blue Team have now been staggered. They've been off, the map in terms of 5 players in the map for several moments here following that one fight, as Red Team just continue to increase their lead with this confirmed here for them, as they continue to bring some pressure over to the other side of the map, to Bazaar, force one of the Quaggins to respond to that, make it even harder for them to regroup. And so I do think that that's pretty important to note, because we've seen consistently now since certainly the Forest game, Red Team able to find multiple kills in team fights, Quaggins only really able to find 1, maybe 2.
Yeah, it's almost surprising there as well, seeing as they have so much chase potential with the Thief and the Mirage. But absolutely right, I think that the Herald is very useful for that, I suppose, right? Like from the Asm Academy, just has that massive kill potential and chase potential there with that huge mobility and power spike damage there as well. But I mean, this is pretty much the last chance right now, I think, for the Quaggins at 375 points for the Red Team. Very wise to play a little bit slower there, go for that regroup. Very intelligent play there from the Quaggins, but it's already not looking good. Zenvo already down here. They've got to res that. There is a signet, but it was interrupted there immediately by Azadome. No possibility of that. However, the hand res is going to be good, so the Quaggins keep their dreams alive, at least for a while. Of course, there is a lower bracket, so it's not game over. It's worth noting there. For either of these teams, whoever loses there will have another opportunity to come back, but still, they've got to get this kill. They now find it on the Chunsu there as well. That's the first step. Can they get step 2? They need more here. They need to not only win this bell, but also control the map. The Thieves already moving away from this fight, and in fact, they're going to decap each other. Benny already in position to actually go for the Bazaar, but Andreas doing the same over here. That should lead to a pretty much completely neutral map state right now, but that's not good enough for the Quaggons. Again, like, the timer is ticking here, right? The Asdome Academy have got 423 points. That's 80 in 6 minutes. That's not too bad, but the Quaggons, they need 230 in 6 minutes, and that's much more of an arduous ordeal for them, considering how slowly their point accumulation has been so far.
The other big issue is they're forced to fight for this bell. There is no way they lose this bell and win the game. It's 75 points there for Red Team. Technically, I guess it would be 498, but a kill now here onto Zenvo would put them past that threshold if they're able to get the bell. However, nicely done there from Frozen Men. He's going to be able to get that 25 points. More importantly, take away the 75 points here from the Asdome Academy. But kills confirmed here on the middle node. Zenvo then demolished. Frozen Man is back in position here. He does have Signet available. The hard res actually is going to be good there. Nicely done from Crandall to keep them in this fight. But they're now forced this node. There is a node available as well here for Red Team, and they'll win off one node very easily. And Andreas knows this. He's just going to put himself in a position to prevent himself from being decapped. They're forcing Benny to go back to the Bazaar, as well as Azadome himself makes his way over there, continuing to just go in and out of this fight. Demolish still going to be very pressured here. He is going to be under quite a bit of pressure here from the Red Team, almost being brought into downstate. They're doing a nice job of turning it back on around down to Chunsu. He might even be going into downstate. Does he have RF available? No, it's not going to be in time, and Chunsu will go down, but Demolish goes down at the same time. Frozen Men with the Signet interrupted there by Azadome. The hard res on a Chunsu is going to be good. The cleave going to be better on a Demolish, and that will be another kill confirmed here for Azadome Academy. The follow-up damage is going to be good as well. Zenvo almost certainly going to be brought to downstate. Frozen Men down off to the side, and just like that, one team fight cleaned up very, very nicely by Azadome Academy. That will be the game confirmed for them, for Red Team, and that will make it a 2-1 reverse sweep.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be it. You can see the GG called there as well. The blue team no longer moving. And that was so close to a bit of an upset there for the Quaggons. But in the end, the Asdome Academy, they have the, as you were mentioning earlier on, that this is not necessarily a team, but what you are seeing here are some incredibly seasoned PvP players. You'll see them about the place in these monthly automated tournaments, winning the dailies, all that sort of thing. And of course, a few gizmos between them as well. So a very formidable roster there. And they're able to kind of get that seasoned experience and bring it to bear and get that recovery in the series. Closing out with a 2-1, 500 to 350 for the Quaggons. Really making them work for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was certainly a good match, a good set either way. I think, the Quaggons coming out the gates pretty hard there on this Kylo game, and then they just kind of struggled to keep that momentum going. Azadome Academy, I think, adapted pretty well to how they wanted to play. And again, obviously that Herald swap, very relevant. But overall, just, good play from both teams. But we are now going to be moving on to our second match, which will be the Prestige team, as we're going to call them. Outskilled and outcomped, I believe, is their full name, versus the blue team, the second open bracket team to make it out of the open bracket. And the map rotation for that will be Legacy Capricorn Forest. And I'm quickly going to restart my Discord.
Yes, I like that. We're going to see if we can get these connection issues sorted out, guys. Never a lot of fun to have stuff like that. But don't worry, we'll try and get that sorted out as soon as we possibly can, guys. But don't worry, okay? The internet will be, will be sorted out quite nicely there as well. We'll see how this one goes there as well, guys. So let's see. Wait, it was yeah. All right, here we go. Boom. Actually, I think I've got to get that the other way around there. There we are. Boom. Easy game, easy life, guys. Let's get this these maps reset while we wait for Roy to reconnect to see if we can have things a little bit better. Okay, with our connection, so we don't have Robo Roy as as entertaining as it is. Not that good for the clarity of voice and the clarity of casting, but what a fantastic, series of games to get us started here as well. And of course, plenty more where that came from. We're only just beginning, and now we're getting started here with, of course, outcomped, outskilled going up against the blue team. And yes, as Roy was alluding to earlier, you'll be seeing a lot of very familiar faces on the red team here, the outcomped, outskilled teams. Essentially a combination of both Ultranum and Prestige, two very well-known teams here as well that played in previous tournaments, including Masters of the Arena. So definitely expecting some great things from them. So let's get ready for all of that. Oh, and yeah, look, don't worry about the rosters. Things got a little bit confusing. Benzo actually never played for the Quaggons because they replaced him. He's actually playing with, with outcomped, outskilled. Very confusing, I know. Don't worry, though. It all makes sense. A lot of people signed up initially with players who actually didn't play with that team and then joined another team instead. It makes a lot of sense there, guys. And yes, forklift operators indeed. Honestly, like every day I hope for the grand return of Tyrone, but it very rarely, it's not going to happen just yet, guys. Rank 55 outdated, worms overrated, long have we waited, forklifts operated, but not today, I'm afraid. There will be no forklifts operated now.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Let's hopefully, let's hope that the Robo-Roy is behind us. But you know what? Maybe it's good. I think we can roll out the robot in terms of things are getting really intense and just make the casting completely unintelligible to really hype up the energy there as well. But I think we're just waiting for our teams to load in.
Absolutely. And I will be telling them to get on the way. Hopefully that will have sorted some stuff out, changed some Discord settings as well. But you'll have to let me know. Yeah. By the way, very good first set. I'm happy to see it. I like that it wasn't just a complete, 3-0. Oh, this person, don't join games.
Uh-oh. Looks like we have to disqualify everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Blue team DQ'd. Very good.
Blue team is done. And, of course, guys, while we are waiting for this, actually, for these teams to get in here, you know what? I'm just going to link a few things here in the chat, guys. One, check out the bracket so you can see all the games ahead. For the schedule, go over there to the battle file there as well. If you type !HCL, you can find out a little bit more about the tournament, how things are going, the prize pool, the rules, how maybe you can sign up next time. So go ahead and check that out as quick as you possibly can. Of course, you can donate to the prize by sending me in-game gold, !IGN in the chat there, Mighty Teapot 2093, just Mighty Teapot. Send over all your gold. Hand it all over, guys, okay? Throw that stuff about the place there. And of course, the Matcherino too there as well, if you want to contribute to the cash prize pool. Of course, there are a few other things that I want you guys to get involved with. For example, we actually have a Reddit thread up right now. A really big part about our mission with PvP is that we need to spread the word about this game mode, and the subreddit is a great way to go about doing that. So go ahead and check out that Reddit thread. Upvote it if it's relevant to Guild Wars 2. Downvote it if it's irrelevant to Guild Wars 2. Leave a comment there as well to get some discussion going about PvP. And let's see if we can raise the profile of the game. And also, if you are, of course, inclined in the arts of Twitter, then go ahead and take a look at this tweet here as well, guys. Go follow me on Twitter and follow Hardstuck Guild on Twitter there as well. We are the organization behind all of these events. It would not be possible without my amazing team, the amazing team behind all these things, including, of course, myself, Roy, and many others making these events possible in the Guild Wars 2 community. So get in there right now and check out all that stuff there, guys. Spread the word, and let's see if we can maybe, revive PvP after it's having a bit of a beating recently. PvP certainly entering the meme realm, the shadow realm as of right now, and it's up to us to drag it kicking and screaming into the area of relevancy within Guild Wars 2. So get in here right now, guys, okay? Check out that social media stuff and get involved. We'll be getting our games going very, very shortly indeed. We have our teams loaded in more or less, and they'll be about to join up onto their appropriate teams. After all, the compositions have been confirmed more or less. So get ready for all of that there. PvP Omegalul, indeed. Imagine playing PvP in Guild Wars 2. Absolutely, it's embarrassing. It really is. But you know what? It's okay, right? We will try and make it. We're going to make it hip and trendy as it should be. But here we are. The teams are loading in on the red team. It is going to be Pain, Gornit, Aeon, Benzo, and Shuriken when he decides to join. There he is, Atalanti, a.k.a. Shuriken, now in the mix. And the blue team, they actually have a bit of a substitute, a non-blue player, not being in the role play here as well. It is going to be Erazik substituting there on the Herald. Of course, a member of Pharmaceutical Gang. Also, Big Ben Benzo, dude, seriously, PG is apparently the mercenary guild, okay? Benzo here, of course, Big Benzo, pharmaceutical gang leader, is actually going to be substituting in for Fly and Capablanca, both of whom couldn't actually show up for the red team. Some real life stuff really getting crazy over there. And of course, Erazik doing the same for a blue member here as well. Simply absent, sadly. But that is okay. Of course, substitute players are allowed within the rule set, and we're going to be getting going very, very shortly. And once again, we see a Mirage. A very similar composition, in fact, to what we saw from the Quaggons. Although there is one slight difference in that they actually really don't have much of a duelist whatsoever for the blue team. The closest thing that they're going to have here is actually going to be the core Necromancer, but it isn't the minion build, which you see in the duelist role. It's more of the damage team fight oriented role. So that'll be very interesting to see how they actually play this out here to try and control the map there outside, just killing everything very, very quickly, particularly into a very good team here as well, because you see a lot of all-star players here, Roy. Pain, Gauntlet, Aeon, Benzo, and Shuriken. It's a serious roster.
It is, yeah. It's. I mean, there's no one that anyone who follows the PvP scene shouldn't know. Pain, who I think, well, funny enough, I was gonna say one of the best thieves in the game, not thief. Interesting, they're opting for that Revenant here, and you know, I think that's an interesting choice. I think having Pain not on his, you know, his main class is certainly an interesting option, but he is obviously a very competent Rev as well. I think Rev definitely a good choice. They're going to just opt in for that, you know, maybe slightly better team fight damage than the slightly better decap potential there. And I think it does make sense in a map like Legacy. They don't necessarily need the Thief as much if they're just winning these team fights. That being said, I think sort of the same thing that Blue Team are thinking here is that, you know, if they can just win these team fights hard and snowball the map, they don't really need that side node. But we'll have to see if that works well or not. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. Legacy, first one of the game. First one of this match, excuse me. Already the Necro getting hard roamed on, hard engaged on.
Yeah, that's not really much of a surprise here. Where's the Guardian? The Guardian not really here. They're trying to respond, but it's too late, actually. And that is the vulnerability of that Necromancer. Not particularly great in that really outnumbered situation there. And that's a very, very good start there from this far push. And that will even free up the middle node there as well. Aeon moving over to that while the red team continues to fight. Now, Pain does get spiked out very, very hard, but the healing from Atalante might be enough to keep him alive. No, it is not, actually. Is there going to be a signet? No, that will not land because of the knockback there. Erazik gets a massive Herald knock. Actually, Erazik about to go down, then the hard res is going to be good here, but no, the stop is going to be better there from Sick X. So good recovery there from the blue team, but losing that Necromancer early on, definitely a scary thing. And I think now we're going to see red team just slowly back off away from this fight, but actually they may find themselves in a position where they can't do that. Atalante taking a beating, the blue team converging on it, recovering their momentum very, very well.
Yeah, and it's they're not even really going to go for this hard res, and this is an interesting op from the red team, I think, that does show a slight difference between other teams. Although, yeah, going back into this, I'm not really sure what that was. Not sure if she just thought she couldn't get out, she didn't have the cooldowns to do it, so she decided to go back and just try to stall that node as much as possible. But the choice here from blue team, or excuse me, from red team, they don't really have a lot of res potential outside of potentially, you know, obviously that signet from Shuriken and maybe Gornet with a blood res. So as soon as they lose a player, they kind of just leave. They're not going to try and continue for the hard res. They're not going to potentially lose any more players. They're just going to try and get control back on the map and completely stop themselves from getting staggered. I do think that going back in was a little bit sort of the opposite of that mentality. So again, a bit of an interesting choice, but nonetheless, they have regrouped back onto the map now. They're going to be going back here. There's the target here for this red team onto the middle node fight. He's going to be able to get his way out of danger for now. That's his glint heal going to be burned. A little bit of pressure down, put back onto Pain as blue team continue to fight on the graveyard.
Exactly right there, and the massive mid-fight once again begins, and the blue team already suffering a fair bit of health bar damage here as well, and Pain just converging on that target already, and you know, it's no surprise to see where the focus is going to be here. Like, look at those health bars for the blue team, just so squishy there as well. Erazik in a lot of trouble there, Drace trying to disengage there, Akon there also in trouble there, and the spreading from the blue team means they are just not going to be able to hold together super well. Great signet there from Drace, but blue need to disengage this fight. They cannot possibly hope to recover at such a massive deficit right now, and they might end up losing a few players here, although they might just barely wriggle away.
Yeah, it isn't a completely dominant snowball, though, that you were kind of used to seeing on Legacy in a lot of ways. So, the blue team, I think they're doing a decent job as well of, when they lose a fight, they lose a player, they disengage pretty hard. Although Arizik now probably going to be followed up on here by red team. Shouldn't be too hard for them to find that kill. And he is going to be taken out here. Drace not in a position really to do much. Does have the hard res, doesn't have the signet. Let's see if the rest of his team, Thief and Stealth, actually, that could be a hard res. Yes, it is going to be a res confirmed there. And Aeon going to be very low. Good job for the blue team to kind of rotate back into this waterfall and force some pressure onto Aeon, so stopping that side nodo from really getting a lot of value there. As red team are going to be forced out, Elixir S burned there on Benzo on this DPS holo, and he's going to be forced away from this fight. So blue team going to be able to confirm their hold onto the waterfall. They actually had a decap as well on the opposite side of the map. Pain unable to 1v1 into this Mirage. And that's going to be forcing Aeon actually to make the cross all the way over this map. This is a good rotation though from Aeon, putting their side node onto their side node. As they continue to just try to hold on to Bill.
Exactly, and the blue team actually maintaining their status in this game quite nicely. Pain forced to pop the glint heal there as well, and blue team going for this team fight. They're going to once again go for Pain. They know Pain is vulnerable right now. If they could eliminate him, that would be absolutely massive. Of course, the Guardian actually running very low on cooldowns here as well. Does still have renewed focus for a reload if they need to, but that Mirage again just does not have the staying power in these fights. And Benzo and Pain find that kill, and there's just too much cleave. The Signet is actually going to get burned, I believe, and there's no hope of revive because the cleave, the damage is simply massive. The Guardian now under threat as well, and the red team here outcomped, outskilled. Well, I mean, hey, maybe they're living up to their name here a little bit. They're with the massive team fight damage, allowing them just to punch through the defenses of the blue team.
Yeah, and I will note as well, I do think, we saw in the previous HCL, several players from this team, Pain and Aeon specifically, they ran, a very sort of non-standard comp, and I think that they're probably kind of opting for something similar here. Again, they've got the side node, but they don't have a Thief, although, again, I'm sure we'll see Pain swapping to Thief on, on different maps. I think it really is just going to be this map that he isn't playing Thief for. But they don't have, they've got this nade hollow, so they're all really about the team fight. They're all just 100% about snowballing, and it isn't really, non-standard, I should say, but it isn't quite what you might see other teams running. It's definitely a little bit of a riskier comp because it is very easy for them all to just die as they don't have. So, I think it's interesting to see this, and I think it is very cool to see. Oh, and I think I'm DCing. Am I?
You were a Giga robot for a while, I'm afraid, Roy.
Nice.
Okay, the robot is really kicking in here. Honestly, I just want to thank you, Roy, for really getting into the spirit of PvP here, right? PvP, as we all know, is played by 7 real humans and over 1,000 bots. And, I really appreciate you just kind of getting into that spirit, role-playing as one of the many legitimate humans who actually dwells in silver at 3 a.m. So, fantastic stuff there from Roy. But the game still rages on, and blue team not out of it yet, finding a very nice decap, but they've got to find a little bit more. They've got to actually win one of these fights. Otherwise, they're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah. All right. Well, my game has stabilized itself. Everyone was porting for me for a little bit, but hopefully we're back for a little bit there. Very good. I am botting. It's true. I've actually got a bot to come capture me instead of me. So this is a bot talking right now. Congratulations. I clicked the captcha. Regardless, though, we are going to see, again, very strong lead here from the red team, but it's not 100% done, although, they're not snowballing as hard as I think they could, especially with this comp, with all of this damage, with all these DPS players. So it is interesting that, we kind of don't see them with the lead that maybe I would expect. They're not able to find the kills as well as maybe they want to. Blue team doing a good job of getting out of these fights as well, not completely letting themselves be snowballed, but overall, red team just with the stronger hold on this map, more amount of kills, obviously, and doing a better job of consistently finding kills on the map, consistently turning those into nodes. Blue team just unable to really fight back into it time after time again.
Yeah, I think the grenade holosmith is a really big problem, actually, from Benzo on the red team. I think opting to not go for the Thief is actually a very smart play here for the red team, because the Herald can still be that roamer role. It still has this good amount of mobility to move around the map, but it just has a little bit more teamfight presence. And when you combine that with the holosmith, you just have so much damage, right? The amount of DPS that Benzo and Pain are able to put out is just... The Mirage and the Thief can't handle it, right? They simply cannot handle it whatsoever. Particularly the Mirage, I think, just gets bullied by the Grenade Holosmith incredibly hard, actually. And the blue team do actually have the sides, and I think this would probably be the wise play, is to try and play the sides as much as possible. Just try and move around that team fight and avoid any direct confrontation, because I just don't really see it working out. There's just too much massive team fight damage from the red team.
Yep, absolutely. Side notes, though, you know, the thing is, again, like I said before, this lead is not that big from the red team. They're winning more fights, they're winning more kills, but they're not doing it to the point that they're snowballing the map and holding onto a triple cap, holding onto 2 nodes the entire time. And the double cap confirmed here for the blue team is actually very relevant because the red team just unable to find these kills as quickly as, again, I kind of feel they should be with the comp that they're running. And in fact, they're actually being forced away from the waterfall. They're about to get a kill potentially onto the Core Guardian here. He has no cooldowns. He's out of stealth. He should be a free kill for them, but he's gotten away, and he's starting to get some distance here. Might even get out of combat. The rest of his team, though, is going to be pretty low because of the lack of that healing, and so they are going to be able to find a kill finally, but it's just very slow from the red team considering what they're running. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see them finding kills a lot faster, and you know, the game is a lot closer than maybe it should be right now. It's 40 points difference. We're going to see Waterfall going the way of red team here. So double cap will be held on by red team for a little bit. The main thing here really is that the middle node hasn't been decapped for a very long time. Red team able to hold on to that and really confirm that node for themselves. And I think that is really allowing them to continue to get this lead and grow that lead a little bit, stay ahead of the blue team. But the blue team doing an excellent job of not getting snowballed the entire game.
Yeah, they really are, and I think this is where the weirdness you were talking about, you know, the team fight here and how that's going to work out. Yeah, you know, getting these kills. It's the weirdness of the blue team's comp, right? Their Necromancer has basically been out of these fights the entire time, and now in the fight, it does make it a little bit easier to get that kill, converting it onto Pain. Not confirmed, though. Good signet. But now with the Lich, we might see Pain in a bit of trouble here, actually. The Glintlock comes out fully restoring him, but other than that, I think he's pretty much all out of stuff. If the blue team are able to find that, that will be a really good spot there, and I think having this Necromancer could be a bit of a boom, but the longer this fight goes on, again, the red team just has the better sustain. They've got way more longevity in these fights, and you can see that reflected in the downside from Erosic. There is going to be a signet here. I think it does land, but again, as time just ticks by, red team's chances in these fights gets better and better and better.
Yeah, the other thing to mention as well is there's no thief on red team, as you know, we've said a few times, and so that does mean a straight up 5v5 should be better for them. Although obviously the Ranger from Aeon not necessarily going to be doing that much in these team fights, but with a Power Herald, with a Power Grenade Hollow, with obviously Gornet here on the Necromancer, they've just got so much insane damage. Not to say they're damage in the blue team as well. Obviously, with this Mirage, with the Renegade of their own, with the Necro of their own as well. But the grenades, I think, offer just a little bit better burst. They offer maybe a little bit more consistent pressure in CC than we're going to see from the blue team. And so I really do think that, you know, these team fights should generally go the way red team. But I'm going to keep going back to it. I do think that overall the blue team, they've lost more fights and they've lost more players. But they haven't done it to the point that red team are looking for. Red team should be looking for finding 2, 3, 4 kills every single fight and hard snowballing this map, winning by, you know, well over 100, 200, 300 points. And they are going to be over 100 points at the rate they're going right now if blue team can't find another node, can't find another win here before the game ends. But again, I think that certainly the beginning of this game to the middle was a lot slower than red team were expecting. You know, maybe they were struggling a little bit to find the rhythm, like we sort of saw in the last set there, you know, from Azurdom Academy. But overall, not what I was expecting from them. Not as strong of a showing.
I think it's almost the same thing as versus the Quaggons. You do look at the players, you look at that roster on Red and go like, wow, this is an absolutely beast mode team. But I think that, you know, the fact that the blue team are an actual like full roster outside of Erosic, they're fully ready to go, right? They are completely enabled, and they have that level of synergy and perhaps a little bit more team play, a bit more coordination that's helping them actually compete against an extremely strong team. And on another map there, I can definitely see this working out a little bit better there for the blue team. I think they're going to be a team that we may also see push it to 3 games, just like the Quaggons there as well. You know, our open teams here, Roy, really giving these invitational, these sweaty teams a bit of a run for their money there as well. Because as you say, that was not a particularly decisive game. This is the correct map, by the way, right? Capricorn?
It should be.
Yep. Okay,
unfortunately, good. Fortunately, my DMs are not loading.
Oh.
So I can't.
A little bit of a DDoS situation, you know, a little bit of that there. You know,
my internet is certainly struggling.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's struggling because of the energy level of the tournament is simply too high there as well. You know what? The only way, guys, listen, I mean, you know, I kind of look, this is a very big coincidence, guys. I actually called up Roy's ISP a few minutes ago, and they actually confirmed this to me. You know, I did it off stream. You guys didn't hear it, but the only way Roy's internet will be fixed is if we actually get a tier 5 hype train going right now in the chat. So, look, if you if you want to get rid of Robo Roy, it's time to start gifting subs, going crazy, bits, you know, like all this stuff. You know, it's, you know, tier 1 sub, tier 2, tier 3, you know, all this stuff. Otherwise, guys, Roy will continuously be DDoSed throughout the entirety of the tournament. So get to work on that right now. But while we're waiting for the hype train to come into the station, we have another fantastic game between two amazing teams. On the red team, it's going to be outcomped, outskilled, aka Ultra Prestige. Seriously, these teams, guys, you know, they rename at the very last second. They're like, oh yeah, we're Ultra Prestige. You can even see that Aeon even made her Ultra Prestige character, only to be mercilessly trolled by her own team when they renamed it to outcomped, outskilled, outplayed like 2 days before the tournament, right? That's a name change and a character slot burned, okay? They already owe Aeon gems for griefing in this, you know, like heinous way, but there it is, I guess. But the blue team still there with their consistent role-playing names here. You absolutely love to see that. Let's see if they can bring this back. They had a very, very narrow game there, just 150 points in it on Legacy of the Fofar. And here we are in Capricorn, another teamfight map, of course. A lot of things to be fought over. That Bell objective, as we saw previously with the Asdom Academy versus the Quaggons. It's very, very important indeed to be able to contest that bell, but there are more than one ways to do that. Simply outmaneuvering your opponent and then taking it uncontested can very well be done with this Mirage Thief composition. And the team fight, of course, is no slouch here from the blue team. They almost, because, you know, like we saw previously, they kind of sack the side node almost there. You know, they don't really have a dedicated duelist. They're almost entirely focused on damage. They essentially have 4 damage dealers. Right? They have the Herald, they have the Thief, the Mirage, and the Power Herald. Of course, having said that, there is also a lot of damage, of course, for the red team. There are 3 direct damage dealers here with Pain, Gauntlet, and, of course, Benzo here on the Grenade Horsemith. And the Ranger is no slouch as well. Like, the Ranger, although not the best thing in the universe in the team fight, is able to bring some serious, massive critical hits, thanks to the very high damage output of the Valkyrie Amulet when combined with the guaranteed critical strikes of Opening Strike from Marksmanship. They're a very fun build, actually, but here we go. Let's bring the energy, guys. Here we go. The game begins right now. This could be a 2-0. Red team, the Invitational team, 1-0 up right now. We saw it be the other way around previously with the Open team being 1-0 up. Let's see if the red team, they're here to send the Open teams back to the open bracket or to the lower bracket to battle each other, or if we're going to see an upset, a potential reversal of the initial match we saw here with the blue team showing their supremacy and getting back into this. Let's see how this one's going to go. Both teams stealthing up here, getting ready to rumble here on the middle node here, and this is going to be the initial team fight. The Necromancer from blue team will be able to make it, so it looks like we are going to see a flat 5v5. Still no Thief, in fact. From Pain. Pain opting to simply just go for even more DPS there with that Herald. A little bit more staying power at the cost of a little bit of mobility. It's, you know, somewhat uncommon there, as of course Pain is extremely well known for his Thief gameplay a lot of the time, but this time it is going to be the Herald into the blue team in the fight. Now are up there as well. It is an absolute clown fiesta. As you can see here, guys, there is massive, massive damage here on both teams. Errors, though, that Power Herald being focused. Is there a signet? There should be. Pain now, then I say to their trading kills. There is a signet available for the red team still, though, but they get the hand res. They actually are able to preserve that vital resurrection ability. The fight continues. Errors, it goes down again. The hand res, though, should connect. It does indeed. Can Errors it get at it? Can he somehow take the pressure off himself? Red team going for the node here a little bit. And in fact, the Mirage of Akon splitting off a little bit to push over to the other side out there, but that will actually be intercepted by Benzo. However, this Mirage actually really doing a fantastic job of pressuring Benzo. Benzo under a lot of pressure. No heal skill available for him, actually. He's going to have to maybe give a run away here. Can he actually survive? He's got 5 seconds until the heal. That is very easy to interrupt, though, for the Mirage. Using that mantra, can he get it? Oh, he does get it. Very nice heal skill, covering it there with quickness from Elixir and even a little bit of stability to make sure he's able to survive there. Meanwhile, the fight was going on this entire time, by the way. It still was not over, but Erezik there, can he get his health back? He doesn't seem to be able to, at least so far in this game. Wants to reset at this point to get fully out of combat. Drace looking for that support, but it's going to be easier said than done, and the red team actually find themselves slowly pushing the blue team away. However, the blue team, though, thanks to that very nice 1v1 there from Akon shoving away Benzo, are able to actually obtain map control. Bell coming up as well. This has been a very, very slow opening engagement, nearly a 3-minute opening, more or less, and that first objective is coming. Oh, that's a very nice interrupt there onto the heel of Aeon. Aeon actually in a lot of trouble. She does have that block and will be able to hold quite nicely, but is that going to be enough? If they can get killed, that will be fantastic, particularly as the Bells are about to come up, and they do get that. And that will be a save. Something thanks to the distort. Benzo, I imagine, will now be repelled. And blue team doing a very, very good job at splitting the red team. Oh, if they could find Benzo, that would be fantastic. The Mirage and the Thief going for it right now. Meanwhile, basically a mirror here. Necro, Guard, Rev, mirror for blue team into red team right here. So far, actually, very, very even. In fact, both of the Revenants being taking the brunt of the fire there. The Bell coming up right now. And they do get Benzo right as the Bell appears. And we might actually see a free Bell for the blue team. Erezik does fall. I do not believe there is any potential for a revive. There is actually a Signet available. Might have to burn that. There is the stability, but I think it was popped a little bit too late, but the hand res is good anyway. Blue team making a massive ult. They're grabbing mid and then getting the Bell for free. Blue team, they are really putting on a performance here. Very nice team fighting. Fantastic 3v3 hold here by the Bazaar, in addition to 2 incredible kills there onto Aeon and Benzo. Wow, that is absolutely incredible there. Blue team, they want their revenge. They want to show us that they are here to make the upset. We want to see those scenes. Everyone loves an upset. Everyone wants to see the invitational teams taken down a peg, particularly players of such prestige, okay, ultra prestige, you could say, on the red team here as well. Blue team looking for pain here as well. Is there a Signet? I don't believe there is actually. No, there is no Signet here from Adelant. He's already burned it. Has to rely on pure sustain, but his cooldowns are starting to run dry. The Thief from blue get caught in the crossfire, went down there, got cleaved out, but immediately revived up there by his team. Erezik, though, having to run the hell away there very, very effectively. Meanwhile, though, Akon gets another deke out there, and red team just not able to find kills. Great revival discipline, cooldown usage from blue, and good disengages here, really paying off. And I think we're just seeing blue team really play an excellent game of Guild Wars 2 so far there as well, playing at exactly how they need to be, not necessarily overcommitting to these fights, focusing on those objectives, and welcoming Roy back to Discord.
Hello. I restarted my router, so let's see if that works. Hopefully, I am not going to be a bot anymore, but we'll have to see. Either way, coming back to this game, as you have been saying, blue team seem to have held a very strong lead so far. Second bell coming up in about a minute. There's about a 100-point lead or so, but the double cap here now for red team for outcomped. So this is going to be where they can try to find their way back in. I like that swap we just saw with Aeon, going over to the dock and confirming that side node for them. They got it unfortunately decapped onto the archway, onto the middle node, so that is going to slow their point gain down by a little bit. Pain now getting forced out very hard as well. We're going to see a little bit of peel, a little bit of heals coming out. Adelante does have the Signet available if he goes down. There's going to be a Lich coming out as well. Shield 5 held that for a second, but it is going to be ending up the Signet. Yes, Signet's going to be good. Erezik overextending a little bit. He's going to be brought into downstate now. Drace is going to find his chance to go for a Signet, but he doesn't have it for a couple more seconds. The hard res, though, is almost good, but a great fear coming out from Gornet. Huge damage onto it as well, and the burst is going to be good. Erezik gone, and he is going to be finished out. RF going to be burned here now by Drace, and a very good fight there from red team so far.
Oh, that is very unfortunate there actually as well for the blue team, because they're going to get completely wiped out as the bell is about to spawn. That's pretty much the worst case scenario for them. I don't think they can really contest that. It would have been amazing if they could have grabbed that. That would have been a 50-point advantage for them, but sadly, they are actually going to have to immediately yield that to their opponents. They're equalizing it out there with the 25-point bell.
Yeah, and that's kind of the power of that comp, I think, when it really just comes together. We saw that the damage on Erezik's downstate, he was almost at 100%. Gornet gets an excellent fear, and then the burst comes out from the hollow, from the Revenant, and he's basically just one shot in all of his downstate health. So when it comes together like that, it works very well for them. And red team, certainly off to a rockier start. but they've definitely stabilized this game. Pain, as well as Adelante, now going to be holding this node down. Though quite a bit of damage coming out from the cluster bombs here from the blue team Thief, and Pain almost in downstate. He is actually going to be going into downstate. I don't think there's a signal either. Adelante won't have it back up. He will be going for the hard res, and he will be able to get it. The cleave just isn't there from the blue team, but they are going to be able to get that decap confirmed. And considering they're fighting into a Revenant support guard, there's actually a very nice job here from the blue team to be able to force this decap. Still, red team holding onto the map state favorably with the one node and almost a second node here as well, as the blue team are going to be leaving. They will eventually be able to find these points and come back up.
Yeah, I think a good hold here, and the Necromancer is now being left alone there, but Pain actually might be able to find this kill. The Necro just does not have any health of not even that much Shroud, doesn't have his heal for a while. I think we're going to see Pain pick up that Necromancer, and a fight without a Necromancer versus Gauntlet here is going to be very difficult here to hold, in my opinion, for the blue team. If they could get a kill on Aeon, that definitely evens the scales here a little bit, tipping them in their favor even, but it's going to be difficult to do that. Aeon doing a great job evading that, and the support and sustain from Adelante is fantastic. Aeon gets a heal and the entangle, and we'll be able to disengage. And yeah, that's really annoying. There's errors. It gets completely caught and blown up. We do see a kill onto Aeon, but another one there onto Aeon's Signet's coming out there. But Aeon is going to be climbing up into the alive state before any of the blue team. And that's going to be another pretty brutal cleanup there as Drace is about to fall there. 3 kills secured for the red team. And well, look at the score, Roy. We are seeing outcomped, outskilled crawl their way back into this game.
Yeah, this is the red team kind of coming in line here. That was the most decisive team fight I think we've seen, maybe amongst both sets. And you know, they hard cleaned them up. The Thief doing a nice job here from the blue team to get a little bit of pressure onto the rest of the map. He goes all the way over to the dock, and he's able to get probably this full cap. Yeah. But double cap confirmed with several kills as well. Third bell going to be coming up here now in about 30 seconds, and that will be potentially 50 more points here onto the board as another kill comes out here from Outcomp. Blue team lose their Necromancer, sort of in roads as they're just struggling to find a way back in after that devastating loss over at the Bazaar. So really, really good job here from Red Team, and they're going to be finding their lead here for the first time in this game.
Yep, they absolutely are. I think it's still all to play for, though. Particularly seeing as we have this Bell objective coming up. I think, the Thief dies though for blue team. That's a bit of a catastrophe. We are going to be able to see the Bell be contested here by Akon, but I think it's very much all or nothing. Blue team must win this team fight. They absolutely must, and they're going to have to hold outnumbered until their Thief comes back as well. So they're already at a huge disadvantage into pretty much the deciding moment of this game. And Eros is just caught away from the Garden, away from his team there as well. This is not a good start. Gauntlet popping the Lich, ready to hammer that one key and bring some pain onto his opponents. And well, this is looking very, very scary right now. The blue team Thief even greeting for their decap. He's got some balls, but I think Erozic will fall before that happens there. Here comes the Thief. They need to get the revive. Is the Signet going to? No, the cleave is just too much. The damage output from the red team is just vast. And unfortunately, this is looking like it is going to be a clean sweep in favor of Outcomped, Outskilled. This Bell will almost certainly go in their direction unless the blue team can pull off a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was expecting the Legacy game to look like. As soon as the red team started winning fights and just didn't stop, the game has completely gone their side. I mean, obviously the blue team's still only about 60 points behind, but that's partially just because the red team, on this map, it's a little bit harder for them to completely shut out the blue team's point game. They have the extra node when the bell comes up. It's a little bit of a harder map to rotate around to than Legacy. But in general, it was really just the blue team getting off to that stronger start, amassing so many points before the red team really started. The last few moments have all been the red team just finding kills, hard staggering the blue team, and winning this map very, very handily. We're now going to see them just 34 points away from winning the game with that third bell, the 50 points additional on the board now. One node easily will take this and as well shut out this set 2-0 for them.
Yep, that's pretty much going to be it. I mean, blue team, they're not completely dead. I mean, the Mirage dying there does make them extreme, well, pretty dead, not gonna lie. I mean, it's theoretically winnable still for them. You know, they aren't that far behind. Being 34 points away from losing is never super comfy, but maybe the Steve can make an insane, sick outplay. But no, that's not going to happen. Benzo and Payne get that kill, and with that kill, 5 points and 1 node, that will signal the end of the game. It will be a 2-0 for Outcomped, Outskilled.
Absolutely, and you know, obviously not the full 3-game best of 3 set that we saw in the first one. Still, I'd say a relatively close game in Legacy, and I mean, I actually want to say that I think this game wasn't as close, even though I think the points are, it's actually technically 1 point closer. The blue team have gotten 1 point more than they did on Legacy. But I actually think this game was a lot more one-sided for the red team once they sort of started getting their really swinging. And I mean, it's similar to, I think, the end of Legacy game as well. It just started out a little bit later for them on Legacy. But that being said, very well played from both teams. The blue team, I think, doing very well here. I think we saw them perform pretty well in the open bracket. I think we're seeing them perform pretty well here. They will now be going back down to the lower bracket, trying to make their way out of it. And we will have our first semifinal coming up next. The Lakers, our top-seeded team for this bracket, versus the Azurdome Academy, as outcomped and outskilled 2-0 the blue team.
And that, I think, is going to be one of the teams that is very much highly anticipated, Roy, of course. The Lakers, okay, actually kind of a fusion of, a variety of players there. It's going to be a bit of a different roster to what we've seen before, though. Actually, I believe it's the same roster they played in the monthly AT, if I recall correctly, they just won. Just one, rather. It will be Draza, Esprit, Goku, Azaz, and Raikkonen playing there as well. So a bit of a switch up, because normally Frey does play with the Lakers there as well. So it's definitely a lot of French gameplay about to happen there for those guys. And of course, then we have to see who will be the other semi-final winner. It will be Serial Killers versus Outscored. That, I have to say, Roy, is going to be an incredibly riveting match, I think.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that.
That one is going to be a big one.
Map rotation as well for this game. It'll be Legacy, so we're starting off Legacy again, then Colosseum, and finally Capricorn.
Okay, so Legacy, Colosseum, and Capricorn again, did you say? Capricorn, right?
Yes, Legacy, Colosseum, Capricorn.
Loading on up. Let's go. And, I do have to say this, guys, seeing Thief play in tournaments is always fun, but what isn't fun is when your personal information gets stolen. That's why I use Surfshark VPN to protect my identity online. Great pass there as well, it really is. Also, every single snailger in the chat actually just DDoSes Roy. Okay, there it is. Slows his internet connection down by 1 megabit. So let's go ahead and get a few snailgers in the chat there to make sure we have that going on quite nicely. And then we can move on to our next series of games. Let's do this.
Yeah. Was I robotic this last game?
There's a mild robo. There's like a little bit of robot still going on, but it does appear to be a little bit better, which is always nice. But let's get these Lakers going down here. The Lakers versus the Azurdome. Okay, the Azurdome Academy. Such a great name. I almost hope that team actually continues to play outside of simply going with, just for the organized tournament stuff there. It will be nice to see them playing the monthly there as well. A fantastic team name. Need to see that one being assembled. But until then, we are going to have to deal with them just grouping up now for such special events like this. What a privilege for us, the viewers there as well. But let's go, guys. Let's get ready for these teams. The Lakers, certainly a name that is very, very well known here on the EU servers. Well known for dominating the monthly automated tournaments for nearly a year. In fact, they've actually collected every single gizmo, I believe, in their reign of terror on the European servers. So quite the formidable team here. I think some would put them as the favorite for not only the EU bracket, but also the entire tournament as a whole. And, well, Roy, they're certainly going to be very, very hungry for that because they do not possess Community Conqueror. Okay, and I think that is the title that they are going to cover. They've got best of the best. They've got all of the gizmos in their collection, but they do not have that next level tournament win from the community.
Yeah. I mean, they got as close as they could without winning the last time. And again, as you mentioned, a little bit of, different roster. But, okay, so we're not going to be locking comps. Very, very nice. Okay. Let me just tell them.
Wow. Let the relogging begin. But, now, this is going to be an interesting matchup here, actually. And I'm curious to see what the Azurdome Academy are going to do. Because the problem with this is that, of course, if the Azurdome Academy try and match the team fight of the Lakers, which is a very common style these days, it might be very difficult for them to actually do so, simply because of the fact that the Lakers are so well practiced. So if they actually try and just directly match into it, it might not go super well, particularly on a map that is fairly straightforward with no real major secondary objective. I'm almost expecting some slightly unusual play here from the Asdome Academy to try and catch the Lakers off guard. Asdome, of course, his previous team name, right, was a really great team name there that was actually ended up being changed to the Asdome Academy. It used to be, guys, the Asdome School of Shooting. And the reason for that is because Asdome is known for pulling out a bit of Deadeye play. And I almost feel that that might be the way to go in some of these respects, actually, to try and just throw the Lakers off here a little bit instead of directly matching them, because that might simply be a fool's errand. The Worms, the Lakers, are extremely well known for their team fight dominance. You'll often see them at the top of the leaderboard in these 2v2 and 3v3 tournaments. And they're, of course, no slouch in the 5v5 there as well. And, well, just waiting for them to actually get in here right now. And we actually have, oh, well, we have some, wait, what have we got here? We have a new worm, actually, here. Riken, what on earth does this even mean, Roy? We actually have the frost nut worm, is Riken, apparently. I don't even know what that means.
It's frost nut, man. What do you mean?
What is that?
Seems pretty good.
I mean, is that anything?
Hey, yeah. It's a frost nut. I don't know, man. Yeah.
The only non-worm player is going to be Draza here.
I mean, technically they are the Lakers, right? Not the Worms, but
That's
Frey
correct.
is joining. Okay.
Oh, Frey actually going to be subbing, and then of course Frey is in fact a sub for the Lakers. To clarify, there, guys.
So no frost nut.
No Frostnut this time. It will, in fact, be Draza, the ultimate big worm, a.k.a. Esprit. Goku, here he is here. He's actually still playing on his International Worms character there, Int Goku, on Support Guardian. Frey, going to be playing the Dagger Pistol Thief, which is something that you often see Draza play, actually, in these games. But this time it's going to be the Grenade Horsemith from Draza, and Frey playing the Thief. And then finally, Azaz, no surprise to see. He's still a big believer in the Renegade. And, we saw a lot of players tend to favor Herald these days in terms of what they like to go for. But this time around, he's going to be the Renegade. He actually played this in the monthly Automated tournament as well. It's certainly a build that I think he's extremely well known for popularizing and demonstrating how good it can be when most people didn't think it was very good. But, well, let's see what's about to happen here. Of course, we already saw the roster for the Asdome Academy. Oh, we are going to see something a bit different here, actually,
Whoa.
Roy. It's going to be a Tempest from Chunsu here, actually, going with the Earth Straight Line. I think perhaps identifying the massive amount of power damage spike there from Draza, Frey, and Azaz, and we'll try and mitigate that a little bit with Earth Tempest, with a large amount of projectile destruction there, with the Aftershock Reflection, Swirling Winds, Projectile Block, and of course Stone Heart for durability on the Tempest itself. Does give up the stability, and of course the conditions coming out from the ultimate Big Worm Esprit will still be formidable, but the power damage mitigation and of course projectile destruction from the Tempest can be pretty powerful. Let's see if this is going to be a very, very good pick here from Chunsu. I think Chunsu also very eager to show off Tempest. Certainly, I would say more known for his Tempest gameplay than Core Guard. I think that's certainly his preference when it comes to supports, is very much the Tempest.
Yeah, I think most of the sort of Tempest mains, though, have, as Tempest fell out of the meta, we saw a lot of them playing Tempest during the MODA and the months leading up to it, but I think since it's kind of fallen out of the meta, we have seen them make that swap either to Core Guardian or potentially something else entirely. But yes, he is, I think, maybe a little bit better known. Sorry, Astrodome trolling. Better known for his Tempest. But the thing that's interesting to me is that we saw Belzadar start here on this Renegade, right? He has swapped to Herald now. And, I was going to say, I think, obviously, we saw him do the same thing against the Quaggins. They lost that first game. He swapped to Herald. That wasn't the only thing that they changed, but I do think it helped them win the next two games against the Quaggins. But the one thing I was going to mention is that we are, as you said, Azur's is on the Renegade, the build that he is maybe most well known for. And so I was thinking maybe Belzadar was just going to match him on the Renegade, but he has opted to go for that Herald swap anyways. So we're going to see really the difference between the Renegade and the Herald here. We'll see if Azur is going to be able to make a little bit more value out of this. But either way, here it is, game number 1. Lakers, the top seed from EU, going to be practicing to hopefully get to the Globals tomorrow against their main competition, the USA Dragons. I'll have to see if they're even able to get there, though, as they have to get through the Azure Academy plus several other teams here on Legacy.
Indeed they do. And I think that the Lakers are playing pretty safe there. Maybe expecting a push. Now going to go and start up this team fight on mid. And well, to be frank, this is going to be the story of this game, I think. You know, particularly on Legacy, it's going to be who is going to be able to consistently win these fights. It's been a bit of a pattern we've been seeing in PvP lately, and certainly this tournament. And it is going to be a Condi Herald for Belzer, by the way. And I think this actually makes a lot of sense, right? They are really trying to maybe mix it up a little bit, but unfortunately, well, the chat predicted it that Chunsu was going to get farmed, and well, yeah, he's being farmed. They can't even press F because he's already dead at that point.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not a huge fan of the Condi Rev in general. I think Power Herald just brings way more. It's just better damage. You know, Condi Herald, I think you could maybe... The one thing it has over Power Herald is that it potentially has a little bit more value on a side node as opposed to just being, you know, good in team fights. But overall, I think Power Herald is just going to be a stronger build, especially just due to the nature of how these fights go. And yeah, the Tempest, you know, I'm a fan of Tempest. I think Tempest is a very fun build. I would love it if Tempest was a little bit more viable, if there were multiple supports that were viable, but I think Core Guard is just better. The stability that it brings is just literal stability, as well as figuratively, is just better. And I would be very surprised to if, you know, if the Lakers lose a lot of these team fights.
What are you talking about? Do you not know that Chunsu has the rock solid trait that gives him 1 stack of stability for 2 seconds? 2 seconds of stab in a 200-foot. Like,
why is he running? Is he trolling?
Yeah.
Is Chunsu just... Someone check his mails. I think, you know, maybe one of the Lakers sent him some gold. But regardless, yeah, I just don't... I don't see the Tempest being that good. And I do think we will see him swap either maybe off of terrible, useless traits or potentially just to a better class next game. Again, I'm a fan of Tempest. I think it's a great build. I think Core Guard is just better and stronger. But we'll have to see what happens. Nonetheless, you know, there is some potential that, you know, the blue team comes back from it. It's 1 team fight, right? It is only 1 team fight they've lost. They also haven't really lost a huge amount of points off of obviously just 1 team fight. They've done a good job of slowing down the team's point gain off of that lost team fight, though they did lose 2 players in it. But again, coupled with this Condi Rev, I just think it'll be a lot harder for them to find some kills in these team fights. You know, unless the Lakers have trouble bursting down a target. However, so far they're not having that problem. Belzadar is going to be brought down pretty quickly. Chunsu going for the glyph. Is he going to be able to get it? No, the pressure on him is just too far, and he might lose his life himself. Don't know if he got the fire glyph off in time. He did not, so he's not going to be able to rally himself either. And again, we see the exact same 2 players die in a fight. Again, side nodes, you know, the blue team have spread out against the side nodes, but we saw a lost team fight. We saw the blue team go for the side nodes, get the nodes back, you know, even off that lost team fight. But they've lost way more points than they did in the first fight. They're already farther behind than they did off that first fight. We see follow-up kills where we didn't really see that in the first fight as well. And the Lakers are going to begin to start to snowball this map.
Yeah, they are. You know, the blue team actually do manage to somehow find a 2-cap here, actually. Quite effectively, you know, but the ultimate big worm is going to be shutting that down pretty quickly with the minion monster. And as you say, right, that is a really big kind of conclusive fight there. You know, the Lakers are able to push all the way to that 3rd node. As is staying behind to capture that. Yeah, going for that triple cap. And even though the scores haven't really separated just yet, this so far has been extremely one-sided in favor of the Lakers. Just the fights, they just aren't really working out very well for the Azure Academy whatsoever. You know, that Tempest and the Condi Herald is just not... It's not really working. I do like the idea of trying to play something a little bit different, right? I think going with the Condi Herald, they're trying to maybe like bully the, bully Draza a lot here, like bully the nades with the condition pressure there from the Necromancer and the Herald. Kind of a similar thing there can also apply, to the Renegade even, and even the Core Guardian. But the thing is, the fights aren't lasting long enough for that to actually kick in, right? You know, if the fights were maybe like a minute longer, then yeah, that's when the Condis can really start to kick in. But it's just too much. There's just too much pressure here there as well. Bellstar goes down there. Maybe a glyph here from Chunso. I think he does. No, he does a charge. He burns it as well. Oh no, that is just not good. And I mean, this is almost the point of no return in my opinion, Roy. I don't see blue team being able to do anything in this game, unfortunately.
Yep, I mean, this is the most snowball that we've seen in a game. This is what we were kind of expecting to see from Pain Prestige's out-combat skilled team into the blue team on Legacy, but this is really sort of evident of a snowball map, of a snowball game. And, you know, obviously, very good players in the blue team, very good team in general. The Lakers, they're just kind of a step up, and they're not only that, also even with, you know, the sort of swaps that they had to make to their roster a little bit, not that many though. They are still a team that has played together a lot, as opposed to this blue team who, again, were more of a sort of last-minute thrown-together team, even with, you know, very strong players. And, yeah, I mean, like you said, I respect the attempt to do something different. You know, I know Chunsu likes Tempest. It's a very fun build. It's a very good build. It just doesn't have the same amount of support and sustain and, again, stability that we see from Core Guardian. The Condi Herald, you know, I'm not sure if there's just something maybe I'm not thinking about here, but I just think it is a weaker build in general than Power Herald. I think one of the things you're noticing in these team fights that red team have that blue team don't is burst, and that's going to be brought by the Nade Hollow, which, again, we see a Pro Hollow here for blue team, but also that Power Herald, or, well, Power Revenant at least, that the red team are running, that the blue team are not. So burst pressure, definitely enabled from red team, not so much there for the blue team.
Yeah. It's just, I like the idea, you know, like I said previously. I think their goal was to just basically outlast them, just survive all the burst damage, but it turns out that's easier said than done. You know, there's a huge amount of pressure here as well, and of course it's just a very seasoned team fight. And that's also worth noting here as well, right? I think regardless of I think one of the reasons why the blue team probably tried something like this is to, again, throw a spanner in the works. Like, they know it's going to be really hard to beat this team fight anyway. Again, you know, we're dealing with here the red team, one of the favorites, not only, of course, for EU, but indeed the entire tournament, right? This is one of the top teams in the world. You know, as you mentioned previously, they have been very close to winning a community tournament there. The previous Hardstuck Conquest League, they actually pushed it to all 5 games, if I recall correctly, actually, just to, well, hate dredging up these bad memories, but yeah, they lost in the 5th game, of course, you know, to Team USA Dragons. So they are an incredibly hard roster to deal with, even at the best of times. And of course, the blue team, you know, are going to have a big uphill battle, no matter the situation, into the Lakers.
Yeah, you know, I get what you're saying, and again, you know, I somewhat agree. But the thing to me is that I feel like these players should understand that, you know, again, sure, you could try and win the game, or at least get, you know, closer to winning the game by, you know, essentially, as you said, throwing, you know, a wrench in the spanner. Well, or sorry, excuse me, a spanner in the game. But, oh, well, there's actually downstate. Hold on. Tornado ripping him apart. Draza not going to get signated. That might be a kill confirmed. Yeah, that is going to be a kill confirmed. Not really that relevant, though. But to go back to my point, I think that you're really limiting yourself, because I understand that, you know, some games you could potentially win by cheese, right? If you're able to find a comp that sort of cheeses it. And this is actually something the Worms were a little bit more known for at one point. But the thing is, I just don't think that Tempest Condi Herald is cheese. I don't think it's going to just throw something that wins games based off of the build.
Do you think it's just bad, right?
Yeah, well, you know, it isn't awful, but it's certainly just not as good as what they were running before. And I think you're really just limiting yourself, because before they swapped to this, right, before when Chunsu was on Core Guardian and Belzar was playing Power Herald, they would have to just play better to win the fights. Here, even if they play better, I think they lose anyways.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, they are going to lose the momentum from that kill as well. And, you know, it's the same thing, right? The Courtney and the Tempest just sadly just die. They just take too much damage. They take the brunt of all that damage. And the potential recovery, the rebound, as it were, from the blue team is going to end here. Instruct Me Daddy is going to be instructed into the downstate there by Draza, Goku, and Azaz. And, well, honestly, it's a fairly conservative game from the Lakers. You know, I think that they didn't really play very aggressively, right? They did push this third node here as well, but very keen to, you know, leave there. I think the only kill they've actually suffered was indeed onto Draza, I believe, during that waterfall period, which did give the blue team a bit of life in this game, a few legs to hold on to, but sadly, I think this is where it ends. They're going to have to take it to another game, and I think you're very right. We are going to see a much more traditional composition. They'll probably go for the Core Guardian and then the Power Herald and just directly match, right, into that team and just simply try and play better 5-head.
Yeah. I'm going to just bring it back, though. Like, why would you run this rock solid trait? It's such a joke. I'm sorry. But really? 1 stack of stability when you attune to Earth?
200. Like, listen, that's a 240 radius, Roy. That's big. Okay, that's a big radius,
fair,
right there.
it's not like the other traits in this are that much better, but like Earth and Blessing has just got to be better. It's just got to be better, right? I just can't imagine that Rock Solid is better.
There's too much CC. You need that one stack. That one stack. You know, cover the signet with the one stack, right?
You're right. Yeah, you're right. There's only it's not like they have more than one CC on a team. Right. Let's look at the Renegade. I mean, maybe that has more than one CC. Let's look at the Thief. Let's look at the Guardian. Necro has, well, I think more than one Fear. The Hollow. Hollow, definitely not a class with a lot of CCs on it, right? Yeah, that one stack of stability, pretty bonkers.
For 2 seconds.
2.25 second T-bot. All right.
So bad.
All right.
This has got to be one of the worst traits in the game, honestly. It's like
it really is.
It's approaching the level of like the 300-second cooldown traits, right? It's actually like that trash. I think it's actually a sad trait, right? You know.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what's crazy? This trait has been in the game for so long, and Arena has never like, even if they had just given it 2 stacks of stab, increased the radius to I mean, look at Stand Your Ground, 600 radius, 5 stacks stability, 48 second cooldown. It's also a stun break, right? And it also, when you're running Pure Voice, converts to condition. And then you look at that. I mean, I know it's a utility compared to a trait, but still, 1 stack of stab and a 240 radius, it's disgusting.
Have you considered that he's role playing?
Yo, he might be. I don't know, but he's already left the arena, so I'm assuming he's gonna be swapping back. Excuse me, to Guardian. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there you go. Yeah, we're gonna see the swap here, I think, here on Colosseum. Which is a player leave from the Worms too, so there could be a potential swap from them as well. But I don't think they'd really need to. Yeah, Chunsu now coming back on the core Guardian will be good to go. In that regard there as well. Let's see what we're going to see here from the teams loading in. Asdome Academy, I think, will go for a more conventional style and just go head-to-head with the Lakers. And the Lakers, I think they don't need to really change anything at all. They can simply continue as they were, and they're going to be in a pretty comfortable situation. Looking very, very strong. As expected, of course. Very much as expected. They are definitely hungry for that win in the tournament. Of course, there's a lot more games to talk about today, guys, actually. You know, there's a lot more going on. If we go and take a quick look at the bracket, while we actually wait for our teams to rejoin over here into the next game. You can see that we have the Lakers versus the Asdome Academy. Then it's going to be a very exciting match. I think these two teams are the serial killers, and outcomped, outskilled are going to be extremely close together. Then, of course, we'll be handling some lower bracket matches too, because there are going to be 2 teams that move on here to the global finals. So ignore the grand final there, guys. That's a pure work of fiction. We aren't going to be running that today. The way this is going to work is that the upper bracket winner will be the top seed for EU in the global finals, and the winner of the lower bracket will actually be the 2nd seed for EU. So the grand finals isn't really necessary. I mean, hey, maybe we can do like a show match there as well, but realistically, you're probably going to see, you know, it's quite likely you're going to see the top 2 teams being in the upper bracket anyway. In theory, that's how it should work. And we actually now do have a slight switch up here. In fact, we do indeed, Roy, finally witness the frost nut worm.
All right, let's try and figure out what he means by this. What is a frost nut?
I don't know.
Is it a nut that's frosty? Is it a... Well, actually, that's all I have, really.
Yeah, I don't really know what he's going with this, to be honest, but I'm sure it makes sense to them. Right, in some respect. You know, we're going to see the next iteration of the French Worms kind of team chat cover, and I'm sure it will be there. But as of right now, this is means nothing to me, to be honest, Roy. He's got grenades, that's all I know. Maybe it's in reference to the chilling grenades.
Yeah? He says you don't want to know. All right.
Oh, wow.
Need a description.
Well, I mean, look, maybe we don't want to know. That we consider that. It's possible.
He said it's a nut frost. That
doesn't really help.
Really clarify anything. Yeah,
it's not really making it better in that regard. But yeah, as you were exactly right then, Roy, we in fact have a direct mirror, I believe. Well, actually not quite. Yeah, it's actually full mirror here, Roy. We actually even have Andreas go for grenades, Belsdar Renegade. Minion Mards are here from Feifei.
I like it.
Be the duelist. Asdome on Thief, as before, and Chunsu on support. This is a complete full mirror. Everyone is running identical builds.
Well, It's
I think it is, right?
It's slightly different, I believe. The builds. Oh no, the build. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yes, you're right. It is. It is completely mirror.
Oh,
I thought Esprit was maybe running something slightly different.
fake news.
Uh,
Fei is running Flesh of the Master, whereas the ultimate Big Worm is running Shrouded Removal. So slightly different build on the Minion Mancers. Boom.
I mean, I guess maybe he was running that because of the Condi rev they had before, but I'm not. Maybe they just forgot to remove it. Maybe.
Well, I believe
now he's a bit
actually,
more-
Flesh of the Master is actually a bit out of favor these days because you don't
Oh,
run
is
that
it?
many
Oh.
minions. Yeah, because you run Well of
Oh, yeah,
Darkness
right,
and
right.
Corrosive Poison Cloud, so you don't. It's not even really worth it because you just blow up the bone minions anyway. So you don't really need it. See, there's
True.
barely any minions on your minion monster right now. Unlucky.
Well, or lucky, maybe. But
true.
either way, here we go, Coliseum. And yes, I have a lot more faith in the comp that we are seeing from the blue team here with Belzadar on a power rev. Still going to be Renegade over the Herald, but it is going to be the Core Guardian support instead of the Tempest for Chunsu as well. And yes, I think this is good. Andreas on grenades is not something we've seen before, but it obviously is going to be a very strong build with Feifei, as you mentioned, swapping to the side node role for the team. I like it. I like to see it. Smoke blast coming out here from the red team, but it is going to be Andreas leaping in there to put a little pressure. Already, Dross is so very low. Elixir is going to be burned now from Riken as well. The Frostnet Worm trying to peel himself out. So big opener here coming out from Azure Academy, about a lot of pressure now put back onto Andreas. Let's see if he's going to be able to sustain himself out. He still has Elixir, has a lot of peels coming out as well. Big Jade Winds coming out from Belzadar. A lot of pressure, a lot of CC back onto this. And so far, Azure Academy doing a nice job of sustaining in this fight. Andreas still going to be the target here. We're going to see a lot of pressure, but not a lot of pressure turned back onto the Lakers after that initial damage. Esprit already burned the Lich. The Lich going to be coming out now from Feifei. On top of this, Andreas very low. Elixir at the last second is going to keep him alive, but Lakers recovering very well. Immediately bring the Hollow Smith into downstate. Let's see if there's going to be a signet coming out here from Chunsu. The hard res actually might be good enough. Chunsu very pressure on top of that. Much hard res going to be stopped here. Draza is still very low. Chunsu himself going to be low. Bit of a rally war coming out. Wait a minute. Azurdome might be going for a stomp, but the rally's going to come through just in time as Chunsu falls himself, and the Lakers will take the first fight.
Yeah, and this is the problem with a mirror match here, which is why I think they wanted to try and, again, like go for that slightly unusual composition to try and make something work in a different way. Because problem is, if you lose the mirror and you aren't as good as your opponent in the mirror, then you can't really do anything for the rest of the game. And that first fight there wasn't super decisive. Like, the opening certainly went pretty well, I think, for the Asnome Academy, but towards the middle of that fight and the end, it became absolutely brutal as the Lakers were able to resustain themselves very effectively and coordinate that pressure back onto their opponents and devastate that fight, pretty much controlling the entire map and picking up a triple cap from getting all those kills.
Yeah, I mean, they hard lost the fight, as I think sort of expected. But you're right, it was a little bit close off the start, but the problem was they got the initial burst out. Duraza actually almost got one shot by Andreas. I'm going to hold this thought actually for a moment as another fight is starting to brew. Andreas already low, maybe going to be forcing the Elixir S early. Yes, he is, and he'll be the target coming out of there. Nice breeze coming out from Chunsu, and he's going to be able to get into a jumping puzzle spot, so he won't be able to get one shot immediately after it. But Riken playing very aggressive. Pressure coming out from Azures as well over the top of those Renegade shots. Nice job there from Esprit off to the side to just continue that pressure. And they're having a little bit of trouble finding a target back, although there's the Elixir S burned from Riken now, so they might have an avenue to come back into this. Still trying to look for a kill so far. Azurdome's Academy unable to do so. Belzadar going to be the one under pressure here. He's very, very low in this fight. He might be going down. Supply crate on top of that. Chunsu peeling for him nicely, though, and he does a good job of getting out of danger. Riken now going to be low. Big Jade Winds coming here from Belzadar, and that'll be a kill confirmed, or at least a downstate confirmed. Signet, though, very, very well from Goku. Nice job there. Line of sight as well. Big Staff 5 going to interrupt his Empower, but so far, the Lakers holding on to this. Jade Winds turned around now onto the Azurdome Academy, but still, blue team, so far in this fight, they're holding their own. Elixir S going to be procced there again for the second time here by Andreas. We'll have to see if the Lakers are going to be able to follow back up onto the Hollow Smith the same way they did the last fight. So far, it looks like they're going to be able to do it. The heal's just not quite enough there from Chunsu. Chunsu will now be going for a signet of his own. Actually, it's the hard res yet again, but here's the Lich coming out now from Esprit. There's the signet finally. They're going to be able to get him back up, so they're still holding on to this fight, but it's taken them so long to find some counter pressure. Feifei, Lich of her own, trying to find some damage. Esprit, a little bit under pressure, going to lose all of his shroud, but Andreas still going to be the target here. Big Jade Winds coming out from Belzadar. That might allow them to get a res, but no, it's not going to happen. The damage, the cleave is too good, and again, we're going to see the Lakers take a fight.
Yes, indeed. It was definitely a bit of a touch and go situation there as well. But again, it just seems that the Lakers are just too powerful in this team fight. The mirror is definitely going in their favor right now. They're able to consistently hold even at their opponent's spawn and just get those kills. Azadome actually does end up dying here as well. Draza find the kill on the buff, and those buffs are only going to make things even harder.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think it's kind of unfortunate we see this game the way it's going. Legacy looked a lot closer, but I think that was just because the comp from the blue team, while in my opinion it was worse, it kind of allowed them to maybe gain more points. But they're just getting hard snowballed here because they're consistently taking these fights. That being said, I do think the fights are a little bit closer. I think they're performing a little bit better in this game, even though the score doesn't represent it. And again, credit where credit is due. I really do think that, they tried something. They tried to change something up. The Tempest and the the Conde Herald, that didn't work for them last game. So they basically mirrored the Lakers now. They're going in it again. They've lost 2 fights, but again, that last fight, very close. Goku just with that really, really good signet kind of saving the day there. And if they continue to... this is where things go a little bit worse, though. Feifei getting kind of left alone here. The stealth engage is going to be a free kill. They're trying to break out into the map, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to really do anything. 1 player down already. They can't take a team fight now until Feifei respawns. Andreas going to have lost cooldowns. Even if they don't find a kill here, he won't have Elixir S for the team fight when Feifei gets back in, because they're going to continue to pressure him. Honestly, they don't even need to kill him. It almost would be better if they didn't, because by the time Feifei gets back, they'll have a free kill on him, essentially, and continue to just stagger the team fight. But that being said, they are going to look for the kill here onto Andres, completely separated from the rest of his team, and that'll be a free kill for them. So, unfortunately, Feifei getting caught out of position there really staggered them.
And this map is just, well, as you say, very, very staggered. Chunsu falling, dies on node, so he can get, but it forces to cleave him out, so he can get back in the fight a little bit quicker. But Bellstar gets picked off as well, will get bled out, and oh, it's just so difficult here from this point. Like, the Worms have kind of shattered their opponents at this point, right? They are rather the Lakers have shattered their opponents, and it doesn't seem to be really viable for the blue team to get a solid regroup at this point. I think we're going to see the Lakers push even more aggressively over here towards their side. Support now moving in there. Draza getting both of the buffs here as well. Although actually, having said that, Azam did get the sword, which is nice. That could be a potential comeback move, but it's going to have to be one hell of a team fight. They can't just win 1 fight. They've got to win like 3 fights in a row. This sword buff had better be good.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue with this, right, is that you're so far behind. Even if you start winning team fights at this point, it seems almost impossible to come back. It's not. They still have definitely enough time to do it, but I mean, this is where it really just kind of does become impossible. 2 players in a down state, even if, well, Chunsu actually is one of them. Even if they had a signet on one, it doesn't really matter, and that might actually be game confirmed at this point. It is rough. Again, score doesn't really represent it. I actually think that this was a better game from Azure Academy, and certainly a more interesting game in my opinion as well, because they were actually just trying to match the Lakers. They just couldn't do it. The Lakers just a little bit stronger in the team fight department. That being said, obviously Azure Academy, they get 2 out here, but again, really good job here. They have a couple of things they need to correct in these team fights. They're going to have a chance to do it as they go down to the lower bracket.
They absolutely are. And you know what? They got less points in this game, Roy, than when they played Tempest. What does this mean? Tempest is better. Confirmed.
You know what, Teapot? That is extremely wrong, but let's say yes, and Tempest is better, 100%. I back you up on that. Yep,
Tempest
strongest support.
Confirmed the way to go here. But the Lakers, I mean, wow. I mean, look, I really do want to underline something here, Roy. This is more or less a 500-0 game. There's not much difference between 500-0 and 533. To 500-0, a team this good is very impressive, because, listen, guys, okay, I know that this looks like, the red team is just going crazy, dominating this, but blue team here, the Azam Academy, these are some very good players. Chunsu, monthly AT winner. Azadome, monthly AT winner. Feifei, very top players, been monthly AT finals multiple times. Same with Belzar and Andreas. These are excellent players, right? And to actually essentially clean sweep, perfect, flawless victory, that is pretty disgusting, to be frank, Roy. That is one hell of a game.
Yeah, again, I think they were allowed to do it because of the way both teams played into it. Like, neither team really tried to out-rotate the other. They just ran it through, they just ran it again. Ran it back, I should say. That's the word I was looking for. Into those team fights. And I mean, when you only team fight the entire game and you never win a team fight, the game is going to be extremely one-sided. There's just no way about it. But yeah, it is certainly very telling. I think the Lakers, there's a reason they're top seed. There's a reason we saw them almost beat USA Dragons last time. And I believe we're probably going to see that matchup again, which I think a lot of people are excited about. I'm very excited about it. And, I believe there's a very good chance that we could see them bring it to them this time as well.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, that is all in store in the global finals tomorrow. Assuming, of course, that the Lakers are able to win the next game that they play in the upper bracket final, of course, because that was the semifinals. They are our first upper bracket finalist. Yes, but and, they're going to have to get through the winner of this match here as well,
right? Give you the maps. So the maps for Serial Killers versus Pain, which, again, game I'm very excited about, is going to be once again Faux Fire first, then Kylo, then Capricorn.
Wow. I mean, I feel like are we going to see any other maps, Roy? Right? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, this is what happens when the teams are allowed to pick their maps themselves. Clearly, Legacy and Capricorn are very favored maps, or potentially no one wants to play on Temple and Skyhammer, which
I think there's a lot
I think checks out.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of Temple and Skyhammer dodging. I'm surprised not to see more Forest though. Actually, I think I feel like Forest is always one of the most popular maps out there in that regard. But here we go. I'm expecting great things from this matchup. Actually, Roy, these are two very, very strong teams, and I think we might have our most even match out here as well. Serial Killers being, essentially a full roster here. The Blamthrax, Rip, Vabrian, Stern team there as well. Some serious gaming going on. And they will, of course, and I've got a prototype there on the Necromancer, doing battle against the combination of Ultranum and Prestige. A 1v2 team off there. I think we're going to see some incredible Guild Wars 2 here. And you know what? If I don't, well, then I'm disappointed, but I won't be disappointed. I am certain we're going to see some interesting stuff. And there's one thing that I do like a lot about the Serial Killers too, is that they aren't afraid to play some somewhat unconventional styles. Prototype and Blam have both been experimenting with different Weaver and Necromancer builds, and I'll be interested to see if we actually see some kind of hidden technology emerging before our very eyes here. Prototype has not only been known to dabble in Scourge, similar to Demolish, playing with the Quaggons off duty, but also into Death Magic without any minions. Very, very, very interesting stuff there from the Theorycraft of the Serial Killers.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you have, like, Grimjack, right, is someone who comes to mind when you would think of Elementos players, and Blam is one of those players as well. You don't really see those players, swapping too much. We did see Grimjack pick up Kandia Herald for the Moda, but in general, those players are always going to opt to play, Ellie when they can. And Weaver has some very good builds. It's just fallen a little bit out of the meta, I think, because team fights are sort of what teams go for more. It's a very similar sort of meta to what we saw in the Moda. Obviously different supports, but in general, I think it is pretty similar with, that Power Herald, that Power Grenade Hollow still being very strong. So you don't really see side nodes being as relevant. That being said, if you play around them and your team plays around them well, which, Serial Killers certainly could, I think we're going to see, we could see some very strong value coming out of that Weaver. And of course, Prototype, I think, is one of the most well-known players for playing non-meta builds and doing very well with them. He's done that for a very long time. Whenever you see him in an AT, he's almost never playing the meta Necro build, or he's always playing something different. And I think a couple of months ago, we saw him in the monthly AT finals, and this was when I think Scourge stacking and Minion Mancer Necro was stacking was meta, and he was, I think, the only Necro on his team, and he was playing some completely random build, and I can't remember if they won, but they got very close to winning, certainly, second place at least. That being said, basically the point is, yes, I think we're going to see some interesting builds. I think they've probably been experimenting with some different comps and stuff. I'm very excited to see what they do. But again, Pain's team is somewhat known for doing the same thing, so it could lead to some very interesting matchups here.
Yeah, and we're seeing these dynamics unfold yet again, where you have one team that is very heavily synergized, right? A little bit more practiced versus another team that has incredibly strong players, but is perhaps a little bit more last minute, which is essentially what we have with Outcomped, Outskilled. He went through a lot of name changes and roster changes. First it was Ultranum, then it was Ultra Prestige. Now it's Outcomped, Outskilled, with a bunch of different players rotating in and out depending on real life situations there. In fact, there are 2 players who couldn't make it from the blue teams. They have the third sub, which is going to be Benzo essentially on this team. So we'll see if the serial killers are going to be able to pull off some great coordination, because we've seen this team perform extremely well with their full roster. They were actually able to do extremely well, making it to the grand finals of Tournament of Legends actually with their full roster. We haven't actually seen them play with all of their players all that often. They've in every monthly they've actually had they've had essentially one player missing.
This is gonna be good.
Oh, really? What do we have?
I'm getting excited. Well, I can't say yet, but I've got one comp from one team.
Oh, wow.
I'm excited about it.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, I'm excited. Like, you can't tease us like that, Roy. Oh, my goodness. What have we got here? What is going on here, dude? Okay, this is just crazy right there. But anyway, here we go. The serial killers are loading on in. And no surprise to see Mr. Rip here on the Mirage. And there we have it. There we go. We have the Core Guardian from
our
Stern.
first class stack.
Yeah. We have Brian. Okay, on the Power Herald. Nothing too crazy there, of course. We have Blamthrax going to be playing on the Weaver. I think we'll take a look at that build after the game has started. A bit of an interesting one there, I think, Roy, actually. And it is going to be this Death Magic build. So dropping Soul Reaping and going for this, in a way, almost, not exactly like a tank build, but a heavily durability-focused Necromancer build here, utilizing Corruptor's Fervor and Dark Defiance for massive damage reduction, pulsing protection, extra toughness from Death's Carapace, and, of course, even condition damage reduction while having protection, thanks to Dark Defiance. Interesting setup here from Prototype, and I've seen him be very effective with it, actually, like moving away from Terror, going for the mass boon corruption route there as well, but you just do get a lot of tankiness. Thanks to Death Magic. All the extra toughness, pulsing protection's really nice on Necromancer there as well, and even that condition damage reduction can be very potent, but oh yes indeed, Roy, as you just put it out there, Gauntlet is represented here. He is here on the Reaper, Aeon on the Minion Monster, Adelanti on Support Guardian, Pain on a Power Herald, and Benzo on the Nate Hall. This team fight is absolutely insane, Roy. This is ridiculous. Look how much damage they have. Reaper, Minion Monster, Grenade Hollow, and Power Herald. I mean, what can possibly survive that? Stern's going to have some fun this game, Roy. Okay, believe me, he's going to have fun.
This is going to be a lot of damage. Yeah, there might not be a way to get more damage unless you just completely sack the side note or Aeon and she goes, I don't know, I guess Power Renegade? Maybe if Pain's Thief and she's here, I don't know. Either way, we'll have to see how it goes. Pain already taking quite a bit of pressure on the node, but for Brian, can't say the same for him just yet. However, now he is going to be taking quite a bit of pressure. And yes, he's going to be running down. Looking for that cleave. Well, a little bit of hard res. The Signet, though, not enough. Yeah, Poison going to deny it, so they're not going to be just trying to start the hard res. Yeah, not a chance. That cleave is going to be too good. And the damage already turning the tides here from Blue Team. Stern going to be chased down. Probably the next target here. His health bar is gone. Nice line coming out there, but not going to be quite enough. This ability will hold him off. Pain, though, on top of him. He just cannot be stopped, even by this Lich coming out here from Coral. And now that'll be a second kill confirmed. Tornado, actually, from Blam, ripping through that. Actually gets quite a bit of pressure off. Back onto Pain, but he should be fine. The cleave is good. The kill is good. And again, a team fight. 2 kills confirmed here. 4 outcomped on Legacy.
Red team can't fight this. Serial killers cannot engage. They need to rotate. And I like this here, yeah. They, instead of trying to even regroup their enclosed, they just immediately push towards Aeon. Listen, they are going to find Aeon immediately. Yeah, that massive burst there from the Mirage paying off their Pain, not able to arrive in time. The Guardian is moving. I think they've got to stop this, actually. There's a real risk of this getting signated. In fact, I think it may well do. Oh, no. That would be really bad. I think it is going to come through. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Because now Rip is going to get no value out of this rotation. In fact, Brian and him are going to find themselves almost trapped over here. Very difficult to disengage her as well. There's a lot of damage onto Rip right now. However, we are seeing Benzo and Adelanti leave, and that's going to be, once again, Rip left to face off the minion mons. With no health, no cooldowns, he's going to be forced to move elsewhere. And just a pretty good start right now for Outskill. This massive damage team fight is certainly going to be a big asset to them in this game.
Yeah, and you know, well, actually, I'll hold that thought as another team fight coming through here. Rip going to be a little bit low here, and Brian gets one shot. Lich coming out from Gordon. I don't know if they're going to be able to res this. Is there a Signet available? It's maybe not even going to matter. No, yeah, completely irrelevant, and he's going to be taken out there. Stern has absolutely no chance of resing that. And again, outcomped. I mean, they're going to be able to run away with this fight again. They don't lose 2 players, though, serial killers, that is. They're able to disengage, realizing that Brian obviously is a lost cause, and they are going to be able to put some pressure onto the side nodes. And this is what they have to do. They have to out-rotate a little bit. The thing I wanted to say is I really don't like their choice, as Rip gets taken out there at Waterfall. I don't like their choice to go for essentially 2 side noders here and then take a team fight. They've got the Minimancer and Coral, and they've got Blam on this Weaver build. If they want to play 2 side nodes, they should be playing around 2 side nodes. They shouldn't be going for these even team fights that they are 100% just going to get crushed in, considering the amount of damage that blue team is bringing.
Yeah, it is an unusual composition from the serial killers, and they're not that far behind in this game. And I think Blam's been doing a really good job of kind of trolling, actually, like holding players on the middle node here without actually dying himself. So that's been a bit of a lifeline. We do now see this very straight, your wish, okay, is red team's command right now, okay? The serial killers are going to go for this 3rd node pusher as well. Aeon under a huge amount of pressure there. The Lich comes out there from Coral. Will that be a kill into Aeon? I believe it will. But where's the gun? The gun actually is on mid right now for outcomp, so we are not going to be able to see any kind of Signet play here whatsoever. And in fact, Payne is going to find himself in a bit of a sticky situation. And in fact, this is a good hold right now for the red team. They do lose for Brian. And, the Signet's not going to come through from Stern, unfortunately. But I'm not sure if we're actually going to see any more kills come through. Actually, wait, no, I lied. Stern is going to die. Yeah. As it turns out that Reaper and Hollow, they hurt quite a lot.
You know what? People have been complaining that that Guardian is just too good because it can consistently get that Signet off, right? For Brian, apparently half his screen is black. That is certainly unfortunate.
Oh, that's not good.
Visual bug.
Turn off DX11, guys. Come on, turn it off.
I actually think Stern maybe should just turn Signet off, or take Signet off his bar, because he's just not getting them. Clearly, the counter to Guardians being able to Signet consistently is just to kill everything before they have the chance to. And that's exactly what blue team is doing. Side notes, though, confirmed here for red team, and this is what I'm expecting from red team a little bit more, to play around this team fight. They don't want to just fully commit to the team fight. They want to play it a little bit slow, and that's exactly what they're doing here on the middle node. For Brian, though, getting one shot again, almost. That Glen Hill just barely keeping him alive for now, but now they have to be very careful. And honestly, I just don't think they should be going into this middle fight unless they have a severe advantage, because there's just so much chance that they get snowballed off of it. They have the side nodes. There's no reason to go in here like this. Gornet is pretty low, so they do have a good target with him, but that's a lot of cooldowns already burned here from some of these red team players. If they can kill for Gornet, so Brian's going to go to downstate. Adelante going for the Signet. He does get it, and for Brian now in downstate. Let's see if there's going to be cleave enough, or Stern's going to be able to get his Signet off. He has it. But the poison again will deny it. Gornet with the Lich now, and I think that cleave might be good. Jade Wins coming out on top of that. That'll confirm the cleave. Blam might be dropping Stern. Might be dropping. Yes, and again, exactly what I was talking about. There's no reason for them to risk a team fight going this horribly wrong. 3 kills picked up just like that for blue team, and now the side node pressure that they had confirmed is gone.
There's just so much damage from outcome. It's very difficult for Stern to get the Signet, because not only are the downstate bodies getting cleaved out ridiculously fast, even when the Signet lands, the downstates get shut down because of the poison, meaning the Signet doesn't fully revive. I mean, this is... I'm impressed that the serial killers have been able to accrue this many points in the game. They're holding on for absolute dear life right now, Roy, but it's certainly a struggle. If we look at the timeline here, it's just kill after kill after kill being secured right now by outcomped, outskilled here. Once again, they're living up to their name, Roy. I think this composition is very hard for the serial killers to deal with. They can't hold that team fight. And I think you are right. They probably shouldn't be trying to take those 5v5s, because into double Necro Nades Rev, there's no way this is going to work for the serial killers.
They shouldn't ever take a 4v4 or a 5v5 unless they're for some reason forced to. And to be honest, Legacy, they're really not forced to. It is a snowbally map, but only if you're allowing yourself to be snowballed. I say that kind of as a meme, because
just
allowing
don't get
yourself
snowballed.
To be snowballed, right? But like, They had a perfect situation to not. They just went into the middle fight and tried to commit to it and lost 3 players for it. There's no reason for them to do that when they have side nodes. They almost tied the game, but instead they lost 4 players. They're now again going to be going for it. They have them split up a little bit better. They are going to be able to find that initial kill onto Gornet. Shuriken, though, going for the Signet is going to be interrupted. The Stomp interrupted as well, though. So they haven't finished the kill yet. Second Signet attempt here. Hardware is actually going to be good. He doesn't cancel the Signet, so he does burn it, unfortunately. But still, that's Gornet back up. Lich coming out now from Aeon to peel for Gornet. And already, look at this damage onto Brian. Pain ports in, and he's going to go down. Almost certainly. He's so low that quickly. Pain looking for the kill. Lich here still from Aeon, just finished here now. Does he have Glint Heal available? I don't think so. The peel from Blam and Stern are very, very good. Both these players doing their absolute best to get him out, and they do save Brian for now, but they're not gaining anything from this either.
Well, I mean, Rip was able to actually get a very, very sneaky waterfall cap, but unfortunately for Brian dies. Signet should land, I think. Yes, the knockback not quite in time there, but Blam going to die as well. Stern trying to hold this team together. In fact, well, the serial killers trying to hold themselves together. Could be a potential reviver, but no. Jade wins. He's just going to completely meat grinder, and I think Stern and Brian are both going to fall there. The Reaper damage is too much here from Gornet.
I mean, how many fights does it take for you to learn this lesson? You cannot be taking these team fights, and granted, they won. They had a double cap, right? They won this map, and I think they were kind of pushed into this corner. But they started that out by trying to find a kill onto Gornet in what was essentially a 4v4, and I think they just overstayed. As soon as he got res, they needed to just scatter and leave. And I think that as well, we've just seen too many times from them. They're making this mistake of trying to match blue team a little bit too heavily. They can't do it. They just simply cannot do it. And they're only 100 points behind. This game is not over. If they can start rotating around really well, if they can even, find a kill, find some picks here and there, it will work for them. But they're running 2 side noders into a team that is basically all just damage and team fighting, and they're losing team fights. That's exactly how it should be going.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the face smash comp coming out from the blue team, and I think that makes sense, right? Because I would say that if you're like a group of 5 really good players, what do? You team fight, right? Because then you don't really have to worry about doing anything too fancy.
You don't need to think.
Yeah, just just get in there. Rotating. Yeah, just get in there and smash people, right? So I think this is a very intelligent decision from the blue team because it turns out that this is actually what's something that wins games right now, right? Like team fighting is an extremely important component of playing PvP. Of course, rotation is still important, guys. It's not that bad just yet. We're not in the deathmatch zone. However, it turns out that this is very good, although actually Atalante does get taken out. Good peeler, though, from Gornet, though, and Rip getting dangerously low. Is that revive going to come through? No, it is not. The cleave is huge from the serial killers, and that's definitely a really good moment for them. It's winnable, but it's extremely difficult. 80 points to go. They can't lose a single player, so I think even a single death ends the game in favor of blue at this point.
It's just so late in the game for them to find a pick like this. I mean, that's what they needed to do. They find a pick. They find a very good pick on to the support here from blue team. They prevent the res. They now find a follow-up kill into Aeon, who, once again, we kind of see a little bit of overstaying from her. But blue team, they're going to regroup at their node that they can win the game off of. One node easily wins them this game. And this is where red team are forced to team fight. So this is one of those situations where they wanted to avoid the entire game, and they weren't. This is where, blue team can force them to 4v4, 5v5 them, and we've seen them time after time again win this. Now, they do have the advantage here because Aeon is still in downstate, so they should be able to leverage this advantage, but we also see Corel staying on mid for some reason and cleaving her out, and this allows blue team to potentially come back into this and find a way to come back into what should be a 100% winning favor fight for them.
Yeah, I think he's trying to play safe to deny the decap from the Aeon respawn, but I think that's going to be not a good idea. They need the Necro in the fight, Roy. Without the Necromos, they just don't have the muscle to win this fight, and they're losing the 4v4. They could have had a 5v4. He's rotating now, but that's too late. Everyone's already dead. Like, the Signet comes through, but there are 2 players in the downstate, and I think that's pretty much going to be the conclusion. Yeah, I know it kind of sucks, so you don't want to get decapped, but you have to make an aggressive play. You have to make the slightly risky play at that point, because you cannot play safe, particularly when you're at a comp disadvantage in the team fight. And that's going to end the game there. Ugh, unfortunate. And there it is. That will be the game ending. Like, yeah, blue team know it. They're simply going to AFK. and wait for the game to be over. Like red team, the serial killers get cleaned up. There's nothing they can really do to win at this stage. It's a 5-man AFK on the waterfall, and there we go. GG. We actually have a potential relog here, actually, for Brian.
No, for Brian is restarting.
Oh, he's restarting to make sure that his computer is not going to explode. That's always a good start there. But a close game, I will say, an explosive match. 3-9 for the 500. And, I wouldn't, certainly wouldn't write off the serial killers by any stretch of the imagination. Definitely not a completely one-sided match. But the serial killers, they've got some work to do.
We really didn't see the serial killers play that game. Like, they basically just fed directly into what Outcomp wanted. It's also interesting that they picked Legacy, right? Because serial killers, they're the top seed in this game. They got the first map pick. Now maybe the bans that Outcomp put in, I don't know the ban list. I'd have to go back and look. Maybe whatever they banned first is the map that they would have prioritized, but they still picked Legacy. They played a comp that, in my opinion, it's not bad at team fighting, but that's not really the main thing they're trying to do when they have a side node Weaver and a side node Minion Mancer Necker, which, granted, is still very good in team fights. But they should have, certainly after the first team fight went horribly wrong, and absolutely 100% after the second team fight went the exact same way, horribly wrong, they should have started to try to play around their side nodes. And they did, and then they had a winning map state, and then they just threw it away by going into the team fight the third time and throwing it away. And, obviously that questionable rotation from the Necker at the end there, and, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to shit on the serial killers. They're very good players. They're a very good team. They're the second-seeded team in this bracket. I don't think they really played the game last game, so if they can just kind of say, all right, listen, guys, that was a throw. We didn't play how we should have played. This is how we should play. They have a very good opportunity, in my opinion, to come into this and at least take a game, if not the whole set.
Indeed. It's a little bit surprising there. I think the serial killers may be thrown a little bit off. One quick thing, though, actually. It is actually not a Minion Mancer from Prototype. It is an experimental Death Magic build, but it doesn't have any minions.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah. So I think it kind of is almost like a bit of a hybrid. I think it can function as a bit of a node holder duelist, but I think the actual concept for that build is that it's trying to compensate for the additional fragility of the serial killer's composition, having the Weaver and the Mirage in it, by being a little bit tankier and less damage focused than the regular core Necromancer build, by stacking all that protection and toughness. So it almost like to be more of like a roadblock style build combined with stun. However, I mean, well, you're going to need one hell of a roadblock to stop the amount of damage that outskilled are bringing to the table. And to be honest, this map feels scary if I'm the serial killers, Roy. Like, if anything, This is a harder map for them to actually get value on, in my opinion. I guess it's a bit easier to kite on the middle node, so they might have the upper hand there. They'll be able to stall out a bit easier and not die so much into the massive damage. But it's such a linear and small map that it will be very hard to rotate around this team fight, I think, from the perspective of the serial killers.
Yeah, I mean, the game plan for Blue Team is very simple, right? They have all of the damage they could possibly want in the world. They're going to one-shot a target and kill it before it can be rezzed. And, that really shuts down a lot of the sort of meta strategy that most teams will have in these team fights, which is, sustain, 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 try to counter pressure, and when someone goes down, you res it with Signet or potentially hard res. But if you literally just don't have that option, you have to play around it differently. And, again, it's pretty simple for Blue Team. None of them were dying really last game. We obviously saw a few deaths here and there. But for the most part, in those big team fights, we just saw them go in and execute their game plan perfectly. So Red Team, now the pressure is on them. Now they're the ones, they're forced to have to adapt and do something different, or they will just simply lose. And definitely, as you said, this map, I think, is going to be even harder for them to do this. It's a lot harder to just out-rotate. Although that being said, I don't think they simply have to out-rotate. I think they just really want to split up the damage from Blue Team as much as they can. They don't want to be in a situation where they have Pain, Gornet, and Benzo in the fight. 2 or 1 of them at most.
Yeah, and they need to be splitting up those players, like you said, and just picking them off, right? The moments where they had that combat potential was when they did actually manage to seize the momentum. They got a quick kill onto Gornet, onto Atalante, and then they pushed that really aggressively. They were able to get value out of that. But while all of those members are standing firm next to each other, it's extremely hard.
Yeah. And here we go. First fight, again, of this game is going to be on the clock tower here. It's actually going to be 5 players from red team. In this fight at the moment. So far, no one dying, so a little bit of a better start already here for the serial killers. They don't lose their Herald immediately, but he's now going to be a little bit isolated. Glintheal burned now as well. Gornet going to use his Lich. He's going to be line of sighted for the most part there from Brian, but he's now going to be very, very much in the danger zone. Out of a lot of cooldowns, away from the rest of his team. Stern trying to peel for him, but there's 4 players now on top of him. Where is the rest of his team? They're looking for a kill onto Aeon. A minion Mancer Necro on the middle node. They cannot be this split up. They're doing what they want to be doing to the blue team right now, and they're giving away their player. Look at that damage! He doesn't even go in downstate, basically. He's already dead!
I mean, look, you know, Roy, I gotta stop complaining about Signet. Apparently the answer is you just run so much damage that the Signet cast time is too long for the cleave time, apparently, because there's no opportunity. He doesn't even have enough time to press the button, Roy.
You would have to basically precast when the fight starts. By the time his downstate animation finished, when he went into downstate, he was already at like a quarter in downstate health. It's just too much damage. They have side notes, so they have their side notes confirmed, and they only lost 1 player in that fight. They actually find a return kill on Aeon on mid as well. And this is exactly how they want to play this map. They need to just constantly be moving around nodes. They're not really going to be able to hold nodes very well, in my opinion, if blue team respond properly and they just rotate in with their entire team fight. And right now we see Prototype at 3% HP, so low. Yeah, Ben's going to be able to find him and pick him up. But this is a winning map state for them. Yes, they lose that first team fight, but they find a return kill and they find pressure on the map. And they do lose several players on the map now. This is not great for them. Blue team do a good job of finding kills elsewhere. But they've gotten a sizable lead now. They have some time to play with. They have a lot of room to play with, and this is how they want to do it. But they cannot be losing this many players across the map. They are losing too many.
You know, weirdly enough, I thought this is actually the way red team wins, by literally feeding kills but winning nodes. I think this is actually the win condition for red team. Because even though they are dying, they are maintaining a semblance of map control, right? They're going to have this 3-man push coming off respawn. They're directly into Benzo and Atalante. It's a little bit scary here for these 2 players. There's a lot of DPS that's going to be moving out, particularly when Vibrian arrives there. That's going to be a lot of pressure. It will be matched by Pain very, very quickly. But the Necromancers are actually not in position, and Rip might be able to stall them, actually, and deny them from pushing into the fight. Gornet and Aeon are locked down right now.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is, again, you know, it looked good, right? They had a triple cap, they had a good lead, but again, when they lose that many players on the map quickly will go the way back into blue team's favor, and they've already closed that lead that, you know, by quite a bit. Now it's just going to slow down a little bit because the respawns have come through. The red team have gotten back onto this map. They're going to be looking for pressure now on middle node, and actually, Shuriken, pretty low and a little bit isolated. They've got the outnumber here, 4 versus 3 that the blue team have, so blue team are going to have to try to rotate back into this before before Rip can come in, before a downstate happens. And serial killers struggling a little bit to find this kill. They need to do it quickly before, again, the full team fight strength of this blue team comes through. Again, I mean, stalling this out is also acceptable, but that's not going to happen when Vibrian gets 1 shot. Absolutely deleted.
Yeah,
and again,
destroyed.
The Revenant falls. Gornet, though, is going to be in downstate. If they can find the stomp before we see the Signet coming out, Shuriken coming in, trying to find it, they do get the stomp. So they have made this even at the very least, but already, Prototype, very, very low. Has a lot of Shroud to at least sustain himself for now. But this still, I don't think, is a winning fight necessarily for red team. And I think realizing this, they've actually split off. They're starting to leave. Rip has brought some pressure now over to the mansion node. They're splitting blue team up a little bit more, forcing them to have to move a little bit more to find these kills, find this pressure, and they get the double cap for it.
They do indeed. That was a great fight there. It looked a little bit scary at the start there, particularly seeing as that early downset was not ideal. It did go into a confirmed kill. Rip those so low. Can Stern actually get him alive there? No, that was a big Aegis there, denying that knockdown. That would have been lethal, I think, if that had been the case there. But so far, the serial killers are really, really good here. You know, blue team did a fantastic job when they were over on the windmill, not taking the bait and actually just retreating back to mid to secure their double cap. But they just lost that fight in the end. That slight outnumber was enough to tip the scales in the favor of the serial killers, despite losing that singular player. But now it's going to be the all-out battle here. I mean, I think the serial killers have to leave this. They're already using Blam to actually secure it. I honestly want to see Blam actually stay here almost and like full cap that and just like let the rest of his team troll mid here a little bit, because he's now going to go and push over to maybe try and hold it, I guess, actually. So I guess that works out pretty well, but Prototype's already dead.
Yeah, I mean, if Blam had been able to peel for him, if the rest of the team had maybe been able to peel for him, and wait a minute, he does get up. Was this a signet from Stern?
I believe it was, yeah. No, it wasn't. It was a rally, I think. I think it was rally on Aeon. Rally on Aeon. Yeah, Aeon died, and she's rallying from all the way over there.
That was a very, very far rally. I mean, you know, yeah. I think you're right. It would have been interesting to see Blame go there, but I think the fact that they were able to find that return kill on Aeon, again, they're doing a good job of just consistently splitting blue team up in these fights. Not as good as they maybe could, but for the most part, they're doing it, and they're staggering the blue team a little bit. It's you know, not necessarily the same sort of staggering. Yeah, Adelante going down.
That's a big kill.
No return. They do get a kill onto Prototype, but this is fine. Honestly, for Red Team, I think if they can continue to make even trades, and you know, they get a kill on Aeon, and you know, then they lose Prototype, but they get a kill on Shuriken. Gordon now going down for Brian. Maybe we'll go down here. There's still potential for Blue Team to find the kill onto him, but they've now, I think, turned it in their favor enough that that's not even going to be an option. But even finding even fights, even losing a kill for a kill, is probably still worth it for Red Team, because as long as they're killing the right players, and so far, yeah, it's working out for them. Blue Team are in a position where they're just constantly being forced to split up a bit more. They're not able to leverage their massive team fight DPS, and they're not able to snowball the way that they were on Legacy.
Exactly right, and you know, it's surprising because it is a very similar map in a lot of respects here, and you know, you have to give credit to the serial killers. They've clearly sorted themselves out here and got into a bit of a rhythm on how they're going to play it. And yeah, I really like this here from Rips. Immediately going to put pressure there, denying that full 5v5, trying to keep as many Necros out, and then pushing back into the fight, just delaying Aeon. And now they're going to use that temporary outnumber to see if they can find an advantage here. Looking for Adelante immediately. For Brando, he is getting absolutely hard focused this entire game. I think it's a bit of a personal vendetta here. I think that does land though, actually. Yes, it does. Great signet there from Stern. Finally manages to get one before his teammate actually gets cleaved out. The Lich, though, comes out from Aeon. I believe there will be another one to fall there from Goya. It's a double Lich situation, Roy. That is not something you really like to see. But Red Team disengaged very wisely.
Yeah, and disengaging without losing anyone is huge. They can regroup, they can heal up. They completely avoid getting snowballed. We see Rip, although extremely low, actually get a decap on a mention. He should die for this. There's no way he lives here. No one in a position to peel him out, and unfortunately dies off note as well. Actually gets quite a bit of damage onto Pain, but I think Pain just playing very aggressively, very carefree in that. And so this is okay. You know, again, the main thing they did there was just slow Blue Team down, and they didn't get completely snowballed. Now, they have to be really careful here. Blue Team a little bit split up, but they're going to be able to get their 5 players in this node pretty quickly. Red Team actually isolate Gornet very well, and he's going to be already out of Shroud, so they actually have a little bit of pressure on him. But now they have to leave. They have to leave this. They cannot continue to go in. For Brian playing very aggressively, Prototype on top of him as well, but Blue Team should be able to find a return kill here if they play around it well. Prototype going to be glitching to try and peel him out. Aeon actually putting some pressure back on a windmill, forcing Red Team to rotate over there. But Blue Team haven't been able to find a kill here. Prototype 1v3 on mid, and he's still alive. This is just, I think, Blue Team, I'm not sure.
Told you, dude. The bunk, dude, the protection Necro. It's like Prot Hollow, Prot Necro. Big build. Big build here. Ultra theory craft here. And there's side two. I actually really like this from Blam. I think I'd like to see this a lot more, actually, just like pushing this Weaver to that final. Although, having said that, he's about to die. They immediately there from the Rev Plus, a lot of damage here. Looks like he might just barely be able to wriggle away. That Earth Shield going to come in clutch there and keeping him alive. But so I think this kind of like splitting up the blue team is ideal for them. Like, never really have these big 4v4s, because that's where things can really start to fall apart for the serial killers. Fight on mid, pretty stagnant here. It's double Necro Core Guard, not much fun. Rip did end up getting picked off here as well by Benzo and Pain. It will take a Benzo a little while to clear that out. And Aeon does die in mid. Tornado should deny the Signet here as well. So a kill for a kill does, honestly, it's very favorable for serial killers because of how far they are ahead. And they find Pain too.
Yeah,
Adelante has
really
a Signet
coming out from Shuriken. Yeah, it's going to be a Signet confirmed. This is where Blue Team can swing things. If they can find a return kill back on to Brian or really anybody, they will be able to swing it back. Aeon not being in the team fight isn't ideal, but it's certainly not going to stop their damage. He's not one of the main damage dealers for this team. That being said, I think at this point, Red Team have the advantage here. Gornet is going to fall. They're going to be able to find this kill. Yes, almost certainly here at this point. Adelante Shuriken going to be way too low. Pain pretty low on top of this as well. Aeon coming back in. But Serial Killers, they've kind of cracked the code, I believe, and they're able to out-rotate Blue Team. And it's kind of it's really interesting to see this just because, again, I think Legacy was a map that maybe would have favored them a little bit more, but they just really played into the hands of Blue Team. But, you know, they weren't able to adapt mid-game. That being said, mid-set, they are able to adapt very, very well, and they're playing around Blue Team much better this game. And I really love to see it. You know, I love to see that change.
And that's the GG call. Gornet is idling. They know it's over at this point. Yes, Serial Killer is simply cleaning up the rest of the team here. Aeon and Benzo falling there on middle there. And there's the triple cap. That's going to be the 1-1. And I think one thing that actually was really noticeable in this game is I think that the blue team didn't get that much value out of Aeon. I feel like I think that I think these serial killers did a really good job of particularly abusing the Mirage to shut her down really hard. Minion Mons and Necro, it is one of those builds that is extremely vulnerable to the crowd control. I mean, Necro in general, right? Like, it's pretty weak to Mirage. Like, the instant cast CC, canceling all the healing, the burst damage, right, can be difficult for Necromancer to deal with. And I think that was really, really well utilized by the serial killers to constantly outnumber that minion man to get kills and just prevent Aeon from being in the team fight. We saw multiple times there Rip was luring Aeon away from the fight only to immediately re-push in. And of course, simply because of the minion mans not being very fast, that led to either a kill onto Aeon from a quick plus there from for Brian, or of course a temporary outnumber in the team fight, which is enough to kind of counteract the the significant composition disadvantage that the serial killers have when it comes to team fights. But 1-1.
Yeah. It is indeed 1-1 tied up. And I think that the blue team, outcom and outskilled, they kind of have two options here. And this map offers sort of two different avenues they can really take. So obviously there's the bell, which comes up every 3 minutes. And that, of course, will force red team to have to team fight it or potentially give up a lot of points if this game goes on for long enough, if they just don't contest it or if they continue to hard lose it. And that could be very beneficial for the blue team. That being said, Pain, as we've mentioned before, one of the best Thieves in the game, I do think this map is a little bit better for Thief. I think if he swaps off of Revenant to Thief, they might find some more value, and he might just be able to give his team an advantage there, especially because red team, serial killers, they're not currently playing a Thief. Now, of course, we could see a Thief swap from one of them, but I think Pain probably just has the advantage there. He's just, I think, probably simply better than almost anyone else on Thief that serial killers can bring. So I think they kind of have two sort of avenues to explore. And I'm not, obviously we don't know yet which one they're going to take, but it would be interesting to see if they do opt for that or if they're just going to try to double down on their strategy.
What would be really interesting, right?
That team fight again.
I'd almost like to see Pain play SD Thief here, actually. Because SD Thief bullies that Mirage so hard, actually. Like, just destroys it. And obviously, Stern's not going to have... You still have this... It is almost like the team fight variant of Thief in a way, right? You have that massive boon pressure with the Lastness Strike. And just that massive mobility and port capacity is just going to be very, very unfun for poor old Mirage to deal with. So I think that would be an interesting option there if Pain was to go in that direction for the Thief. Because there is no Thief, right, on the side of the serial killers. They have the Mirage kind of fulfilling that roamer role. So they don't really have to worry about the extreme mobility and stealth capacities of the DP Thief. Then they can actually afford to go in that direction of playing SDH. That will be interesting. And it is also worth noting that Pain is a big fan of that build as well.
Yes. Still waiting on outcomp, so I think they're probably discussing how they want to approach this, which of course makes sense. It is a pretty important match. If they win this, then they'll be going on to the upper bracket finals where they have a chance to automatically qualify for tomorrow. If they lose this, they will be going on a lower bracket where they still certainly have a chance to make it, but it does mean they have to play way more games. Even if they did lose the upper bracket finals, they'd still have to play less games to move ahead. So I do think it makes sense that they're gonna really discuss and figure out what they want to do. Okay.
Well, it's a very, very important game. I mean, this is, this is a very, very big... No swaps is going to be the same composition. I think all the players here, you know what this is? This is a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy to get Thief buffed, or at least not get it nerfed, right? Everyone's like refusing to play Thief. And so, it's going to be like, oh, wow, look, it's actually Mirage that's overpowered, right? I think we've seen more Mirages than Thieves this tournament, right? Because I think Three teams so far have played Mirage, and only 2 teams? Yeah,
Lakers
2 teams
have
played
played
Thief.
Thief.
Yeah,
Azure
Lakers and
have played
Corgans.
Thief.
Oh, no, it's even, actually. It's 3
yeah.
for 3. Yeah, because Corgans played Thief, Lakers, and Asdom, yeah. Okay, so we actually have 3
However,
for 3.
T-Bot, I don't think we've had any sets without Mirage. We have had sets without Thief.
That's true.
Yeah. So, clearly, Mirage is better, and Thief needs to be buffed.
Confirmed.
I think especially that Shadow Arts trait line is probably a good place to buff.
To buff Thief, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think stealth duration should be going up. I think damage reduction while in stealth, healing while in stealth, and actually all the spike damage you get out of stealth is also very, very low.
You shouldn't get revealed, in my opinion.
Oh, so you can backstab someone, you're still in stealth. You can like spam backstab the entire time.
I mean, stealth will run out. You know, it has a duration still, but you just don't ever get revealed. There's no reveal skills. There's no, you don't reveal yourself when you do damage. And in fact, what would be even better is, skills that currently reveal, they no longer reveal, but they also just don't get anything in return. There's no trade-off. They have the reveal on it, and they just don't do anything. I think that would be really good.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty good. Perma invis there as well. Very high energy stuff there as well. That sounds like a very fun and enjoyable thing to play against. Well, speaking of things that are fun and enjoyable to play against, it's serial killers versus outcomped, outskilled, and this is an interesting map because, of course, it's almost unusual to see a lot of the map picks there. I presume the map pick. This was like, once again, it was like the only map left over, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Just like previously, like Capricorn is like the map that no one really hates, but no one really likes, I guess. In that regard, always last to get picked, but. It's an interesting one because once again we see a very potent teamfight factor of the Bell, but it is a kind of a big map too, right? And that does make it a little bit annoying for particularly the minion monster to get around, right? Like the minion monster is not very quick at all. Reaper's got a bit more mobility to it, but still quite slow, and that could definitely play into the playstyle of the serial killers if they're able to actually get some serious momentum and out rotation going.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. It also could be against them if the team fights continue to just go the way of blue team and they're forced to team fight into that Bell. But here we go. First real team fight of this game going to be around the middle node, the archway here. As for Brian, once again, will be the target. Once again, gets blown up into downstate. Stern already going for the Signet. This time it's a little bit earlier, but the CC and the interrupt is going to be good, and the cleave even better, and he's going to be brought into downstate. Prototype pretty low on the node as well. Aeon popping that moon in the Lich form is going to be able to help peel out and put some more pressure on to the rest of those players. Prototype probably will fall now to Pain here onto this middle node, although he's doing a nice job of contesting it, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it for too much longer. Porting out, and that will be the node more or less confirmed. And again, the fight quickly swings the way of of blue team. The map will go the way of red team as they leave and they go to side nodes, but we'll have to see if blue team are going to be able to find the map pressure back with the kill, or if red team are going to be able to swing it back their way and hold on to it, continue to contest when the respawns come through.
It's so hard for Brian to survive, and it really is an incredibly like razor edge state for the serial killers, because losing even one player just means they aren't going to have enough damage to break through, but all of their players are very vulnerable, right? Like for Brian, quite a squishy Power Herald, same thing with Rip and Blam, right? They are quite vulnerable in these fights, and it's so easy for them to go out of control as we saw early on there, but now they're going to try and turn it around onto Gornet. Oh, Gornet in a bit of trouble, she's getting CC'd very, very hard. Blam threats converging on, but for Brian, his health is gone.
Yeah, really good pressure on the Gornet, but it just wasn't quick enough. Blam now with the Tornado trying to find that kill. Pain actually pretty low as well, and they do find the kill, and this is a really good time as well. Adolente Shuriken not in a great position to go for the Signet. He burns it on the hard res, kind of unfortunate, so that is going to be the Signet gone from blue team. Pain pretty low here, Gornet even lower. Really nice knockdown actually there. And that's going to hit several. But Brian, though, once again, will go into downstate. Let's see if Stern's going to be able to get the signal before the stomp. Does it come through? It does! Benzo trying to go for the Elixir stomp, but he just can't get it in time. And Stern going to be able to save this fight for now. So they're still holding on. They haven't lost anyone. They're holding blue team to their only node as well. This is really important. They're fine. They're taking this fight, again, not overcommitting. We saw this situation on Legacy, where they have the side nodes, and they're forcing blue team to kind of stay around here and make it harder for them to get out. But Bell now is going to be something they have to fight for. That being said, blue team, they don't have a winning map state, so if they do opt to just all in on Bell, they'll just continue to drain points. So we'll have to see how quickly they decide to go for this, if they can find kills here as they're looking for a pick out of Brian, as the fight sort of moves a little bit over towards Bazaar, or if red team are just going to continue to be able to play around this map and split them up, including the Bell.
Oh, the bell is actually not really being contested by it right now, by the serial killers. Prototype going for it, but I think he can't do it. No, it's too much. I think they're just going to give it up entirely, but then they might even lose the player here as well. Yeah, Prototype is going to end up dead. They might be able to trade that for Aeon over here. They do have the 3v2 into Adelanti. If they could get both of those, that would be a nice trade, I think, even with the bell included. But I think they're only going to get the one there. Aeon does die there. Stern able to secure that, but Rip still under some serious fire. Oh, Pain very, very, very low. Can they find that kill? Nothing left here really for Pain, but Adelanti is available there. I think there is going to be a Signet too in 5 seconds, so if Pain can hold out, even if he does go down state, he will be recoverable from the down state.
That was actually really well played by Pain. He ports in extremely low. They start to turn the pressure back onto him and immediately pops that glint heal, and they have to just stop doing damage to him. They can't risk going for that one shot and healing him up, and he's doing a really good job of sustaining. But well, there's the kill onto RIP. Good interrupt as well from Pain on to Stern, so that Signet not going to happen. Look at that cleave coming out from Gordon. There's just no chance for recovery there, and they find another kill. And I gotta say, this is actually a pretty good place for Blue Team, I think. They've found a kill. They're now going to be able to start, making the map even. But the fact that they got that first bell, it doesn't seem as significant. It was only 25 points, but as they continue to get these bells, if they're as free as that first one was, their points will continue to grow, and they'll quickly get 150 points, 200 points just from the bell alone. Huge damage on O'Brien, but a good Signet there from Stern is going to bring it back.
Yeah, some good revive capacities here, and the points are actually in favor of the red team, and that's a really big kill down there. Is there a Signet from Aeon? For Adelanti, there is not, I believe, because that will be a knockback there from the Revenant. That should be some big cleaver as well. Adelanti forced to put renewed focus, could be the next target here. Gornit also very, very low, does have full shroud. Adelanti actually kind of accidentally hits the Signet there once again, not really doing anything there, of course, but for Brian now, it's going to fall. There's no Signet available here, of course. Forster was already part. I think that damage is just so much. Stern almost falling in the present. In fact, I think he is going to die here as well. He can just barely get his heal, but Gornit and Benzo are in a hot pursuit right now, and it's going to be up to Prototype to try and desperately peel out Stern here. The amount of damage here might be a little bit too much, although having said that, Blam now arrives.
Yeah, look at Blam's health bar in that fight. He wasn't the target. He wasn't even on the res, and he was almost, and he's dead. I mean, he was at 1 HP the whole time. I mean, it's just so much damage from this Reaper. It's unbelievable. Stern now trying to help Blam. He might be dead himself. He may have just given his life for nothing. And as the second bell comes up, this will be 50 points. Again, not as significant as maybe it would seem, but that third bell, when it comes up, 75 points on the board, especially if Blue Team can continue to just keep making this even, if not just closer, that will win them the game. Almost certainly. And they're the only team with a note on the map, right? They've got a kill here now on Stern as well. They're continuing to stagger, continuing to slowly but surely essentially snowball this. They're actually maybe going to get a double cap here. Red team struggling, flailing here as the second bell actually will go basically for free. I'm not even sure why Gornit is not just standing on the node here. Rip probably going to die here as Shuriken will plus that big Shroud 5 as well from Gornit. And yeah, I mean, that's going to be 50 points. That'll actually put them above Red team.
Blam is going to be able to get over here in time, and he may well be able to contest this at least for a little while, but there just aren't that many players available for Red. For Brian moving over as well. Here's the Tornado. That's a nice Tornado that should hold it for a while. Now we do... Oh, no. He's got to go on the node, though. He's getting pushed on the node. He's getting fit, and the bell actually connects, and Blam goes down. Oh, that is just so bad. And of course, now they are behind in that game thanks to that massive point spike, and that's where that team fight prowess comes in handy on the Capricorn, because those points, they add up. That's 75 points total, 0 for the serial killers from the bell. They certainly cannot afford to give away another bell whatsoever. They must get the next one, at least contest it for a good amount of time, because otherwise their lead, or rather their deficit, will be insurmountable.
And, there's two problems here. You can opt to just sack bells if you want. If you want to just basically say, listen, we're not going to go for these points. It's once every 3 minutes. It's 25 points, then 50 points, so 75, then, another 75, 150. By the time you get past 9 minutes, it's definitely doable. You can win the game without going for bells, but you have to be winning hard enough that the bells just aren't enough to bring this, the other team back. And they're not. In fact, they're behind at this point because they've been trying to contest it. They're not winning fights. They're not getting enough kills. They're not holding on and securing nodes the same way they were on Kylo and just out-rotating Blue Team. And it's just winning, going in Blue Team's there. It's a little bit more, reminiscent of what we saw on Legacy, where they're, I think, taking fights a little bit too much, a little bit too hard, and having a little bit more trouble rotating around this Blue Team. Blue Team, though, I think also are just playing pretty well. However, Red Team, they're going to find a good map state here. We actually see a kill onto Aeon, and we're going to see Brian going for the full cap on to the Bazaar. But Team fight around mid actually going well for them. They finally come to go to huge CC though, but a stop coming out from Rip. Really, really good job from him, and that's going to continue to help them swing this map back in their favor. They will be overtaking blue team, but that 75-point bell coming up in just under 45 seconds.
I'm really worried about that bell, Roy, because the serial killers, they are going all out. They're doing an amazing job. I think we need to see more kills happen now for the serial killers. They need to have a kill ahead of this bell. Otherwise, it's just going to be the same story. The 5v5 will happen, and those double necros, well, they're going to start putting in work. Although, they actually might find Aeon. That would be a huge pickup. They actually get it. There is a signet available. Is it going to get seen? Oh, the tornado! It's absolutely massive there. That is a massive pickup. Stern is so low, though. He's going to go. It's going to be a rally. Well, then they've got to get Aeon. Aeon must fall here. App's going to rally Stern there, but Stern's got nothing, actually. Pain is actually incredibly low simultaneously. He's able to get out there as well, but no cooldowns for Stern. The red team, the circles, they want more. They want Atalanti. They want Pain. They need it right now. The bell is now up. They have a triple cap. They actually do find Atalanti. Oh my god. They actually might just barely go. They find Pain. The serial killers with an insane team fight managed to clean up almost everything, and Rip, using that mobility, gets to the bell. If he can remove this off the map as quick as he possibly can, this is going to be massive. I don't think anyone from the blue team can make it. That actually might be a straight up serial killers win with a massive snowball, making it getting above 400 points. Aeon about to fall again.
Yeah, I mean, that basically, that all started off with Aeon dying on the middle node. They found a lot of pressure in that fight as well. Wait, we do see a signet. No, not going to be in time there from Shuriken off respawn, unfortunately. Blue team just fell too far behind in that fight, and they unfortunately picked the worst time to do it. If they had that 75-point bell, they would probably be in the lead right now, but even, losing one player maybe would have been okay, but losing that many, not okay. You can see even now, outnumbered, they are technically fighting back. For Brian, so low from this damage here from Gornet, but he's now used all of his burst. He's very, very much under the pressure. For Brian, still probably will go down, though. The peel just not enough, but we should see a signal coming out from Stern, unless it can be interrupted. No, it's not going to be in. For Brian, will be back up. Aeon is off a respawn. This is the last-ditch effort from the blue team to try to come back into this. If they can hard win this team fight, kill every single player on this map and decap, they might have a chance to hold the map, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Red team realizing this, they're just going to leave. They're going to allow O'Brien to die. They don't need him. That's absolutely fine. There's no bells for another minute and a half. 25 points away here. They have 2 nodes. It's impossible for blue team to decap it, and that's going to be GG taking it 2-1 after losing that first game pretty hard. Serial killers, well, they're showing their stuff here, and they will be moving on to face the Lakers in the upper bracket finals. But first, we do have to go back down to the lower bracket.
Indeed we do, and that is a fantastic set of plays there from the serial killers. There's the game, 501, even on a pretty scary map. The serial killers make the magic happen there with that Mirage and with the funky Necromancer build. Awesome stuff there, incredible gameplay there, and that's where not having the Thief, in a way, kind of sucks for Blue, right? They, once they were behind, they weren't able to get back out there on the map quite as effectively with that mobility. They were only able to have those fights, and when they got a little bit snowballed, they kept losing those Necros. Gornet and Aeon just getting completely obliterated by the damage of the Revenant and the Mirage. They simply could not restabilize there, but what an incredible comeback there in that series. It looked very terrifying. That comp, I mean, look, I think it was just the intimidation factor in that game 1. They were terrified taking a look at just how much damage was going to be in that comp, but they were able to weather the storm and survive the team fight of outcomped, outskilled, and come out the victors there. And of course, yes, as you now say, Roy, let's go and take a look at the lower bracket. Let's go and reload that real quick and see what we've got going on. I believe we are going to be playing Outcomped, Outskilled versus the Quaggons Off Duty, and the Asdome Academy versus the blue team. I think we'll probably do the blue team game first, right? Because those guys have been waiting for a while, and maybe give the Outcomped, Outskilled team a bit of a little break there as well. So let's go ahead and get into the mix. Roy's taking a quick break right now, guys, but don't worry. Yeah, stuck with me for a while. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. I really, really do. It's been fantastic so far. I think we've had some incredible games. They're very exciting stuff from those two teams. Let's get the next game all set up. Let me actually go check which one we're actually going to play real quick. In just a moment, who is going to be up right now? I believe it is going to be... it is going to indeed be the Asdome Academy, I believe, versus the blue teams. Let's get those guys set up real quick. It'll
be Legacy Capricorn Coliseum.
God, Legacy's popular thing, isn't it, Roy? Goodness me. So in Legacy Capricorn Coliseum, you said, right? Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Good. Hang on a minute. Let's go ahead and do... hang on. Yep, right, there we are. Perfect. Right, we are good to go in that regard. Let's get my team nameplates sorted out. So it's going to be the Azadome Academy versus the blue team. Okay. The blue team.
Yes, indeed. And I was kind of hoping we would see a little bit of an open bracket rematch. Quaggins versus the blue team, but it's still possible, right? Obviously, if the blue team are able to turn it back against the Azadome Academy, and if Quaggins can beat the outcomped team, which we will be watching next, then they would face each other. But I think probably that's less likely. Obviously, we don't want to just say one way or the other for sure, but I do think that both of those teams probably will be a little bit heavier or more heavily favored there. But either way, we'll have to see what happens. We could see some good stuff. I mean, the blue team played very well in the open bracket. I think maybe a little bit, almost surprisingly, better than I think maybe we were expecting them to. Not necessarily surprisingly, but I think the way that they came through the open bracket was surprising. I mean, taking out ancient contenders, or getting past ancient contenders, getting past Mind Over Meta, I think was really impressive to me, at least. And certainly it looked like they were maybe even stronger than the Quaggins at first, but then obviously the Quaggins eventually did win and did beat them in the open bracket finals. Still, very, very competent team, and I think that if they really just play their game plan correctly, they could come through here against Azadome Academy.
I certainly wouldn't write off. I wouldn't write off an upset. I think these open teams, they did come through, and they were very close games. I think both in the Quaggins off duty and the blue team were really putting up a fantastic fight, putting in a huge amount of work. So I was very impressed by both of their performances. So now that they've had a little bit of time to adapt to the Invitational, let's see if they can make some magic happen here and give us that would be an epic confrontation, right? Of course, the story of the open bracket was, I have to say, quite bizarre, Roy. Right, with the the Quaggins actually having a very difficult time in the early stages of the bracket, but actually coming back to win the entire thing. In fact, after a few comp reshuffles and readjustments, they were able to actually defeat the blue team. I believe they lost 0-2 to the blue team in the upper bracket. In the grand finals, they were actually able to win 3-0, I believe, which was incredibly impressive there as well from the Quaggins. So both of these teams are absolutely no slouches, capable of taking matches off each other. But if they want to actually get their revenge on the Quaggins off duty, they're going to need to go through the Azadome Academy first.
Absolutely. I'm just waiting to see if these guys are going to be locking in their comps or not. Obviously, we only have the EU games today, and it does kind of, it seems as though some things are kind of, we're going a little slow. We're obviously streaming every single game. But I think it's really just kind of reflective of the fact that a lot of these games have been very close. A lot of these sets have been very close. And again, I think being able to stream every single game is good. So it is maybe a little bit slower paced. Obviously, it might feel a little bit worse for some of these teams having to wait, but that's also why we're jumping down to the lower bracket instead of doing the upper bracket finals first, to give these teams a chance to play again. And then also just, sort of eliminate some teams, to be fair. But we are going to, I think overall this is pretty cool to see. Again, a lot of back and forth games, a lot of back and forth sets. And yeah, we love to see it.
We absolutely do love to see it. And the invitational bracket so far, in my opinion, Roy, has not disappointed. I can only imagine what's in store for us tomorrow there. The horrors, the unbound horrors of the North American region will be unleashed upon all of us there as well. We won't be seeing any of that today because we are saving the best till last in that regard. And, well, look. We've seen some insane games today between these top teams. The Lakers just crushing everything in their path. The serial killers with a miraculous comeback reverse sweep against a deadly team fight composition. It's going to be painful that not all of the teams we see here are going through to the global finals tomorrow, Roy. It really is going to be painful. And that's, in fact, the nature of where we are right now. We are very, very sadly in the elimination phase of this tournament. This is a double elimination bracket. This is the lower bracket portion of that double elimination. And now we have our teams now loading in. They are all good to go here.
Ooh, a Thief again.
Ooh, yeah, we are seeing Thieves, and then we're going to see Az in there. So it's going to be Thief v Thief, but there's also going to be a Mirage here as well from Akon. So bear that in mind. But it is also worth noting that whichever team loses here is out. So the stakes have never been higher.
Best of three.
Best of three, of course. Yeah, it is a best of three. Yeah, just unlike the open bracket guys, these are all best of threes. Everything in the Invitational is a best of three, except of course actually there is no grand final. So there you go. It's all best of three actually. Yeah. I lied. Okay.
The only time we should see a non-best of three, because tomorrow is cross-region, and so that means we not only have a best of three, it's 2 best of threes per match. It's going to be a little bit of a slog there, but that's okay. It's what we do for the cross-region match, of course. But if it does end up being either 2 NA teams or 2 U teams against each other, it would be for the grand finals. It would be best of 5. So there's a chance we see that, but also there's a chance that we just don't. And of course, maybe we just see cross-region matches all over the place. We'll have to wait.
Wait. Aren't we doing it as, isn't it best of 3, like 1 game on EU, 1 game on NA, like as a best of 3? And then just like the deciding game is on the...
Oh, is that how we're doing it?
I thought that's how we're doing it.
Honestly, we could be doing it that way. You could
listen,
be absolutely
Roy,
right. I thought we were going to be here for 10 hours tomorrow.
Listen, dude, I don't know when the tournament starts. I don't know the tournament rules. I don't know anything,
I don't know who's playing.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. What game is this?
I don't know anything.
Here we go.
We'll figure it out tomorrow. Yeah. But absolutely, here we go. And I'm going to be curious to see how this one plays out. There is a lot of damage here for the blue team, and that might fare quite well into the comp here of the Asnodom Academy. But notably, like as we noted previously, they lack a side note here. Like Mamias here he's not on the Minion Mancer, he's on a DPS Necromancer. So of course there is a huge amount of teamfight damage for the blue team here. They're going to have, if anything, even more pressure, right? Andreas here, of course. Actually, wait, no, never mind. Andreas is actually, it's going to be a full mirror of the setup, actually. So never mind. They're actually playing the Lakers comp with the Minion Mancer and the Nade Hollow. So I take it all back. There's a billion DPS for the red team, actually. I thought they might swap back to the Prot Hollow, but no, they aren't doing that. This, it's going to be difficult to engage this here. Yeah, the blue team don't even want to do it. They're like, if we just stealth up them, just pretend, they'll never attack us. But no, now they find their target. They're going for the Minion Mancer directly onto Feifei.
Yeah, although there's a lot of pressure turned on to the Guardian, as well as the Mirage here for the blue team. We're going to see that target, though, staying on this core Guardian. He's going to be burning his RF now. Red team, the Asnodom Academy, really looking for him. And so far, they've actually forced blue team away from the node. They're actually going to be able to get the cap very quickly here in this team fight. Pretty impressive, honestly, just the pressure that they've put out here now onto this node and forcing blue team to not be able to contest it. And a lot of low health bars. Again, this core Guardian, though, the target here, even though I'm not even sure the rest of his team is going to be able to survive anyways. And yeah, the Necro going to be taken off to the side by Asnodom. No res potential. It's 3 players now with this Guardian, this Mirage, and this Necro all being taken out. A really, really nice start to this map, to this set here by the Asnodom Academy.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the problem with the red team, or rather the problem with the blue team, is that they're going to have to, in a way, pull a serial killer's hit. I don't think they can directly engage this, right? And that's just been very clearly demonstrated, I think. Well, there's just too much damage.
I'm going to slightly disagree with you, Teapot, as I believe that I think they have to play the team fight better. And again, going to be kind of like a little bit of a forehead meme thing to say, but I do think their comp isn't necessarily worse. They just needed to execute it better. That being said, if they are unable to do so, then yes, they will need to rely more on rotations than being able to win team fights. But I don't think that they're completely just out-comped. I think that the team fights, as long as they can play them better, are more even than, like, the teams we saw previously. So it will just come down to the actual execution of those team fights. But I do agree that rotating might just be a better option for them if they're unable to find a way to make these team fights better. And so far, looking like that might be the case. Signet, not going to happen, as Dre's unfortunately not going to be able to do that. Get it in time, as the cleave is just going to be too strong.
Yeah, and that Mirage being removed is a pretty vital part of the blue team's composition. Like, using that massive spike damage from the Mirage and the Thief, having half of that removed is not really going to bode super well for the team fight here for the rest of this. And you can just see the red team, they are just going for the fabled, if I dare say it, Roy, hold the W strategy, and they are running at the blue team until they die.
Well, if there was a map to do it, it would be this one. And so far, it is working out. Signet potentially coming out. Actually does. I don't know how that happened, but regardless, the Signet is going to land. I don't think it matters, though, because Drace is actually on the other side of the gate. Erzek just goes straight back down into downstate, and he'll be taken out. And this is almost a triple cap. We see the Thief, the Mirage actually engaged in a 1v1 against Azurdome on mid, and I actually think it might be going the way of Azurdome. Decap could come through just because of the nature of Thief 1v1s, but overall, I think Azurdome will be able to find this kill eventually. Although it's not actually that one-sided. Still, regardless, red team just definitely taking this map over at the moment and taking these fights over. And at this point, now I'm going to disagree with you and agree. I'll jump on the bandwagon there. Yes, I think blue team have to change up their game plan entirely here and try something different.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do here exactly, because even if you do have, let's say, Mamiya say go for the minion mancer and kind of play that more side node oriented role, that's not going to help them in the team fight. Like, the Mirage is still going to get eaten for breakfast in that context. They need to be watching that last game, to be frank, in my opinion, Roy. They need to be looking at that minion, at the serial killers, and just trying to play the map a bit better. Because if they fight head on into that, it's just not going to work, right? They will just get absolutely crushed by the blunt instrument that is the Azadome Academy.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, obviously, this is the first time. Now, or this is not the first time, excuse me, this is the first time we're seeing the blue team here against the Azadome Academy, not the first time we're seeing them against an invitational team. But, you know, this could honestly just be the Azadome Academy, I think, sort of activating a bit. We saw them off to a little bit of a slower start, obviously, earlier on in the bracket when they, you know, obviously got pushed down here to the lower bracket there against the Lakers, which I think it does not necessarily come to a surprise. But I think maybe this is them just playing a little bit better. Although, as I say that, they're losing a team fight. Chunsu goes down after Belzadar. Andreas taken out as well in a very big team fight here for the blue team. They're actually taking down Azure as well as Fefe. And Fefe might be taken out. Not sure if Azadome's going to be able to peel for her. Smokescreen drop, and she has full shroud, so she will be absolutely fine. Erzek actually, a little overextension himself. He does have a glint heal available for a couple of seconds. His team should be there to peel him out as well if they're there in time. Yeah, his Firebrand's going to, excuse me, his Core Guardian's going to be there in time. But one team fight is not enough. They swing the map completely. This is actually really good from the blue team. They don't overstay here. They slow the way they get the kills here on to red team, allow them to actually move out into the map and triple cap. But they now have to repeat it. They have to win the team fight again, and they have two players not with them here when red team have all of their players minus the NG. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to hold on, if they're going to be able to win a team fight a second time, or if red team is just going to swing it back.
Yeah, you can really see how snowbally the game gets when it's so team fight oriented, right? Like one team fight, yeah. Boom, triple cap in about 30 seconds, right? But yeah, as you say, now it's a case of can blue team win again? And at a disadvantage too, because they were a little bit late to the play. But actually, they might find Belzadar immediately. Nice lich for the counter pressure, but Belzadar does go down. And there is the big knockback. Signet, though, should go. But you know, the stoppage comes through. Blue team, I don't believe this. They need a res, though, onto Erezik. They've got to get that. But Akon's down there as well. Is there a Signet available from Drace? They actually does get Erezik back up, but they need the hand res on that Mirage. There's on. They've got to find more kills. Looks like red team might actually be forced to get, but no, Erezik actually gets isolated there. And Andreas for the S-Stomp as well. There's no possibility for saving that Revenant there. And now blue team actually lose two players. The Mirage was not revivable, and despite getting a really nice kill on Belzadar, they simply ran out of steam and melted. And red team, they will start their slow push back out onto the map.
So I don't know if you remember this. It was pretty far back, but when I said that I undisagreed with you, I'm changing my mind again.
Oh.
I think my earlier analysis was correct. Blue team just had to play the team fights better. They did, and then they stopped doing it. And I think that's why they are losing the game. If anyone wants lessons on how to analyze PvP games, I am here. Very cheap rates.
Yeah.
But yes, that is what I'm sticking with for real this time. And you know, red team, they lost team fight. They made a misstep. They actually made a second misstep there with Belzadar dying in that fight, but they were able to pull it back again, find a couple of really good kills. Blue team isolating themselves a little bit with Erzek going kind of in the wrong direction, and unfortunately the Mesmer off to the side. We now see the Thief getting taken out, picked up here. I don't know if there's a Thief available. It doesn't look like there is, and that should probably be a free kill. Belzadar under a little bit of pressure, but I think with the Thief out, and I think the rest of the red team here, they should be able to peel him and heal him and keep him alive for now. He's taking quite a bit of damage. He might even go down, but he almost will rally off this Thief immediately. And Thief's going to be dead. There's a big Jade Winds coming out. The peel, the heals should be good enough for him. They're now putting pressure back onto the Power Herald counterpart from Belzadar's, and that's going to be Erzek potentially going into downstate. So red team going to be able to take this one almost certainly. They went off of one node pretty easily at this point. And I think that will be a game number one going the way of Azadome Academy.
Yep, I think that's going to be the final conclusion. Blue team giving it their all. They're putting up an amazing fight there. Very close to getting a bit of a turnaround there towards the middle section of this game. But It's not going to be quite enough this time around. They've still got another map to potentially try and make a comeback in the series, of course. Everything is a best of 3. It's the invitational bracket, bro. We're not messing around with this best of 1. What do you guys think this is? Like monthly ATs from 2017? No, we don't do that here, guys. We have proper tournament games. And might as well fall the last man standing here on the quarry here for the blue team. And with that, the hopes of the legacy of the faux fire for the blue team we flush down the drain.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you know, it's a little harsh, don't you think?
It's accurate.
Well, wow, okay, oof.
It's precise.
Well, you know what, Teapot, I'm gonna decide to be a little bit more positive. I think they did great, and you know what? I think they have potential to come back into it. They had a very, very strong team fight, at that team fight over at Quarry, and they actually hard swung the map back in their favor. They got most of their points from it, actually. And I think that if they can do it again and do it more than once in a game, then they have a good chance of competing here. They unfortunately were not able to repeat it throughout this match. But that being said, Capricorn, it is their first map pick, or well, their only map pick. So maybe they will favor this map a little bit. Still, shouldn't be terribly different. What is Azudome doing?
He's in the wrong team.
Yeah.
He's joined the blue team. Oh, hang on. What's going... Wait, we actually have a hybrid team forming currently. We have Blue Akon joining up with our Chunsu. Bit of a fusion situation here, but now we actually do have the teams going to their correct locations, I believe, any moment now.
Except for Azudome, he just really wants to be blue, I guess.
Yeah, Azudome, he's got no idea what the hell's going on, apparently. Like, he's enjoying himself, he really is. Okay, but don't worry, he just says, you know what, I want to be blue this time. Hey, I want to be on the blue team. I want to have my blue little wizard hat. Now, he got... Wait, hang on. Wait, these teams are really having a bit of difficulty picking the right side there. Now they've actually managed to figure it out and get the job done. I love to see that indeed. Yeah, literally win trading. Listen, guys, this isn't going to fly here, right? You know, we've seen what happens when you sell gizmos, right? Don't try and sell this tournament. It's not going to work out very well for you whatsoever. Let's see, will there be any changes here from the blue team? Looks like the answer to that question is going to be no. They are simply going to try and go for the classical strategy of just play better, just win, essentially, is where it's going to be going. But there you go. Let's see how this one's going to go. I mean, again, it's going to be heavily teams. I think this really comes down to the bells, as we've seen in pretty much all of the Capricorn matches. I mean, the serial killers, of course, were able to eventually turn it, right, and manipulate the bells in their favor towards that game where they were able to actually get some big value out of that. But that's going to have to happen here for the blue team, right? Because, of course, the red team there with their massive team fight composition are going to be looking directly towards that bell whenever it spawns, moving that Guardian, moving the Necromancer directly over there with the Revenant and the Nate Hallsmith, and looking to get themselves up some free points despite the rotational state of the game. So, the match starts soon. This is potentially the last stand of the blue team. We saw them rise to prominence in the open bracket, and they've got to win here. Seriously, chat, we need your support. If you guys want the blue team, the open bracket team, potentially the first eliminated team from the invitational bracket to hold on, then they need your help right now. Make up a copy pasta and start spamming it right now. Start sending gold to the red team to make them throw whatever it takes, guys, okay? If you want them to win, you've got to make it happen. That last part, by God, guys, just for partnership reasons, was a joke, okay? Definitely don't do that. Unless you just want to donate to them.
Okay. Anyways, here we go. Potentially, as you said the last time, we will see the blue team. If they can take it here on Capricorn, we will be going to a game number 3, which I believe is Coliseum, and they will be staying alive, making it 1-1. But so far, obviously, we're not there. Erzek already taking a little bit of pressure as the rotation from red team going to be coming in here onto the dock, and he's going to be brought to downstate. His Guardian not in a position anywhere close to supporting him, and that will be the double cap for blue team, but they lose a player to do so, to get that double cap. And we'll have to see if red team can now swing the map here with that kill in hand. Andreas, a little maybe overextending as he's going to burn his Elixir S already. So blue team going to just slowly creep their way into this fight as the Mirage just taking a 2v1 or a 1v2, excuse me, over at that dock where we saw Erzik die. And actually getting quite a bit of damage onto Azudome, but I think eventually Belzadar and the Thief will be able to find the kill they do. So another kill going to be picked up here on the map, and red team now will have an outnumber over at mid if they can get there in time.
Yeah, and blue team, they haven't really found much value out of this 4v3 because, of course, where you outnumber, you will be outnumbered elsewhere on the map, and blue team weren't quite able to capitalize. I think not having the Mirage in the fight definitely kind of sucked there for them. They weren't able to really break through all of the tanky stuff here in this team fight, and now with the reinforcements coming through from the Asdome Academy, I think this fight is going to turn on its heels very, very quickly indeed. We already see Erozik. It's not a good day to be a power herald, is it, Roy? You know, every single game, it's been for Brian getting nuked, Payne getting nuked, Erozik getting nuked here as well. It's a harsh, Pelzdar getting nuked. It's a harsh world out there for our poor old power heralds.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty interesting, to be honest, to kind of see that class dying so quickly, when it also just, you know, deals so much damage and has a lot of utility to kind of survive. But I think it is maybe one of the better targets here. That being said, I think also, you know, a lot of teams will focus it out early just because of how much damage it can bring, and so taking it out of the team fight earlier on is definitely a good idea. But yeah, no, definitely Power Heralds getting slaughtered left and right here. Blue team, after losing that mid-fight, they will spread out across the map, and they will take the dock back. Bazaar quickly, though, is going to be swung, or at least neutralized there, as the first cannon of the game. The first bell of the game will be coming up in about 20 seconds here. We'll have to see which team gets it. So far, obviously, slight lead here for the blue team just because they had that earlier double cap, but overall, the map, the nodes, the fights are going the way of red team pretty heavily, and I think we will see them start to creep ahead, especially if they're able to get this first bell for free.
Nice pickup there as well, Asdome. Like the thief from blue team was trying to just 1v1 Feifei somewhat successfully as well, but Asdome just came in there when the thief was very, very low and immediately got that kill and pushing towards the bell, and that means that the thief is not available whatsoever during this bell fight, which is going to be highly disadvantageous, of course, for the blue team, and particularly now we actually see the entirety of the Asdome Academy converging upon this bell, and I think it's a bit of a foregone conclusion here because there's just no real way for the blue team to actually engage. They're going to have to, I think you just sack this one and try and get some decaps and pull red team apart at this point, because I don't think they can realistically take this fight, particularly seeing as Erozik dies just as the thief comes back.
Yeah. No, I mean, they've been staggered basically since minute 1 of this game. Erozik dying over at the dock, and, you know, they potentially could have found a kill over at middle, especially with the Mirage holding that 1v2 for a little bit of time. But again, I mean, as you mentioned, they weren't able to really leverage anything out of that number. And, you know, since that mid-fight especially they took, after Erozik died, after the Mirage died there at far, they just constantly being staggered. They've really never had a full footing back into this game. And it honestly is almost surprising that the game is even as it is, especially because of the first bell going the way of red team. I'm a little surprised that they don't have a bit more of a lead with the amount of kills they've been gaining throughout this game. But that being said, they're now in a very solid position to move ahead. Double cap coming out here. They should as well be looking to get a kill here on to this Mirage over at the dock, as well as maybe even the Core Guardian. He's pretty low himself. Stealth keeping the Mirage alive for a couple more moments, but definitely looking like Asdome Academy will be taking this one so far. Oh, wait a minute. The double decap. What?
Yeah, the blue team's actually doing a fantastic job of playing the map, right? They have the neutralization. They actually still have their own node ticking away there on the Bazaar. Feifei is isolated, but Chunsu and Andreas are now moving in here as well to hold on to that quite nicely. Nothing really actually capping the dock right now. Belzdar goes back for it there as well, but blue team might be able to stabilize here on the middle node there. Their Guardian's back in a few moments. If they can just not die until he gets back, then they could be in a good position here.
Yeah. Double cap, though, pretty quickly sort of recovered there by Asdome Academy. So, you know, a momentary kind of fluke where the decaps came out. Not going to last very long. Bell coming up again in 40 seconds. That will be 50 points on the board for the red team, unless blue team can find a way to strike back, similar to that team fight we saw them win over at the Quarry on Legacy last game. But so far, not looking like that will be the case. Erozik, again, going to be taken out here in Rhodes. And we are going to potentially see the Necro fall himself pretty close now to his spawn, actually just trying to get out of combat to reset. And I like this decision from the red team. They're not even looking at the Bazaar because, you know, there's a little bit of a risk when you play sort of just 2 nodes where, you know, if the team that you're allowing to just basically free cap a node, if they come back at any point, it'll be easier for them to come back. But since there's technically this third objective when the bell comes up, or excuse me, I should say fourth objective when the bell comes up, gaining those points, you know, as long as they're confirming kills on their side of the map, will essentially negate that. And so I really like this option for them. It might also just be that they're trying to just focus on their 2 nodes and not really worried about the Bazaar yet. And I'm sure we'll see Azurdome go for a decap there if he feels he can. But so far, it's working out very well for them. They're in a very good position to get the second bell and add 50 more points, just increasing this lead over the blue team.
Yep, and this second bell, I mean, this is where the points are really going to separate themselves, I'm afraid, because Team Blue having a very hard time here. Blue Mamaya's about to get smashed into pieces. The Guardian trying to get some healing. There might be a Signet, but no, Azam gets the steal there to deny that Signet. Not only picking up 2 kills on the Guardian, and Mamaya's but also securing the bell. I think we might be about to be saying goodbye to our wonderful, wonderful blue team, Roy, because things are starting to look incredibly bleak.
Yeah, no, it is certainly looking that way. You know, the blue team, they haven't been going for, you know, I was going to say they haven't really been trying to, you know, force team fights the same way they did in Legacy, which maybe could have hinted at them, you know, trying to just out-rotate the red team. But I think the reality is they just haven't had the opportunity to do so. I think, again, since minute 1, they've been staggered. There really hasn't been, you know, a consistent amount of time where they don't have someone on respawn, where they don't have someone being bled out, where there isn't someone who's effectively dead because they just don't have cooldowns, their health is so low, you know, they're just getting out pressured here. And that's a huge issue. And, you know, maybe they would have had a better chance of coming into these fights. Maybe if they had been able to regroup around the bell a little bit more. But so far, they haven't really done this. And again, the Bazaar has been taking for most of this game for them because Red Team just have simply kind of let it go. And they're still very far ahead just because they've gotten 75, essentially 3 points from the bell, and they've held on to their double cap for so long. So, you know, again, I think very, very solid game plan from the Azure Academy here. I think very, very solid playing from them so far. And Blue Team just kind of allowing them to run away with it. So we are almost certainly looking like it'll be a 2-0 clean sweep here for the Azure Academy.
Yeah, it's a minute until the next bell, and that's pretty much the deadline for Blue Team to seriously make something happen. They've got around 30 seconds to make some insane plays and pick up maybe 3 or even 4 kills. If they can do that and then grab that bell and get a triple cap, then they can start to get back to parity with their opponents. But time's running out. They are looking for something on Bellstar. Bellstar dies here. That could be the beginning of a bit of a momentum shift here for Blue Team, but actually Bellstar is going to have to get away here. Erzik looking for that kill, but no, can't quite make it. However, Acorn does arrive. No Glutnil for Bellstar, and I don't think Bellstar will be able to make it to Chunsu. Chunsu, though, however, is already too busy getting a kill onto Mamaya's there with the help of Fei Fei, and yeah, Bellstar survives, and Chunsu will be able to restain that Necromancer, and well, now we are in the 1 node zone for the red team, and there it is. Fei Fei grabs it on the Minion Mancer. Mamaya's bleeding out even 5 points. Really feels bad right now for the blue team when that kill comes through, and I'm afraid that time is up for the blue team.
Yeah. That is it. That is going to be the clean 2-0 for the Azure Academy. Playing pretty well. Obviously, they did get sent down here, but they were sent down here by the Lakers. The blue team, you know, had a little bit of an, you know, trouble in their first game as well. And unfortunately, they just couldn't really figure out how to get past this team either. So that is going to be it for them. Their run in Invitational Bracket is over, but a good run nonetheless. And obviously, again, congratulations to them for making it out of the open bracket. The second place team there. Obviously, you know, props to them. Very well played. And, you know, still not completely one-sided games. I do think they did all right. I think if we continue to see this team play together, it'll certainly be very, very competent, very strong one. We'll be seeing again, as you know, as contenders in future tournaments. So hope to see that. GG's to them, and well played to the Azure Academy, making it 2-0.
Indeed. Yep. Here comes the 2-0 any second now. And yes, I think it's definitely worth really underlining that there as well. I think the blue team put on a really, really good showing here as well. Like both of our open bracket teams performed extremely well, you know, demonstrating their supremacy in the open bracket 2 weeks ago. And I think once again, they have represented themselves incredibly well, and we very much hope to see them continue to play in events, you know, for, you know, in future tournaments. Very, very impressive stuff there. Congratulations to the blue team for showing off just how epic their gamer skills are.
Gamer skills indeed. All right, well, we've got our next lower bracket match, and this will be the final one before we move back up to the upper bracket final, where we will find our first qualifier for the Globals tomorrow. And that, of course, will be the Lakers versus the Serial Killers. And the map rotation for the outcomped, outskilled team versus the Coggins on duty will be, believe it or not, T-Bot, a little bit of a shakeup here. It's Legacy for our first map. Not a shakeup.
Wow.
And then Kylo and Forrest. So there we
Okay,
go. Forrest
there
back
we
again,
go.
but
Forest is back in the mix at the very least. But wow, you know, I'm ready for some epic faux fire gaming. Of course, I mean, let's be honest, that's no surprise whatsoever coming out from these teams, particularly from outcomped, outskilled, right? Like having again that double necromancer set up there with the Revenant, with the Horror-Smith. They want to play on these team fight maps, and guess what? Legacy is pretty much the team fight map. It is the snowballiest of the snowbally, the bloodiest of the bloody maps that exists out there, and oh well, I mean, hey, can't blame him.
But Teapot, Pain is not on his Revenant anymore. Now, obviously, they haven't locked the comp in yet, but he is not on Revenant. He is on Thief. He may have activated.
And into the, I kind of like that, right? Into the double roamer, I guess, of the Quagons there with the Thief and the Mirage, because it makes sense to go for even more speed.
Yeah. I mean, you know, and again, I think that they did very well on this map against serial killers, and I think they also had, you know, opportunity on the other two maps that they played against serial killers. And again, you know, this is not to say that Pain is a bad Revenant at all in any way whatsoever. He's an extremely good player no matter what class he's on, extremely strong Revenant player. But I do think there's something to be said that his Thief is very, very good, and I have seen him time after time again honestly almost single-handedly win games for his team on Thief. Now, again, that's not to say that some maps aren't better suited for Revenant than others, and some comps aren't better suited for, you know, not running a Thief than others. You know, obviously serial killers didn't run a Thief and they were able to win, but still, I think it does show maybe they're trying to change their game plan a little bit up, and yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think there's a very real risk of just, if you aren't fast enough, you can get punished by a very, very high mobility team like the Quagons. And I think they really played this well, actually. Like the Quagons played their composition very, very nicely earlier on in the tournament, actually nearly able to actually take a few games off the invitational teams there as well. They were able to get one, of course. So they're close, right? They are very, very close from keeping their life alive here. I think it would be really awesome to see an open bracket team make a bit of an upset. I mean, I feel like a little bit bad saying that because it is an elimination match. It's all fun and games like, yes, I want to see an upset in the upper bracket where the team can make a recovery. But in the lower bracket, it feels a little bit mean to say that. But, you know, I still think it is always exciting to see these new teams really shine and show everyone what they're made of.
Yeah. This is our, obviously, again, next elimination round. One of these teams will be leaving. One of them will be moving on to face the Azure Dome Academy in the next game. Obviously, though, before that can happen, we will be going back up to the bracket finals, as I mentioned before. But yes, I think this should potentially be a little bit of a closer match than the one we just saw. That being said, I do think Outcomped is still going to be the stronger team here. But, you know, they have changed up their game plan a little bit. We still do see Gornet on the Reaper. We still see this double Necro from this red team. But obviously, Pain is going to have swapped from that Herald to the Thief. We do see still the Grenade Hollow, though, for Benzo. So that's really the only change so far. So maybe, you know, they're going to not try and necessarily one-shot these team fights quite as much as they were before without that Revenant, and have a little bit more rotational ability, a little bit more decap potential. Obviously, the stealth as well from the Thief would be very good. But still, you know, we could see this Thief just interacting in the team fights, you know, similarly to how he was doing on Revenant. We'll have to see what happens. Not really any difference, though, from what we've seen in the Quagons in the past. But this is it. Legacy, once again, as has been the pattern, is going to be our first map of this best of 3. This is an elimination game again. Whoever's losing this 2-0, or, well, losing 2 games, I should say, excuse me, is going home.
Indeed they are. The last stand for both of them here as well. You know, it's an interesting match. You know, I'm obviously inclined to agree with you that, yes, the outskilled team is going to be the stronger roster overall, but I don't know. I never want to underestimate the Quagons, right? I think they've got spirit, right? They've got the energy of the team with them, and I think that is something that really can count for a lot. But that Scourge already is getting blown up. I mean, what is going on here? There's so much damage on the Quagon Demolisher. He puts down all the wells, but his health bar is looking very, very low. Has a massive amount of AoE pressure there onto Gordon. Actually puts a lot of work there as well. Good healing there from Frozen Men, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, they get nice counter pressure onto Gornet, and he's actually going to be pretty low. But they tried to open up on Aeon, and they just were not able to find that kill. Lich now coming out from Aeon. Demolish still going to be pretty low, pressured out this entire time. They're still looking for that kill onto the Reaper, onto Gornet, but it looks like the damage may be coming back online here for the red team as Gornet going to Lich himself. 2 Liches at the same time. Shield 5, though, going to get a lot of that damage. Corneal now going to be a little bit low himself. Gornet has healed himself back up pretty well. Finally, it looks like the kill going to be coming out here for Demolish. Is Frozen going to be able to go for the Signet? He is casting it. It does come out with Poison once again. The name of the game here from this red team is Poison, 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 and Frozen will fall himself. Side nodes as well. And this is actually one of the first times that we see a team not only win the first team fight, but the map as well. Already having won. We've kind of seen the opposite in a lot of cases, but that is going to be short-lived as Crannel will actually get a decap there. Nonetheless, first team fight going very much the way of red team.
And Zenvo getting caught there as well is unbelievably unfortunate. He actually got hit in stealth by the Reaper Shroud 5, denying his escape completely. And that means it's going to be ever so much longer for the blue team, for the Quaggons to actually make their recovery. And if Benny dies here, the stagger's going to be even worse. We're almost looking at a bit of a similar situation that we saw in the previous game, Roy, where the blue team just can't get back on their feet after being knocked over in the first opening exchange.
Yeah, and, you know, there's potential now for blue team to regroup. They really want to look to regroup, as they don't want to, you know, make the same mistake that the blue team kind of did last game into the Azure Academy. But Crannel getting picked up now. He maybe just couldn't get out of the danger zone in time. He's almost certainly going to get cleaved out. Hard res is going to be very difficult. Breach is on top of it, so it's not quite as easy for red team to cleave, but it's a thief. It's very, very difficult to not get cleaved out there. Demolish on top of the res. Zenvo trying to. Frozen keeping him alive for as long as he can, but now Demolish is taking a ton of pressure. Frozen a little bit isolated, a little bit split from him. He's not going to be able to support him as well. Benny's on the node trying to sustain it, but at this point, they're basically just feeding kills into this node. Signal will be up in a second. He might be able to get Demolish up, but no, I don't think so. The Reaper cleave is just too good. He's even going to be able to go in for the cast. Benny's holding it, but Frozen's leaving. There's some miscommunication there. I think Frozen wanted to sack this fight, and Benny wanted to keep it going.
He's going for it. Should get it, I think.
Should get it. Yes, he does.
Nice. Oh, but no, it's too much.
Already backing down state.
Too much pressure there. Like, nice immediate reactivation of that damage from the red team. They're just Gornet and Benzo just barreling down on that target. And that is kind of one of the weaknesses of Scourge. And we've certainly been seeing Demolish really put out some awesome pressure. Like, great DPS there with those AoE wells with the Ghastly Breach. But it is one of those soft targets. You don't have that safety net of having Shroud. And he doesn't even have something like Fleshworm, right? He can't really get out. Once he's in, he's in.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like outcomped, outskilled kind of want to just get off the legacy. They are holding the Quaggons to basically 0 nodes right now. Triple cap will be confirmed. Zenvo, though, is going to make his way to the quarry, and I don't think anyone, there's no way anyone can get there in time to stop him. Dare I say a Lord Rush? No, it's not going to happen. There's no way. They would never make me that happy, right? Gornet actually taking quite a bit of pressure here. Almost goes down, but is able to keep himself alive with Shroud, get away, get his heal, although almost brought back down immediately. Shuriken now going to be going for Signet. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes. So Gornet will be alive yet again. Lich now going to come out to self-peel for himself as he's getting very hard pressured. There's a smoke screen drop there as well, but now Benny going to be turned on. He's going to be almost, he'll be brought into downstate. No Signet available either. Frozen forced to try to hard res this. I don't think it's going to happen. Zenvo on the other side of the map taking quite a bit of pressure, and now Frozen dead on top of that Ranger. Demolish, not long for this world either. Gornet will find the kill. 3 picked up here. It's all a decap. It's all they get from it, and unfortunately, I just don't think that's worth it. They may be able to find a kill into Pain as he's now kind of alone here on this side of the map, but I think his team actually might even get there in time to save him. Gornet and Benzo going to be here looking to try and support this res. Crannel just cannot find the kills. Zenvo too low, I think, to pressure this effectively, and yeah, red team really running away with this one.
Yep, it's a pretty one-sided one so far, unfortunately, although actually Benzo does get literally basically killed by Zenvo while he's going for the stomp, actually. They're rather going for the revive, so there's a lot of damage there. So Zenvo pulling off a bit of a meme miracle there, but unfortunately, no, it's not going to be enough. The rest of the team converges, gets the job done, gets the revive, shoves away Crannel, and then finds the kill onto Zenvo, and already have Pain just recapturing the quarry. Then he gets the decap on the other side of the map, but they're going to need a lot more than that if they want to start coming back into this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you know, this isn't necessarily the same exact scenario as how with the blue team where they were 100% staggered from the start, but they haven't really given them themselves a chance to regroup here. And at this point, it is going to be very, very difficult for them to come back without just hard winning every single team fight, as is the nature of, well, both kind of this meta and this game, or excuse me, this map specifically. So I just want to see them leave Waterfall. I think teams time after time again they're so intent on holding on to the one node they own, even though they don't have the players in the map. And yes, there's a chance maybe they take Gordon out here, maybe they can find a kill and snowball it into another. But their Guardian hasn't been here for this entire fight. Crandall now maybe going to go down. Even if he doesn't die, Zenvo's pressured, Crandall's pressured. They aren't going to be able to fully commit to this fight the way that they would if they had just waited, regrouped, and gone in with full cooldowns and full health bars. And now Frozen is getting targeted because he doesn't have the DPS players to peel for him and taken out. No chance of a comeback there on this. And this might just be another 3 or 4 kill team fight here for Valcom.
And the blue team, they commit to this fight, right? And they do get Adelante, but I think it will be revived here because Frozen Men is already down. They commit to the fight, but they also have Zenvo decap. So instead of really going all in and trying to get a counter snowball, they take a 5v4 essentially. And that's never going to work, even in the best of times. And they take a 5v4 and they had low health bars compared to their own, and they're at a comp disadvantage. I'm sorry, Roy, that does not add up. The math, as they say, does not check out in that regard.
Yeah, pretty much. And, I think, I hate to just kind of keep on beating a dead horse, but I kind of have to because we're just seeing sort of the similar patterns here where these teams, they get snowballed and they just never really give themselves a chance to recover. And I think throughout every single meta we've seen, whether it's completely, revolving around team fights or not, it's a very similar story when the situation happens where one team is very dominant from the start and the other team just continues to allow them to be dominant. And they're not really giving themselves a fair chance to come back into the map. And again, like I said, I don't think it's quite as bad as the blue team was doing there, against Azram Academy last set, but it's pretty reminiscent of that. And they really need to be able to do a better job of saying, listen, we just lost 3 players. 3 players of ours are dead. 1 is now just coming off a respawn. We have 1 node, but they're pushing on it with 3 fully healed up, full cooldown players. 2 more of their players can come into this. We need to just give it up and regroup and then try again. Because, maybe you have a chance to win an even 5v5. You definitely don't have a chance to win an uneven 5v5 or a 4v5 or a 3v5. It's just not possible. As you said, the math really just does not check out there.
They're going to be trying it again on the next map now, I'm afraid, because this one is well and truly over, and in a very decisive fashion. Kills come through, and there it is, out-comped, out-skilled with the quick 1-0 there, about less than a 10-minute game, one of the quicker games we've seen so far. I'm going to very quickly bear it back as we go into our next game. Need to go and rehydrate real quick, guys, okay? Remember, stay hydrated, guys, okay? Stay hydrated, otherwise... oh no, you might suffer a terrible fate. Who knows? Right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. I leave you in the hands, the capable and powerful hands of Roy.
Indeed. Indeed, chat. And as Teapot said, remember to stay hydrated. And also remember, guys, to support this tournament in various different ways. Hold on. Just going to tell them not to go. Yeah, make sure you support the tournament. Make sure you support Teapot's stream as well, guys. Obviously, free Prime Gaming sub is always nice, or just a regular tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 sub. But yeah, support Teapot and of course Hardstuck in all their endeavors. But support this tournament if you want to donate to it. You can. There's a match at Reno with over $2,000 already that will be going directly to the first and second place teams, who end up finishing first and second tomorrow overall in the globals. Obviously, we've got a lot of gold that we're sending to them, but if you want to make a donation to that gold prize pool, you certainly can as well. But yeah, make sure you get involved. It's always a good time. Surfshark VPN indeed is a good thing. But overall, I hope you guys have been enjoying. I think maybe we could have not streamed a couple of these sort of lower bracket games, and I think maybe had them going into second arena, because obviously I think that we still have 3 more matches overall after this one to play through. But I think it is also nice to be able to see every single game. I think it's pretty cool. It adds to the storyline overall. It does kind of show off every single team, and you know what? The open bracket teams who generally do find themselves in these games, I think these lower bracket, the first initial ones, games, I think it's nice to be able to see them play again. So I'm happy to do it, and maybe a little bit of a longer tournament overall there for the EU side of things, but a good one nonetheless. And Teapot, are you back?
I've made my return.
Ah, there he is.
Are there any
very good?
Any Kylo enjoyers here in the chat?
I love the Treb.
The Treb?
I really love to. I vote for Kylo every single time it comes up on the spinny wheel. And actually, anytime I don't get Kylo, I just AFK for the entire duration of the game because I want it to end that much faster. So I can get back to Kylo and get back to my Treb, my precious, precious Treb. That lovely 16-foot high wooden pole with ropes and pulleys and throwing large, huge, massive boulders at the enemies and the enemy nodes. It's glorious. Nothing fills me with more exhilaration than when I send a crushing rock into the midst of the enemy team fight and one-shot players who are too foolish to dodge my AoEs. I am the Treb Master. I am the Lord of Kylo. And this is outcomped and outskilled versus the Quaggins. Game number 2, 1-0 here for the red team. Let's see if Quaggins can find a way to fight back. It's going to be a clean 2-0 sweep for them, sending them out of this tournament and moving on to the next match.
Different opening here. We saw the Quaggins go for that far push last time, tried to eliminate Aeon, didn't really work out. This time they're going for a more direct approach. Both teams are playing very, very safe, very conservative, not really pushing the node just yet. The re-stealth comes out now from the red team as well. And this, I think, very much plays more to the red team's strength here, because again, they want a nice, stable team fight, right? They want that nice, stable 4v4 or even 5v5. And honestly, blue team is kind of giving it to them. I think if the Quaggins are going to win him, they need to upset the state of this game. They need to be doing like crazy rotations, pushing far, dodging the team fight, because this 5v5, I mean, we saw how it went last time. It's not going to work.
Yeah, Crandall already just basically forced away from the issue, from this fight, this node. I mean, he can't do anything. And that wasn't even focus damage either, I don't think. It was basically just the cleave that he was taking there. We're going to see the breach drop, but Demolish already taken out. Frozen not in a great position. He's already dead, and Benny dead on top of it as well.
His double lich, dude.
I mean, I don't know. Someone needed to watch the first time we saw this team here, because they just are not respecting the damage from this red team, and they have to. It's so massive. It's just obliterating these health bars. Off to the side, they find the follow-up kill on a Frozen as well. I mean, Benny now, after getting rezzed, is going to be taken out almost certainly. The map a little bit closer in terms of points than we saw on Legacy, but it probably won't stay for very long. Yeah, I don't know. They are just absolutely deleting people in these fights.
Yeah, Zenvo did make a nice push over there towards the windmill that wasn't really responded to by outcomped, outskilled, but unfortunately, one node is nice, but losing your entire team is not very nice. And we actually have a bit of a stagger here as well, like Demolish in a really bad situation. Benny is going to be eliminated, and he's going to respawn more or less just as Demolish dies. I mean, I'm not really super keen on saying stuff like this, Roy, but I think I have to say, I think the Quaggins may be a little bit rustled right now. I don't think this is particularly clean play from them. Just kind of feeding at this point into their opponents.
Yeah, it's certainly not ideal. And I think, yeah, I was kind of surprised that we didn't see them regroup very well on Legacy, because again, this Quaggins, they're not. Shuriken is stuck, unfortunately. Oh no, he ported out.
Oh,
okay,
he got out.
He's good. Yeah. Very good, he ported. Okay, no problem. But I think that Quaggins, they're a very, very solid, consistent sort of middle-level team, where they're not at the level where we would initially put them into the invitational bracket, but they consistently can make it in there. And, they're definitely a team that's played together consistently, even though they do have this one sub here with Frozen Men coming in over Holybeard. But, they're not really performing the way that I would expect a team of what I consider to be their caliber to be. And, we see them kind of making similar mistakes over and over again. And to be fair, they are going against teams that, again, I think they probably should on paper lose to. So it's not necessarily surprising, but I think the way they're losing is a little bit surprising, as you've kind of said here. They're really just not playing their game that well. And we see, I think their collective health bars don't even equal one full health bar. They're almost all going to be dead here. Frozen, the single survivor of this previous fight, and he's under half health. Gordon actually chasing him down. He doesn't even want to let him get out of combat. He's pushed up against the wall of his spawn. Demolish here now off respawn is going to be able to, make sure that he gets out okay. But there's just no safe avenue for these players to go to.
Yeah, There really isn't. And blue team, as I was saying that they were a bit rustled, they actually did have a really nice try at a fight there. They really did. They nearly got Adelante down. Unfortunately, they lost a player beforehand, so they couldn't actually go for the final killing blow. So the Quagans really going for it, like putting up a good show here, trying to get a proper regroup. But now they're triple capped. And this is a really scary map to be triple capped on. You can get spawn camped very easily, even if you are a very strong roster. And you're almost kind of seeing that now. Let's double Necromons are barreling down. Like, they see Demolish is weak. They see that he is vulnerable. He can't really kite in this location. He's a bit trapped, and if they can find another kill here, then the lead will become very much inescapable. And this is disgusting. Like, the double lich again, Roy. Frozen Men goes down from the double lich auto attack. I mean, this is, you hate to see it.
If you don't have projectile block, it's going to be very difficult to survive that. If you don't, there's basically two ways to counter that, right? Is obviously projectile block, which you do have in various forms, specifically the Core Guardian Shield 5. But if you can play around that cooldown with your Lich, and you don't have that, and one of your two Necros or both aren't already either dead or just not in a position to Lich, they're just too pressured, that's almost 100% going to be a kill. I mean, there's just no way to survive that amount of damage. And, Red Team, they're utilizing it very well. And they can't snowball this game necessarily quite as effectively as maybe they can on Legacy. Quaggan's also maybe rotating slightly better, but I don't really think so. I think it really is just the map difference here. But yeah, I mean, so far this game is essentially going the same way, albeit just slightly slower amount. But yeah, I mean, there's just not really any difference from the game we just saw in Legacy.
No, I do like this push here from Cranel and Zenvo. They're trying to find some kills elsewhere here, but they're being matched quite nicely by Benzo and Payne, leaving this 3v3 on the other side of the map, which will still, of course, I think be pretty favorable towards the red team. Yeah, that double Necro is going to overpower the Scourge and the Ranger in terms of DPS. Now, a little bit of a speedy rotation from Cranel and Zenvo, so they've got a brief moment before Benzo and Payne get there where they can maybe find a kill here and get back on the map and start snowballing themselves, but it's going to be quite difficult to do so. Like, the red team already quite wisely retreating. Red are losing a lot of HP here as well, but the red team is now responding to this quite effectively, and they're pretty much ready and stable to actually start pushing back against the aggression here from the blue team.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure on Aeon, and they might be able to look for a kill there, but already we can see Benny very low, Demolish very low, who's currently going to be the target here. He is going to go down. Signet probably not back off cooldown. No, it's not available. Benny going to die on top of this. Demolish cleaved out. Zenvo unable to potentially look for a res. Frozen going to be taken out here, and yeah, just another huge sweeping team fight win here for the red team, the Quaggans, when they fully group up. And, maybe they get a decap, maybe even potentially a full cap on the Windmill if Cranel is able to just kind of hold Payne off. But they lose 2 nodes, they lose 3 players, they lose the fight, they lose the map time after time after time. Same thing across Legacy, same thing here on Kylo. Yeah, it's essentially just a rerun of the same game. And I mean, I do agree. I think maybe the Quaggans are just kind of lost to how to answer this, and they are just getting outplayed, and I guess outcomped and maybe outskilled.
Yeah, I mean, the red team's name was very, very prophetic here. I'm afraid. I think it may, a little harsh. I don't want to go too hard on the Quaggans. I think they are a genuinely brilliant team, and I always love to see them play. They have such a great storyline behind them, and obviously some excellent gameplay to back that story up too. So, it's just to be frank, their comp. It's going to really struggle here, right? Without some massive outplays from them. I think that rather than necessarily say, oh yeah, this comp's OP, that's OP. I kind of want to in a way commend the red team for actually deciding to play the strategy. I know it's oh wow, they have such a giant intellect to play double Necro, right? Wow, dude, okay, Gordon and Aeon are actually trolling. They're literally liching at the same time every time, off cooldown at this point.
Yeah, they're synced up, man.
They're actually
I actually think that this is maybe just a player thing, though. I think Yornit is probably the only player in the game, certainly on EU, potentially the game, who can play Reaper.
What about Mio, though?
Who?
Yeah.
Did you say Mijo?
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't ranked.
P1 monthly AT, though.
Nah, I don't think that's true. No, Mijo, obviously, I mean, he is the Reaper player, right? But he's not in the tournament. He's not, he's not on one of these teams. If he was, then Gornit would have a little bit of a run for his money, but he's not. And in this tournament bracket, yes, I'm going to say it. Gornit's the only one who can play Necro. None of the other Necros can.
Wow. I mean, that's a bold claim right there. Okay, a bold claim indeed. But of course, Gornet is indeed a very, very big Necromancer gamer capable of playing all of the various builds at a very, very high level. And for sure, you know, I think Reaper, if you do have the comp to accommodate it, and well, if there's any comp where Reaper fits into, it's definitely this one, right? Like, you know, I think the Hollow, I think it's weird actually. I think the Hollow and the Reaper actually have really good synergy because the Hollow can peel for the Reaper so well. Like, one of the things that you actually typically have issues with the Reapers is that they are still quite easy to focus, but you can kind of compensate for that with what the red team's doing here by going for this like insane team fight comp, right? Having the Minion Mancer, having the Hollow, and the Support God, then matching that with the Reaper. You've been saying that Gornet, although he has been a heavy target focus in a lot of the games, he's been surviving very, very well. I think a big part of that is his team working so well to enable him, right? Reaper is one of those things that if you let it free cast on you, it's going to kill you. It just does so much damage that you can't, well, you can see the numbers popping up on screen right now. It really is a bit of a pumper. I think the Quaggons are actually going for the call. That's going to be the GG call. The game has essentially been ended. That is it. The Quaggons are out. No upsets today. The invitational teams continue their gatekeeping of the top spots in the Hardstuck Conquest League. But one of these days, these teams will rebound. They will get in the mix, and the Quaggons will live to fight another day. I certainly cannot wait to see more from them in the future. You know, like now that they've got their motivation back there as well, their full roster returns, their Holy Beard man not able to be here today, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more from him in the future there as well. Congratulations there to the Quaggons. Extremely well played. And of course, even more congratulations to outskilled, outcomped, outplayed, who will now move on to face, I believe, the Azadome Academy, if I'm not mistaken, Roy, for another spot.
Yes, but first, we're going to find out who is moving on to secure that top seed spot here, as the Lakers are going to be going up against, oh, hold on.
Oh? What's going on?
Sorry. Goku was asking me if we could cancel the grand finals for today.
But we already
and I
did
have
that.
Informed him that they have been canceled. They were never even going to be played.
Yeah. There you go. That's some good stuff there, guys. Yes, indeed. We only have a few more matches for today, okay? So hang tight in there. A bit more to go. Some incredible games, of course. So we have this now, the upper bracket final, which will dictate who is going on to the global finals. The winner here will be the top seed from EU. And, of course, the loser of this match will go down to the lower bracket final. And the lower bracket... Ooh! Yeah, and
we
the lower...
finally have a change. Finally
really?
change. So the map rotation here for Lakers versus Serial Killers is going to be Game 1 Coliseum, and then unfortunately Kylo, and then Forest.
Yeah.
So we are going to see Kylo again, 100%, but that's
I
okay.
think we need it. We've got to start forcing these teams to pick some other maps this way. I think we need to start picking some maps. But hey, you know, we get to see at least a bit of variety there with some Coliseum, getting that reset real quick and moving on over there. But of course, you know, in the lower bracket final there as well will be the second seed from EU. So we have 3 more matches total. This one, then we have the Azadome Academy versus outskilled, outcomped, outplayed. And then, of course, the winner of that match will face the loser of this match there as well, with who will go ahead and move on. And to be frank, it is very much all to play for. The teams that we have left over are evenly matched. I would say, without being too much of a party pooper, Roy, I'd say the Lakers are a bit of a shoo-in, although to basically make it through here probably will be the victors in this round. Although, let me say one thing, Roy, actually. Let me sow a seed of doubt in your mind. Okay? The Serial Killers were actually, I believe, able to eliminate the Lakers, I think, in the Tournament of Legends, if I'm not mistaken, actually. No, actually, maybe it was, I can't remember. It was either the Serial Killers or it was Payne's team, whoever Payne was playing with, actually. So it definitely can be done. The Serial Killers have demonstrated that they are able to throw a spanner in the works, mix things up with their slightly different comp with the epic Theorycraft. 3 interesting builds there from the Weaver, the Mirage, and, of course, the core Necromancer. Let's see if they're able to upset the Lakers here and move on.
Okay, guys, I am not going to show you my feet or my socks. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's not this kind of stream. Yes.
Are you sure?
Anyways. Yes, I'm very sure.
We've got to do something.
Deleting my OnlyFans.
Oh, ooh. Oh, yeah. It was Payne who beat the Lakers, then CK beat Payne. So it was the chain reaction there as well. But here we go. We are on the map. Here we are on Colosseum. Certainly an interesting map here as well. Perhaps not quite as snowbally as the traditional set of maps that we've been seeing a lot of today. So we should have potentially a more interesting rotational style game instead of the teams just bashing into each other. But it is worth noting that, again, we do see this team fight comp coming out from the Lakers, and it will be this constant dance of the serial killers trying to out-rotate, trying to evade, trying to move all over the place, to wriggle away from their deadly French opponents. Is it a full French roster for the Lakers? I believe it is, outside of Frey this time.
If Frey's not in this game, which I believe he's not, right? Riken, whatever you say it is playing.
So it is full French, I believe, in that case.
Is Riken French?
I believe so, yes.
Goku, Draza, Esprit, and Azures, yes. I guess they are all French. I mean, it's it's unfortunate, but what are you gonna do?
Unfortunate?
You were saying? Oh, I'm sorry. That's a good. Right? No, it's a good thing. Of course, yes. No, yes, of course, yes. Yeah. No, great. It's awesome. Oui. Parlez-vous français? Bonjour.
The team's now loading in. We've seen these guys come before. It's going to be Draza on the Thief instead of Frey. This time around, Riken on Grenade. Horsmith, the ultimate big worm, can be playing a regular core Necromancer, not the minions. He may swap to the minions, but at the start of the game, I think that's what he did last time anyway. Goku, support Guardian, the normal build setup that we're seeing it. Avatar Amulet with the Soldier Room, that delicious transference sigil. Draza on the Thief, not going with Smoke Screen. We see a lot of Thieves go with Smoke Screen, but Draza still going with Blinding Powder, Signet of Agility, and Shadows. And finally, Azaz, the Dark Worm, on the Renegade build. Berserker Amulet with the Rune of the Dolyak. And I believe it's the same setup here for these serial killers. The Necromancer here from Prototype running Death Magic instead of Soul Reaping. Stern on support Guardian. Blamthrax on the very interesting hybrid Weaver, almost like the Dagger, Focus, Fire, Arcane Weaver there. Rune of Ore, Sage Amulet with Tornado, Earth Shield. Very unusual build there from Blam. Seems to be working quite well, though. Stern representing that support Guardian. And, of course, for Brian and Rip, filling out the roster with the Power Herald and the Mirage. I like that they've given for Brian the Earth Shield at the start so he can pop the Invuln when he gets, unloaded on. That's a very smart, big pull there as well from that Earth Shield. Very nice combo. Draza already getting shoved away. The serial killers, if anything, getting a little bit of a good opening trader at the start, but now the Lakers turning their attention back towards Brian. Brian's going to have his work cut out in surviving the onslaught of attacks from his opponents.
Yeah, big NATO from Blam ripping through those, interrupting the damage here from the Worms a little bit, but again, for Brian, still going to be that target. Lich is coming out from both Necros now. Going to see Prototype and Esprit on either side. However, unfortunately for Brian, still just too much under pressure. He can't get the pressure back himself, and now he will be going into downstate. Rez, though, is going to be good Stern. However, a ton of damage himself after getting that Signet off. His RF is now going to be burned. Healing Breeze available, but again, the downstate comes out here for the second time on it for Brian. There's no Rez Signet available. That'll be 2 kills picked up now as the Herald and then the Core Guardian fall, and serial killers are now going to have to leave. They have to get out of this fight. They have to disengage entirely or risk getting staggered and snowballed even harder. Burn, though, Corail, I think, is probably going to be the next victim here, left more or less alone. Does have the Earth Shield for a moment, as well as the Shroud, but I just don't think it's possible for him to survive this. And unfortunately, that'll be 3 kills now picked up here for the Lakers, off to a pretty good start.
That's a big pickup there as well. I do like the push from Rip here, trying to just delay some of that point gain so they can lose as little as possible. Roy, of course, turning into a robot there once again, guys. I mean, look, that's what happens if you shit-talk the French, I'm told, right? Your internet connection tends to drop out sometimes. But anyway, into the next stage of this game, we are going to see the Lakers have to respond to Rip pushing to the other side of the map right now. It's going to be a little bit of a delay in the rotation there as well, and this does allow the serial killers to maintain control of at least one node here, but I think we might just be in store for another brutal team fight. Although the serial killers are doing a really good job of actually keeping this split up right now. I do like this. Don't take the direct fight here. Instead, try and take multiple smaller ones where they can potentially have an outnumber or simply a composition advantage. They're looking for Goku right now. Rip and Mirage just annihilating that Guardian. The output from the Rev and the Mirage simply too much even for the sustain of the Core Guardian. In fact, Goku does not get the dodge up there, he could be potentially exposed. Now, there's no renewed focus. It's up in 2 seconds, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down there, and the serial killers actually find themselves a kill in this map. Draza is going for the cap that will, of course, give some massive map pressure here as well. But if we actually saw a kill onto Azaz, which we may well do here, there's no support right now, actually. That could be a fantastic kill, actually. And 2 fights won for the serial killers. They're not going down without a fight.
No, indeed. And robot or not, I am still here, so hopefully we'll be able to solve that issue again. Might just need to restart my internet a second time, but either way, yes, bit of a strike back here is going to be for the serial killers. However, buffs not going to be going their way. Looks like both buffs going to be picked up here by the Lakers, and obviously I think this is a little bit of a shout out to the Lakers. Just you know, they lose a couple of players on the map, they lose some nodes because of it, they lose map pressure, so they just split off, they get what they can, they get these 2 buffs, and that will certainly ensure that the next time they have to team fight, it'll be a lot stronger, a lot more in their favor just because of those 2 buffs. It'll be a lot easier for them. Even though the triple cap comes out here, is still a good position for them to be in. They've got a lot of pressure here onto this Dragon node. A couple of players going to be very, very low as the regroup from the Lakers comes out. The blue team just overstaying their welcome at this node, and RIP Rip probably going to be taken out here, and he's going to be brought into downstate. Stern not to support him, and they're actually just going to sack that Mesmer kill, or Mesmer death, I should say, and I think that's probably the right call to make. Unfortunately, over-rotating a little bit after overstaying, and that's going to be a free decap into potentially full cap there from Draza. Blam going to have to respond to that. But serial killers, they've got to be careful around the middle node here.
Yeah, they do. They're a player down right now. It's an important player at that. They are actually going to find themselves probably in the lead, actually, when they're able to secure that node with Blam. But holding on to middle is going to be very, very difficult for Brian. Already burning his vital glint heal, damage inversion, healing skill cooldown there, while waiting for the team to actually get the regroup there as well. The points identical currently. However, that might change as the blue team is already fairly pressured in this fight. Although, having said that, Raikkonen not super healthy either, actually. Already having to burn that Elixir S cooldown there, going for that invulnerability, and the serial killers have actually found themselves a pretty nice regroup here where they could potentially take a good fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they've made the points basically even. Unfortunately, the map has swung back into the Lakers' favor, so if they can't find kills here quickly, then points will start to get out of their favor yet again. But they're going to be able to find, you know, a solid position here on that node. Draza gets taken out, so this is going to allow them to really push into this map a lot more freely, a lot more easily without having to worry about that thief, and maybe just give them an advantage that they need in this team fight. We'll have to see if they can leverage that advantage into a win. Win node, a win fight, you know, either way. Goku going to be under a lot of pressure. RF going to be burned here now, so they're going to continue that pressure on top of him. Supply crate coming down as well. So far, Prototype playing pretty passively here, trying not to get too involved. Draza will be back off respawn, but the damage may have been done with Goku basically having no cooldowns left. Will be a much easier kill for the serial killers. Oh, yeah, that's going to be big. He is almost certainly going to go down. The Lich from Esprit, not enough to peel for him, and he is brought into downstate. That probably is the team fight just already lost, but Draza, again, going to find value here. He left before that fight basically even started, and will make that decap come out here on the line, potentially full cap. And again, the buffs come up.
He's going to get that, and we already have Raikkonen going for the sword. I actually really like that from him. Like, the team fight's lost. Just make the next one easier by going for that deadly 20% damage modifier and some free executes. You really love to see that. However, it might come at the cost of a spree, because we have an incredible push here from the serial killers. Just a 5-man pushing, actually, on that. Maybe a little bit of an over-rotation there. They actually end up basically losing the entire map. They're essentially going to get triple cap because of that there, but they do get the job done. If they can snowball that into Goku, into Azaz again, then they've got some potential to do some stuff here, but they've got to make this go a little bit quicker. Goku also probably has the signet available. Yes, he does. No stability, though, so he actually is very vulnerable to being interrupted when going for this revival. Will Rip find it? Yes, he actually will. Power blocks it. There's another kill. The Lakers need to be careful not to get staggered here, because they're actually in a bit of trouble currently at their own spawn.
Yeah, this entire time, Draws actually went, and he went to the top off, and he's getting the shield now. Oh. And throughout it as well, they were able to hold on to the double cap. They're farming kills pretty hard. They're really hard staggering the Lakers, but they haven't really gotten much value out of it yet. That being said, Goku's going to be taking it again as soon as the spree comes back in off of respawn. We are going to, or excuse me, Azur's comes back in off respawn. They're actually going for the hard res, but the stab not going to last that long. And Azur's actually brought into downstate. Spree might not be long for this world either. We are going to see Raikkonen coming into peel, but that could be 3 kills picked up very, very quickly. Middle node was decapped as well. Prototype over here now going to be able to get that potential full cap, actually liching to push pressure off onto Draza. Draza, wait! Draza might die!
Draza's going to die! He goes down! I don't believe it! He actually
but
does it.
Ryken will get this res. I don't think Prototype knows
Oh, he had the
about
shield.
it.
He had the shield buff.
Shield buff. Yeah, he gets the shield buff, so he'll be okay. Still, very good kill on Draza there from Prototype. Very, very well done. Blam has made a rotation over. This is the Lakers extremely hard staggered. This should turn into a significant lead for the serial killers.
Yeah, that is an absolutely insane play that the caster curse comes in as we say that the Lakers are favored here. The serial killers, they are high on their victories right now, just absolutely popping off with some incredible play. Ryken under siege here is all about to get blown up here, I believe. Very, very shortly. Elixir S has already been used. He does not have any defensive cooldowns. He either way actually does not have access to any of his good skills right now, unfortunately for him. Nearly even overheats it. However, the team does come in and will repel the serial killers. This thief of Draza not really getting answered either, actually, will once again reset that node, and the serial killers now have to be careful because the stagger has worn off, and the Lakers, they want revenge.
Yeah, this is somewhat of a misplay in my opinion from the serial killers. They don't really get the lead, right? They bring the lead back. They get a lot of points from those kills, but they then let Lakers regroup. They've now basically put it into this team fight, and they also, they give up both side nodes for free. They don't try to contest the dragon, and they allow Draza to freely decap and you know, that lion node. They're now pushing into a team fight outnumbered, as Blam was going for the full cap there for Brian, already extremely low. I believe we also already saw the the Glint Heal used. We are going to see Signet come out for him though, and he's going to be back up, so they will be able to continue fighting into this, but Ryan's so pressured, it's going to be very difficult for him to turn damage back on. It's going to be very difficult for them to win this. It'll be basically a repeat of the first team fight we saw here, and so far, it's just not going well for them. I think they threw away a little bit more of a potential to really extend that lead. And we will see them about 20 points ahead. Rip, really nice rotation here. He's going to get out and he's going to decap Dragon. But Draza will just counter that himself. That's nature of Thief. And again, both buffs up. Let's see if blue team will actually get one this time. Blam going for top buff. It is going to be Spree going for the bottom buff. And I don't think either will be contested.
Yeah, and the Lakers get themselves a double cap there. We actually do have the shield buff, so a buff apiece for these teams, as you mentioned there. Of course, the sword being a little bit more advantageous. I think that's really a buff that, in particular, the serial killers want. That extra damage is really going to help them with their much more kind of momentum-based, like semi-roaming comp there as well, to punch through that team fight as quick as they possibly can and speed things up a little bit. But the shield, definitely not bad either. And that means that, you know, like, Rip doesn't have to worry about, like, losing all of his health instantly quite as much as he does normally. However, what's the next move here for the serial killers? Like the Lakers, I think now they are a little bit, you know, more cautious about directly engaging and going too hard. They do not want to get staggered again like they did previously. Az is actually a little bit out of position here. Like Goku will now come over to try and support him as much as we possibly can, but a massive spike has already happened and cooldowns have to be used. But for Brian is in the same situation. There's so much damage from the Lakers here, and cooldowns are already running out. Is there a Glint Heal for Brian? Let's find out. No, there is not. Oh, look at that Earthstone Shadow from Blam. The synergy. You just love to see that. Is it going to be enough, though? It's really close. He's got to hold out a few more seconds, but no, the sword buff is going to finish him. However, Rip does a great job of role-playing as a thief. Like, oh, I wish I was playing thief right now. That's quote Rip right now. Gets that decam and even the full cut. So despite a bit of a tough fight there and some heavy losses, they actually, the serial killers do manage to maintain their position in the game. But unfortunately, that's probably not going to last very long because losing 2 kills, including the support guardian, is definitely no mean feat.
Yeah, no, it's... I mean, you know, they rotate out of this fight very well, but it's just they're losing these fights. So, you know, rotating out of lost fights well is certainly a good thing, but it's better to just not be losing the fights in the first place. And, you know, they're keeping the map even, which is definitely good. They're able to contest this, and the respawn is coming out here, but they have given up the node eventually, so the double cap will come through again here for the Lakers. And they're having a lot of trouble regrouping. We saw the Lakers extremely staggered when they lost all those players near their spawn, and that's why we see the serial killers up until just now in the lead for a little while. But they haven't done the same thing that the Lakers did, which was regroup. They haven't been able to fully get back together, take a winning team fight, take an advantageous team fight, and put themselves back into a winning position and allow themselves to keep momentum going. And now we do see a good Signet coming out here from Stern, but Rip will fall again for Brian, almost certainly going to fall next. And that is going to be game if they lose this fight without getting any kills. And at this point, it's basically 100% confirmed that they will. So yeah. I think game 1, very close, but Lakers are going to be able to pull it out.
The Mesmer getting removed from the map is definitely a big deal there. Like, no potential for any kind of sneaky decaps from Rip because he is dead. Okay, so that's not happening there, unfortunately. And that should probably be the game there. 5 points for Brian. He will not really be back until the game is over. Just 20 points left over. There's got to be some kind of desperate decap. Stern and Rip actually nearly manage it on the Lion, but there's nothing to contest Goku. I think if you're Goku, you just AFK on mid, and that's exactly what he is going to do there as well. He knows the only way they lose is if they give up this node, and very wisely, he remains. But what a game. 495, 500 to 454. I think a lot of players, a lot of people, a lot of spectators, you know, have to say, myself included, were not expecting that. The Lakers having a huge amount of trouble there with the serial killers. They do go up with a 1-0, but it's not without a fight. Man, that was intense right there. And here we go. Now, I think there is one thing to note here. Colosseum is a very different map to Battle of Kano. There's my incisive PvP commentary right there. And this is probably a map that the Lakers are pretty happy to see. Okay, the Lakers, they love the team fight. They live for the team fight. And they're here to destroy. And this is a much smaller map. A map that's easier to rotate around. And of course, a more linear map with no secondary objectives, which definitely favors their playstyles. Although, having said that, bear that in mind, Roy, I believe this was the serial killer's pick last time, and they did extremely well. I think they actually feel very confident on Kylo, in fact. I would not be surprised to see some serious fireworks from the serial kills on this map in particular. What have I got in the mail? Ooh. Hey, thank you so much there, Bennett is there for the 50 globs of ectoplasm and the 4 mystic coins. Brief interlude here as well, guys, while we wait for our teams to get into the mix. Bear in mind that we are still gathering up plenty of prize pool action for this tournament. We want to have around 50,000 gold for the open and invitational bracket combined. We have $2,250. If you are interested in supporting that financially, guys, hit that exclamation mark HCL in the chat. Go over to the Matcherino, right, and throw some PayPal money over there, guys. All of the money is going directly to the players. $2,000 of that from the legendary Omega Gamer Ashmite there as well. And of course, if you want to donate some in-game, guys, and feature on the Hardstuck Wall of Fame on our website when that gets implemented, then I've got great news for you, okay? Fantastic news. Send over gold items, gem codes, whatever, to me on Discord, or of course, in-game there, mightyteapot.2093, or simply Mighty Teapot will get the job done. There it is, guys. Right, it's in the guild bank. Okay, the guild bank. Yes, I did. I saw it. I saw the guild bank stuff there. Okay, Bentius there as well. I appreciate the tier 6. It will all be converted for the glorious energy that is, of course, the epic game. But there you go, guys. Check out that Matcherino. Get over there right now. And one brief thing about Matcherino before we go ahead and go into number game 2, guys. Matcherino is a really, really cool service that actually allows you to basically engage with social media to put free money into the prize pool. For example, if you take a look on the right-hand side here of the screen, you'll see that simply following a Twitch account in this sponsor quest Matcherino thing will add 15 cents to the prize pool. Following a Twitter account will do 15 cents. Subscribing on YouTube is 20 cents. Visiting a link, that means literally going to a web page, visiting a web page is 10 cents, and it goes on and on and on and on. I can probably even add a few more now with those things, the way those things are. But anyway, get over there right now, guys. Throw some PayPal money out if you want to. And if you don't want to, go ahead and do these sponsor quests. It really makes a difference, guys. We've got 1,000 people here watching. If everyone did that, it would actually add over $1,000 to the prize pool. That's right, guys. Okay, if everyone followed the Twitter account, Twitch account, subscribed on YouTube, watched a link, and did a few more things there as well, it would increase the prize pool by over $1,000 for free. That's insane. Okay, that is insane. So don't delay. Get some value out of that. And here we go.
Insanity Gaming.
Insanity Gaming indeed. We are about to get ready. Lakers 1-0 over the serial killers. But I wouldn't want to call it too close to call. The serial killers really showing us some incredible gameplay here, guys. Incredible, incredible gaming here from the Mirage, the Weaver, the Core Necromancer, the Guardian, and of course, the Revenant. Brian having a very tough time surviving here as well. But of course, it's very much easier said than done. You know, a poor 15, 18k HP Revenant going up against the devastation of grenades, Lich form, Thief, and more. Very, very, very hard for matches so far. But I believe in the serial killers. They can make this work.
Absolutely. And they are joining up. So we are going to be waiting just for... Yep, there we go. All 5 players in each team. And you know the thing that I'm most excited about is that if the serial killers win this game, not only will we be going to a game number 3, but we'll also be seeing a new map. I mean, we've seen Forest once, but for the first time in a while, you know, it's basically the first game of today. And that's pretty exciting, you know? Not Legacy, not Capricorn. Pretty cool stuff. We've been on Kylo a lot. But you know what? I guess these teams, they know what they're like. Either way, though, doesn't look like we're going to see any comp swaps. Frey also not going to be swapping in for Riken like we saw him do earlier on for one game. So it looks like he's going to be letting him play the rest of this set out, potentially. And yeah, I mean, right now, that was a pretty close match. I think that I would have liked to have seen the serial killers really sort of press their advantage a little bit harder. I think it's definitely a risk, you know, when you have a team staggered the way that they had the Lakers staggered, to continue trying to hold them off and stagger them and snowball them. But if you can do it, it's basically just the game's over, you know. And obviously the Lakers, they did a pretty good job of regrouping, but the serial killers, they really allowed them to, I think, a little bit more. And they also just didn't really have an answer for this Thief of Draza. Now, that will be a little bit easier for them to answer now. It's going to be a little bit harder for Draza to, I think, get as much decap potential, get as much free value out of that Thief build, that Thief class, as he did on Colosseum. But it's definitely still something they need to be aware of and have at least somewhat of an answer for, whether that's Rip making sure he's rotating, for Brian making sure he's rotating, making sure that they have either Blam or Prototype watching their home nodes, not overextending into a far push, you know, whatever it is, they really just need to make sure they're not giving away those decaps as much as they were on Coliseum.
Indeed. You know, it's easy, you know, it is difficult to do that, you know, tracking these very fast players are, you know, it's definitely a big challenge, but yeah, like, that is on the responsibility of, I guess, you know, that's something that Blam needs to be watching out for, right? Like, it's a really hard decision to make, though, I think, in the current meta, particularly against Thief, right? Because what do? Do you defend against the Thief pushing, but then maybe your team loses the team fight because you made the wrong decision? It's very, very hard to do, I think, to actually not get decap there as well, and it's, you know, it's something that is always going to be this balance between, like, how delayed can you be going into the team fight to assist your team there as well, and making sure that you don't just insta-die. Yeah, insta-dying, not really good. And, you know, I mean, we've said this a lot. We've seen these Power Heralds really taking a lot of this pressure. And maybe that's one of the reasons that Azur's continues to play this Renegade instead of the Power Herald. Maybe he feels it has a little bit more survivability, even without that Glint heal. You know, it has a little bit more self-stability, or, well, it has self-stability. The Dwarf, obviously, elite, applying a lot of, you know, damage reduction. But we'll have to see if it continues to work for them. O'Brien going to be the first target here for the Lakers in this team fight. Let's see if they can rerun game number 1 here, or if the serial killers will strike back. Riken also going to be a little bit low here in this team fight, but a lot of pressure coming out now from both Draza as well as Azur is here with some range pressure. Lich is going to be utilized here now by Prototype, though. For Brian, going to burn his Glint heal while Raken is still taking a lot of pressure, and he's going to go to downstate. Big damage onto him. Azur is pretty low. Goku going for the Signet. It doesn't get interrupted, and he's going to be able to get that big supply crate from Raken off of respawn into the roads as well. But Brian is going to be brought into downstate. Stern. Draza dies to falling damage! Draza died to falling damage and Ryan.
Oh. No, that is very unfortunate, but it might not matter because both for Brian and Rip in downstate. Riken taking the Mesmer off out of Rhodes. For Brian unable to get res there. And Draza, he dies to gravity, but unfortunately, gravity is not strong enough to keep the serial killers alive in this team fight, and they will have to just cede that fight and take the clock tower as a consolation prize.
That was quite the spectacular fight, and in a way I almost felt that was a bit of a wash between the two teams, like both teams kind of just ripping chunks out of each other. No one really got anything done there too much. We see Blam kind of posturing towards the windmill over here. Stern and Prototype now reinforcing that. Rip into the minion monster. You know, I believe actually that Rip can win this matchup if it goes on long enough, and yeah, that's why we see the plus coming in from Azaz to make sure that doesn't happen. However, Brian off respawn might be able to find a kill here. Actually, I think Espree's in trouble here. This could be a really big one. However, Goku is available, but may have to burn cooldown to actually keep this the big worm alive.
Absolutely. And, you know, so far, Lakers with a pretty solid game plan, I'd say, with the double cap, pretty solid, map state. Though, Spree is going to be a little bit pressured in this fight. However, Brian, again, going to be falling here, and that cleave is very good, even without a Reaper, without a power, or oh, there's an 8 hollow, but, you know, without that same damage that Outcomped had, maybe, they're still able to significantly cleave that out, and Stern now himself will fall, unable to have rallied his Herald, and so far, Serial Killer's really struggling to be dominant in this map, and they're kind of just continuing to stagger and scatter after these team fights, picking up what they can, and it's not quite enough.
Definitely a little bit trickier than the first game they had here. Like, it was definitely a very close opening fight there, but I think now they've got to take a step back and regroup this a little bit. Prototype's almost certainly going to die here. Blam's doing a great job peeling him out. All the heal skill could be clutch here. He does actually find it, but the crate comes down with no dodge, and I think that spells doom for the Necromancer. Absolutely does. Stability comes down ahead of time there from Azaz, but they're actually going to go for a bleed to greed out even further. Rip eliminated over here, and of course Blam will now find himself outnumbered 1v2 into Azaz and Riken. Even Draza in play here as well. Certainly not a good start right now for the Serial Killers. Goku and Esprit will be outnumbered here. Rip off Respawn. That's a scary outnumber there. The Revenant and the Mirage are really going to pump there, but Riken will be already here, able to reinforce, and Prototype just now bleeding out that there's going to be a large window of time where there's no Necromancer in this team fight on the mansion, and a Revenant here from the Ultimate Dark Worm already rotating, and I think this is going to be a bit of a disaster for the Serial Killers. I think Prototype will get back here at just about the same time that for Brian or someone else is dying, and yeah, I think the Serial Killers know it. They're already trying to leave this, but for Brian does fail in doing so and is eliminated.
Yeah, and you know, the longer this game goes on, I think it's going to be that much harder for Serial Killers to come back, just because obviously on Coliseum, you know, when you hard stagger a team, right, they won one team fight very, very confidently, really dominantly, and they were able to really hard stagger the Lakers. And because of that map just being a little bit bigger, I think it allowed them to gain even more points than they had, as well as the fact that Lakers, their attentions were a little bit split. They started going, you know, for the buffs instead of necessarily just fully on regrouping the way that they eventually did. But here on this map, that's not really going to be the case. As soon as, you know, if the Lakers 100% just lose a team fight, they'll be able to regroup and get back into the map much more quickly. They won't be going for those buffs at all. It's a much smaller map as well. And so I do think that, you know, Kylo may be a little bit better for Serial Killers. They don't have to worry about that Thief quite as much in terms of the decaps, but it also does mean that, you know, staggering or winning one team fight isn't going to be quite enough. And that was really what made that game on Coliseum so close. This time, not as much. And so we'll have to see, you know, of course, that being said, they haven't even won one team fight yet, really. So this could be the start of it, as Goku's going to be very low, getting pressured out here by Prototype's Lich. But so far, he's doing a nice job of kiting. Now I'd say that as he goes into downstate, he's going to be dropped out. But you see the knock is going to be absolutely abysmal here for the Serial Killers. And that'll be a free res for Goku.
Massive knockback there, dude. Downstate, nerf Guardian downstate. Disgusting knockback. It might not actually end up saving him completely. Looks like he is going to die again, but actually, no, he's going to survive with his heal skill. Enough to even get his renewed focus back just now there as well. That was really, really good there. Good timing there from Goku to get that knockback, to deny his own death. And Serial Killer's just having a really tough time in this fight, as you say. They nearly had it there. They could have just started to get some momentum off that. They do even get the node, but the thing is, the fight is not where they want it to be.
Yeah, no, not at all. And Stern now falling. You know, I mean, it's not even closer. I mean, the Coliseum, I think, was closer again, just because they had that such a dominant team fight that completely stopped the momentum there from the Lakers and allowed them to come back into the game and eventually actually grow their lead. But here it's just not happening. They're maybe finding a kill here and there. They've picked up Draza a couple times. You know, they almost got a kill on a Riken. Same with Azure, same with Spur, but it's just not enough. And Serial Killers, honestly, they just look a little bit more lost in this match, on this map here on Kylo, than they did on Coliseum. And I'm not really sure what the difference is. I'm not really sure if it's just, you know, they had a close game first one, and that was everything they could put into it. But right now, they're not showing that same sort of, I'd say, killer instinct that we saw from them when they essentially farmed the Lakers for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, there's time yet to recover, particularly with this respawn push. This definitely puts Azaz, Raikkonen, and Goku in a bit of threat there. But yeah, Blam gets plus by Draws over. He has to concede the node into the minion mines. He's going to go back in there now, but I think he's about to put himself at some serious risk. Those minions will just be swarming all over him, and with the Thief, the Elemental is going to have a very hard time surviving. And yeah, that immo, that was a nice, I believe, a dagger 3 there from the big worm, locking that Elementalist in place. Goku very pressured, doesn't ever actually, nearly died. It's nearly suffered the same fate as Draza there, dying to fallen damage. I think is the F pressing going to be enough? No, it is not. The cleave is massive from the serial killers. Eliminating that Guardian is definitely it's the first step on the road to victory here, and that should allow the serial killers to maybe destabilize that team fight. If they can get a few more kills before Goku is back, then they can start climbing these points back into this game. But unfortunately, they're actually starting to run out of time with that. Goku is already back in play. If he gets to this fight, is able to get it back, then they're in business. However, Raikkonen is dead and Rip does get the stomp. This could be the beginning of something here for the serial killers. Blam securing this node, Draza being chased away by Prototype, and actually now the ultimate big worm under serious pressure.
For Brian, very low, though, forced to use his Glint Heal against basically just a little bit of cleave, and now some pressure that Azurus has brought in as he rotates in. For Brian, without the Glint Heal, will be extremely susceptible to this rotation. Goku coming back in off of respawn has Stern there to peel for him, but it's not going to be enough. Stern going for the res. Is he going to be able to get it? The Signet popped out, but the Interrupt is going to be better. Forced into the RF, no chance for a second Signet, and for Brian, cleaved up just like that. So all that work, all that effort to get 2 kills very, very slowly there for the serial killers. And the red team, the Lakers, they do it much, much easier, much, much cleaner. The exact same result, except a lot faster, and it's just not looking very good for the serial killers. In fact, a 3rd kill, I think, now will be cleaned up. Yes, Prototype is going to fall off in roads between the mansion and the clock tower. Again, the consolation prize is this 1 node that Rip is going to be able to get, but it's just not going to be enough, and they're going to continue to fall behind about this 100 points difference here between the Lakers and the serial killers.
Yeah, it's tough, trading out players for nodes. It can work a little bit, particularly in the late game, but it's, or if you're ahead, rather. But unfortunately, the serial killers aren't ahead. And for Brian and Corral here, both go down. And it's a slow game, right? There's not that many points. It's 2-8-4, 2-1-7-8 right now with only 5 minutes left on the clock. And it may well be going to a timer game, but that just means that 100-point difference, it might not seem like a lot, Roy, but the bad news is, because of how slow the game is, that is a very large distance for the serial killers to make up.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the problem here is, right, they were able to, again, win that 1 team fight on the Coliseum, and to be fair, it would be really good to go back and sort of look at how that happened, because they're unable to repeat it. They weren't able to repeat it on the Coliseum map itself, and they haven't been able to repeat it here. So they're not able to win these team fights, and that's not the end-all be-all for them, just based off of the nature of their comp. But it is making it very, very difficult for them to obviously, to win the game. But it also just makes it so much more difficult for them to come back. Because we saw, with the Coliseum map, a map that you can absolutely out-rotate your enemy team on, a map that you can definitely win without, having to commit to 4v4s and 5v5s all the time. The only time they got ahead was when they won that team fight massively. And they're not doing it here. They're not going to be able to come back if they can't consistently get kills. The closest we've seen to them doing it here now is when they got those 2 kills on to Raikkonen, on to Goku. But again, they just did it so much slower than the Lakers did after they regrouped. It just didn't really matter at all. They didn't get anything from it. The Lakers were able to just basically negate any point gain and probably gain way more than they did as well. Do you see downstate here, though? Azure is going to be brought into downstate. Signet coming out from Goku is going to be interrupted. Ryan will die on top of that, and Signet actually does come out. So Ryan will get Signet himself. That's going to be a res for both of Ryan, much, much lower. Again, the Worms just in a little bit of a better position for this team fight, and they find not 1, but now 2 kills here.
Man, that's just the story. The serial killers were so close there. You have to kind of think, imagine if Mesmer was able to counterplay the Signet as easily as Thief could, right? Because I just think that if the Lakers get the Signet, it's just so bad for the serial killers because they burn everything to go for a kill, right? Like the Mesmer is going all out, all the HP, like trading health out, trading cooldowns out, and when that Signet comes through, it's just a complete backbreaker because there's nothing left to re-secure the kill or much follow-up, and the sustain just vanishes. Yeah, you know, off the face of the earth there, unfortunately, for the serial killers. And you can see them really going all in on Goku right now, but the peel is good from Raikkonen and Az. He's holding on very nice. Some great kiting here as well to keep that Guardian on his feet. But that lead just keeps growing, and those HP bars keep going down for the serial killers. Stern doing his best, getting that revival, doesn't have a Signet. I think that may well be the deciding kill of the game. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. I think we're going to be seeing a 2-0. Does not really tell the full story of this series, but I've got to say the Lakers, once again, they show that they are not a force to be you know, to be trifled with. Okay, they are no trifles, Roy. Okay, they're, you know, a delicious pudding at least.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree. They are not trifles, and yeah, you know, they did a very, very good job. I want to say Coliseum was a little bit of a more impressive game for me. Than we're seeing here on Kylo. I mean, obviously the score certainly was closer, but just in general, the way they played that, they really just haven't done anything this game, in my opinion, that was very good. They've basically just been, you know, taking whatever the Lakers will leave to them, as in, you know, the one node the Lakers aren't on is the one node they're allowed to have. Everywhere else is just death for them, and the Lakers claiming the node. And I think they need to be able to really recognize what went wrong here. Now, obviously, by no means are they out. Of course, we're gonna see them face the winner of our next match, and that will be the lower bracket finals. That will be whoever wins that will be moving on as the second seed for tomorrow's games. But the Lakers, as they're about to win here, minute and a half left, they only need 49, now 48 points here to win this game and close it out. They will be done. That's it. This is their second set, and the second time we're gonna see them today, and that's it. They are done for the day. They will be confirmed first seed for tomorrow on the EU side of things.
Yeah, I think that's not really too much of a surprise for a lot of people there. But I do to say, you know, the serial killers certainly demonstrating that they are a very, very powerful team. It takes quite a very, you know, like it's quite a considerable feat to actually get to 450 points in a very close game against the Lakers, particularly when they're in full try-hard mode, right? You know, this is some extreme. This is not like some random daily AT. This is a competition where everything is on the line, like that coveted best of the best title, but even better than that, the community conqueror on the line here as well. And well, we actually might see the game just barely concluded. 30 seconds left on the clock, but what an absolutely grueling slugfest of a game between these two teams.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I will say, obviously, the Lakers, they were unable to, you know, this was almost a timer game, right? 18 seconds left on the clock. It was definitely a long game for them, but it was pretty one-sided, I'd say, and I think it was just because they never were able to 100% kill the serial killers, you know, without basically any chance of recovery. I mean, there were a couple moments where they came close, but it was never like a full 4-man wipe that just allowed them to hold the triple cap for a really long time. And I think also the nature of the beast, the serial killers are going to be able to generally hold on to one node pretty consistently. But yes, that is going to be it. That is the Lakers done for the day. Serial killers will move on. They have a match in 2 more games. But we now have one more elimination game before our lower bracket finals to play.
Could it possibly be another map on Legacy?
Yes. So the maps are Legacy, yes, Capricorn, whoa, and Kylo.
Whoa!
And yeah, oh, go.
So I believe it is going to be the Azadome Academy versus Outcomped, if I am, you know, able to remember that vaguely correctly. Let me
Correct,
get that
yes.
going on there. Outcomped, outskilled.
Okay. So I know I was probably robotic for most of that game. Am I still robotic now?
You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Have you learned the secret of the robot?
No, I have nothing happened. I didn't do anything. I was actually just about to restart my computer, but If I'm good,
I think it's good. It really wasn't that bad. It was a little bit of robo, just a little bit of Mr. Destructo had come through. Just, a little bit,
I don't know what's going on. I guess I've restarted my internet again, and I'm pretty sure my internet's fine. It's just, I wonder if I have no idea. I mean, it's just Discord that seems to be having an issue.
Yeah. I mean, it happens, man. It happens. That's just how it goes sometimes. And we all know the pain of internet issues. It's not a very enjoyable thing, unfortunately. But you know what? We have to deal with it. We have to view it as an enhancement, right? We view the robotic moments as a moment of joy, a moment of happiness, variety in the sound of your voice. And I think that's something we can all appreciate. But, this one's an interesting, Roy, actually, between these two teams. They haven't fought yet, right? I don't think so. I don't think we've ever seen this matchup so far. No, this is not a rematch because they were on opposite sides of the bracket. And I honestly don't know what to expect because if I'm not mistaken, this is Teamfight Lunatics versus Teamfight Lunatics, I believe. On Legacy. So, yeah, that is... It's going to be something, right? That's all I can say. Now, it's not exactly going to be a complete mirror matchup here because it is going to be, it's going to be a core necromancer, one core necromancer from Feifei on the blue team. Here, as you can see, with Andreas on grenades, and then it will be Asnome on Thief. It will be Belzdar on Herald, Chunsu on Support Guardian, but there it is, the beautiful synergy of the double Lich from Gornet PMA and Guinevere Aeon. That is terrifying. It's going to be Pain on Thief, though, this time. So he is actually wanting to match Azadome here in this matchup instead of going for the extra Power Herald. So not quite as all in on the team fight as we've seen previously, now favoring the Thief in the latter half of this tournament. But still, this is a pretty scary composition. And like that double Necromancer, Belzadar, he'd better get ready to go. And I'd almost wonder if maybe this is where you would want to play that Renegade, right? Then you have even more weakness application. You're a bit tanky. You have range damage, so you can be at range. Well, apparently that's not going to be the case, and we'll never know the answer to that. We can't even ponder it because the game is about to begin.
Yeah, and, one of the things that I'm going to be looking at here from Chunsu is if he holds his Shield 5 specifically for those double Liches, if the double Liches, of course, are coming out again. If they have any other sort of projectile denial, which, apart from, the smoke screen, there's not really, I think, any. There's no CPC. There is CPC, excuse me, from Feifei, so obviously that would certainly work out well for them. But that double Lich is certainly going to be something to watch out for. Obviously, just in general, let's see if they can negate this burst that the Reaper is bringing from Gornet that other teams haven't really had the ability to do so. Obviously, it's not going to be the Power Herald from Pain. It is going to be going to the Thief again, but I think that obviously worked out very well from last time, and of course, it is going to be a very, very strong class for him. So I'll have to see if the Revenant is going to be needed here for them to be able to get these one-shots, or if it is really just this Reaper damage comboed with the Nade Hollow. Either way, first team fight will be coming out in just a moment. Both teams have gotten their side nodes into this as well as they stall up a second time. Pain.
No one wants to fight. Decap. Yeah. They both think, dude, this is going to be a clusterfuck. Wait, go to AFKs! He's literally BMing or something. Gets punished. But Pain does get the decap actually during all that chaos. So red team actually but actually Asnome's now doing the same thing. Well, the teams mirroring each other. Truly an incredible display of skill. The Lich comes out here from Gornet. Will there be a second one for Aeon? No, she's going to actually try and maybe bait out the corners and then unleash a Lich of her own. A huge amount of cleave there from the Reaper. And here comes damage onto Belzar. Can he somehow? There's a secondary Lich. It's 20 seconds of Lich. They're role-playing as the old Lich by just having two of them. The Lich now comes out there from Feifei. And actually it's Gornet who's going to get caught there. And an Elixir Estom. That's going to confirm it. No time for the Signet. And in fact, the Azadome Academy actually takes the advantage in the team fight early on.
Yeah, they did get a downstate on the Belzadar, but the Signet was good from Chunsu, and there wasn't a safe stump, there wasn't cleave or knock there from the red team, and Pain actually gets picked up as well. That's a huge kill onto Pain. Not something that you see often, but Belzadar doing a really nice job of locating that low target after the fight, knowing that he's going to be trying to go for that side node, finding him and confirming that kill, and now Benzo is getting chased down by Azure, but he finds the kill as well. There isn't going to be a Signet, obviously, as I believe Shuriken actually burned it before. No, wait, I lie. He does have it, but it's going to be interrupted a second time, and now he's going to be unfortunately forced to give up that kill. Gordon back off respawn is going to be able to pressure out Andreas, who's a little bit low here, but Aeon extremely low. This might be finally Shuriken's time to shine with a Signet. Let's see if he can get it. Stands around there, but interrupted again by Azurdome. This thief is unstoppable. He has interrupted every single Signet in the world today, and so far he is carrying his team on his shoulders. Azurdome Academy is being instructed very well, and so far they are bringing it to the red team.
That was a very nice pick off there as well by Andreas. He just got the perfect grenade auto attack, Roy. I believe it was a grenade barrage, to be fair, but the nades flew and secured that kill right just at the edge of that range. And so far, the Azurdome Academy looking great here, trying to apply some suppression fire here as well to keep the out-comp team from getting back into this. Although I think they do want to be a little bit cautious with pushing this deep into them. It's very easy to find yourself, like in a lot of trouble with nowhere to go at that point.
Yeah, and, I'm going to hold that, actually. I'll make this comment next, as a team fight seems to be brewing. All nodes going to be decapped. We will see the the quarry node, going the way of red team for a moment. Graveyard probably will be going the way of blue team here. They're not going to have their own home node as Waterfall, but that will happen for one of these teams after this team fight. Andreas already going to be a little bit pressured. He does have Elixir S. He does have Supply Crate available for this fight. Aeon already pushing onto the node. She's going to be playing pretty aggressive. Azurdome trying to get a little bit of pressure out here. Gornet dropping down here now. Big fear coming out on both of the Necros here from red team. Supply Crate going to be dropped here now by Andreas. It's going to be countered by the stability, though, from Chunsu. Belzadar going to be the target here. Looks like for red team. Glint Heal going to be burned. Chunsu trying to peel for him. Gornet again going to be the target here for the Azurdome Academy, but the damage is going to be good so far from the red team. Belzadar barely hanging on. Smokescreen going to be dropped by Azurdome to help peel him out and trying to put some counter damage onto it, but a Lich coming out now from Aeon. They're looking for the kill onto this Herald. Gornet looking for the pressure as well with this Reaper. It looks like they're going to be able to get it. They do. Chunsu, though, is going for the Signet. It's interrupted, however, and I think that will be a kill confirmed. However, he is still alive. He might be able to get it. The hard res starting to come out, but no, it's not going to happen. They're trying to rally him from Aeon, but unfortunately, Aeon now is going to be the one who rallies. Gornet with a Lich of his own, going to be peeling for Aeon out, and Therios Feifei now probably going to fall herself after going into the Lich form. That'll be 2 kills picked up, unless Chunsu can find this Signet. He does, still holding on to this team fight, but they are outnumbered. Belzadar will be coming back in just a moment. Aeon falls as well. Wait a minute, are they going to be able to get the res? No. Actually, the stomp, and the res does come through. Feifei now dies. Belzadar, I think, will be too little too late to swing things back the way the decap comes through. And finally, we see Outcomped bring a fight back of their own. Kills confirmed. Chunsu falls off the back end as well. There'll be several kills picked up around the graveyard.
How is he doing that? I mean, that is exactly what I was kind of expecting. 2 very evenly matched teams in the team fight. Blue team, though, the Azurdome Academy, I think they do a good job of salvaging the situation, pushing these side nodes as quick as they can, maintaining their lead, and just trolling a little bit there with the Thief. Azurdome's got to be a little bit careful not to get caught and die here. That will be a really, really bad situation right now. But I think they're already looking to just go ahead and take the fight. Now, I do actually, in a way, quite like the position here. From the Azurdome Academy, they should have a few moments at the start of this fight where they can initiate before Aeon actually arrives. But actually, no, they're going to delay a little bit, and that means that Aeon will be here. And, well, here we go. Welcome to the world of 5v5. Honestly, Roy, I'm changing this. I don't want to be on Legacy anymore. Let's go to Courtyard and have some deathmatch and get these players picking up that orb, because here we go. 5v5, running it down mid on Legacy of the Foefire.
They're going to run it back, and Gornet already taking a ton of pressure, but the Shroud is full for him, and he actually turns some damage back onto himself, swirling around in that Shroud. Blue team trying to find the kill onto him, and so far they're actually doing quite a good job, but he's going to be able to get his heal. Nice CC, nice peel coming out from the red team to back them off. Pain a little bit low, taking a little bit of cleave pressure. He's going to be forced into the Dagger Storm, but he's going to be okay for now, as red team still looking for this kill onto Belzadar. He will be the target throughout most of these fights as they try to find the Reaper kill onto Gornet. So far, though, neither team going to be able to find it, but no Glint Heal available for Belzadar, no ports available either. The rest of his team doing what they can to peel him out. A lot of blind fields coming down. Staff 5 for a moment will keep him alive, but I don't think it's going to be much longer. But Gornet is going to be the first one to fall. I think will be good, yes. Yeah, going to be able to get him back up. Shuriken burning the Signet there, and now burning the RF as well. Pain needs to be careful. He doesn't go down. Glint Heal keeping Belzadar alive for a moment longer. This might actually be enough for blue team to turn the tide, but no, Pain goes back in. He's going to port. He's going to find the kill. Signet comes through, and that will be another res confirmed here as the Lich comes out, but Belzadar goes right back down after getting back up. They're trying to find the hard res, but the cleave going to be good there from Gornet. I think he might be able to find the kill. It looks like they're not going to be able to res this. He's so low, and Chunsu now will fall. Azurdome will fall. Feifei will fall. It's an absolute bloodbath as all 5 players die. die.
Oh, that damage from the Reaper was unreal. That was just literally full send from Gornet and Aeon and Benzo, mashing every button. Brian, that was a complete clown fiesta. I mean...
Wow. What a kill. What a fight there from the red team. And, well, blue team, I mean, it would be pretty hard for them to not fully 5-man regroup since all of them were being sent back to respawn. And that's exactly what they will do. But, yeah, very, very well played there from the red team. Blue team just unfortunately pressing F a little bit too long in one place.
Yeah, it's a big triple cap.
You know what? I mean, we could see the exact same thing returned. Blue team could look to just return this favor. They won that first fight. If they can do it again, Azurdome, this is not how you start out, and Azurdome actually gets deleted here. This might be a res. I think, yeah, it is going to be a res, but they're going to probably be pretty scared. They don't want the exact same thing to happen. However, they do get the thief back up. Gornet actually maybe going to overextend himself. Takes quite a bit of damage there from the nades, from the pressure. Azurdome on top of him, keeping that pressure going. His blue team actually surging forward now into the graveyard. Shuriken already going to be very low. He has Signet available, but if he goes into downstate, then there's no way for him to use it. Stealth, though, comes through, and he's going to be able to get himself back out. Belzadar off to the side is going to be going into downstate, but the cleave there isn't there this time for red team. There are two split up and a lot of pressure now. Pain getting CC'd. Shuriken extremely low still. RF going to be burned again. Gornet pretty low off to the side. They have them split up. Gornet is going to go into downstate. Shuriken going for the Signet. Does he get interrupted? No, he does not. And that's going to be Gornet back up on his feet.
But he's down again.
Crate coming down though, and he will almost certainly fall. Shroud keeping alive for half a second, but not for much longer than that. And he will go into downstate. This is where blue team can try and turn it around. There should not be a res. It's going to be a kill confirmed. Let's see if they can find anything else. Red team scattering. They don't want to lose any more players. They don't want to fall more than they have to. Shuriken, though, starting to get chased out by Belzadar. This might be a kill onto the Guardian. Yes, 50 there for the backup as well, and they will be able to find 2 kills in this fight. 3 kills now as Aeon falls in middle node. That'll be the decap here as well, but they've got a lot of points to make back up. They're at 200 behind, so this is a very good way for them to start it off.
Yeah, you can just see how volatile these matches really are. Red team, though, with a really nice push there. Pain making it all the way to the waterfall, drawing some of the blue team over here and maintaining just a few more points, getting to that 400-point margin. Looks like we might just barely see a triple cap be established here for the blue team. Basically the reverse of the situation that we saw previously. Maybe not quite as extreme, but yeah, here it comes. Here's the triple cap, but here's a problem. Andreas is on the other side of the map. The blue team have to concede the core. They cannot begin to fight here. That would be complete suicide.
Yeah, they do need to be careful. They don't want to overextend and throw away their lead, which is basically what we saw happen to outcomp the red team in this last fight. And, they got a little bit too greedy. Obviously, Azurdome, I think, was maybe a bit of the catalyst of that. They saw a kill onto the thief, and Gornet went in for the kill. He smelled blood in the water. Unfortunately, he went a little too far in. So blue team not going to make the same mistake, but it does mean their points will be slowed down as the thief 1v1 happens over waterfall, a beneficial fight, or beneficial thief 1v1 there for Pain, doing a nice job of forcing the fight on the enemy's node, but it looks like he's not actually going to continue it. I think he's going to try to make his way over to the fight, get value there as it rages on. If blue team can win this fight, though, if they can win it successfully and significantly enough, this would swing the map into their favor. But again, Pain making that rotation earlier than Azurdome will swing the fight back their way. Both glitches coming out from red team at the same exact time. This is an outnumbered fight as well for blue team. They have to be very careful because if they lose any players here, that probably is the map. That probably is going to be the game. But Gornet actually dying in a 4v5. He might go down. He's going to be pressured out. Belzadar very low himself, but the Glint Heal going to keep him alive for long enough for Azurdome to get back in after capping middle node. They're looking for pressure. They're looking for kills. Can they find it before Belzadar falls? He's going extremely low. He is going to go to downstate. There's the Signet from Chunsu. Does he have it? He does. Pain trying to go for the Shadow Step Stomp, but the Signet will come out first. Gornet forced back into the portal, and that comes the decap out onto the mine as well. Belzadar very low, but he's getting peeled out. Azurdome doing an excellent job of keeping some pressure on Adelante, who's very, very low. Chunsu healing up the rest of his team, and so far, blue team are holding on.
So they have to fight this. Like, they must control all 3 nodes, otherwise they won't have enough points. Only 3 minutes and 40 seconds, so actually timer is becoming a relevant factor the longer this goes on. Belzar does get the reset, and actually the red team didn't on all of their players. You actually note that Aeon is unbelievably low. Gornet actually not in the best of shape either, actually. If either of these Necromancers go down, it could spell complete doom for the red team. They're outskilled, outplayed. They might be about to happen to themselves in a moment there. Benzo actually now also under a lot of pressure. Blue team must must win this fight, though. The base being quite useful here as well to the red team, being able to retreat quite easily and back off if they need to. And Pain just full capping the entire map while his team fights. Aeon does finally go down. There's no signet available there. You know, Adelante's simply too far away, so the blue team do actually manage to take that fight. But Pain has been gaining them so many free points during this time.
He did. He kind of did what Azurdom did the last fight, but unfortunately, red team were not able to repeat the 4v5 hold, and they did lose a player in that. But it might be enough. As you said, timers starting to become relevant. They're about 160, 170 points behind, and they have less than 3 minutes to make that up. Pain now going in for the decap as well, and I think the fact that there's a thief on the red team might actually just mean there's no way for them to hold enough nodes, no way for them to gain enough points in the time it takes. Gornet will fall. Signet maybe coming out. It does. That will just continue to stagger. And I think the blue team, they're starting to play it a little bit better. They're starting to come back and win some of these fights, but I think it's too little too late, and we are 100% going to see them losing this first game.
Yeah, so difficult to come back in there. Like, Azurdom simultaneously has to be here, interrupting the Signet in these fights, but also matching Pain at the same time. Otherwise, Pain will just slowly auto-win the game, pretty much. And the blue team do win another fight. That's expected, right? They were essentially outnumbering it with Azurdom for a good amount of time, but that's not good enough. They've got 2 minutes left to win this game. And actually, I believe it's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible, actually. Yeah. They cannot win.
Well, Lord.
Yeah, Lord. Yeah, they could go for Lord, but they've also got, 15 points to do that in, which is probably not going to go super well. But I mean, what a first game. I mean, that really could have gone either way. Like, you know, one stray fight here and there. I mean, it really was that pentacle, right? Gornet, Benzo, and Aeon just unleashing on that downstate cleave, devastated the blue team. And that is actually what has led outcomped, outskilled, outplayed to securing their first game in this best of 3. And this is elimination. This is a very stressful situation there. The blue team, they must now make their recovery. They can definitely make it happen. They were ahead for a good chunk of that game. They were winning those fights. But, you know, I think you're absolutely right there, Roy, with the Thief, right? The Thief, it just makes it so that once you're like 50 points away from winning, it's very easy to not lose. And sometimes not losing is all you need.
Yeah. You know, okay, so we got a slight moment here. Pain is saying be right back. I'm not sure if he's just going AFK or if he's swapping to Revenant. Looks like he'd probably be staying Thief. A couple of things that I think are pretty important to note there about that game. So one of the things that I think is really interesting that I really want to highlight is the fact that that fight at Quarry at the end there, not the very end, but sort of close, you know, around like the 4 or 5 minute mark, I think it was again, the Azurdom Academy, they actually won a 4v5, and that's extremely impressive, especially considering, you know, the comp that they're dealing with, the players, the teams they're dealing with. And just tell them. So, you know, I think the fact that they were able to do that actually, you know, just speaks to, you know, the capacity of this team. They definitely could win. They could 100% be winning these games if they can continue to play like that. Really, really impressive thing. The other thing to note that, in my opinion, is that every team fight, apart from that one, that Azurdom Academy was able to win, Gornet was generally separated from the rest of his team, or maybe, you know, they were able to separate either Benzo or potentially Aeon, but generally it was Gornet. When Gornet was separated from the rest of his team, when they were way more split up, they were not able to win these team fights. And generally they didn't die. You know, we didn't see a full 5-man team wipe, or generally even, I think, a 4, maybe even 3-man team wipe. You know, Azurdom Academy was only really able to get 1 or 2 kills. But they could do it consistently enough that they could give themselves a lead if they can continue to split those team fights up. And I think we saw this against Serial Killers as well. When they were able to split Gornet up and get him away from the rest of their team, they were able to consistently hold their own in team fights and get value out of these team fights and get kills. And so I think they really need to focus on doing that, as well as really focus on holding the same targets, because there was that last fight after they won that 4v5 initially, they had very, very split targets. And some of them were focusing on Benzo, some of them were focusing on Aeon, some of them were focusing on Gornet, and I think if they can really consistently lock their targets down the way that the outcomped, skilled team is, the red team, then they will have a much more successful time in these fights as well.
You're absolutely right. These really big fights, they typically, almost paradoxically even, they come down to just a few little decisions, like getting caught out of position, just, for a moment, and then bam, like you get annihilated by a huge spike of damage, like getting the revive, not getting the revive, getting a stomp, a Shadow Stomp, an Elixir S Stomp, right? And it's these little factors, these minute details that will just completely skew a fight one way or another, right? Like, it really is a case of if you can eliminate, in this case, primarily the Necromons, right? Like the public enemy number one, it's going to be Gornet, Aeon, and the Revenant on for Belsdar, right? Belsdar, right? Like Fei, and Andreas are the really big targets there. Eliminating one of those, or of course the support or either team, is going to be an absolutely massive deal. And there are just a few things that, as you say, right, like isolating those targets, like making them split, splitting the enemy team, breaking the cohesion. That's what makes the difference.
Absolutely. But here we go. A couple of very key moments in that last game there. Azurdome's Academy, they came close, but unfortunately they flew a little bit too high, I think, at one point and fully wiped themselves. A mistake that they certainly will not be looking to repeat. Bell were very relevant on this map. It will, of course, be a slightly different play style, I think, throughout the game from these teams as that Bell will become relevant. But we'll have to see what happens. It is 1-0 for the red team, for Outcomped and Outskilled. If they take this second game in a row, that's it. Azurdome Academy is gone. If they can find their own way into this map, then they will be making it a best of three, the full best of three, and we'll be going to a third map. But either way, let's see what happens at decap coming out here. Azurdome actually going to be the one getting the decap a little earlier than Pain here. A little bit of a mirror from Legacy, but Pain not too far behind. Only a 4-point difference there. And Middle Node, once again, will be the catalyst for the rest of this game.
Here we go. The Azurdome Academy have everything to play for. They're going to go directly for Gornet. Oh my goodness, and they are going to find him as well. Can they cleave him before the Signet? It's actually possible. They actually might be able to get there. No, there's no poison available, so they aren't able to deny that Signet. But Gornet, he's going to go down again. Oh wow, they are here with a vengeance. And I think Aeon might die in that cleave there as well. We actually do have Fei unbelievably low. She does not have access to a Shroud. Right now, she's going to go down there. Trin's going to have to burn that Signet. I think, no, they're going to go for the hand res, trying to preserve that cooldown. They're able to do so as well. Aeon now in trouble there as well. The Fear is good though, and that should actually be another confirmed kill, leaving Adelanti highly exposed. Benzo already trying to run, getting that retreat there as well. But Pain does a great job there as well, neutralizes the map, tries to mitigate that loss. But I think if Adelanti dies, that's going to be a very annoying stagger, and I don't think there's any way he's getting out of that. What an explosive start.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that blue team kind of just chose to go all in on Gornet, and it worked for them. And I don't really think that was necessarily them. Or rather, Gornet being isolated from the rest of his team. I don't think the positioning from the red team was necessarily bad. I think it was just they weren't ready for the absolute burst coming out from blue team because they hadn't really experienced it as much since a lot of those fights before. Blue team was kind of just more playing to survive. The beginning of this game, though, they had all their cooldowns. No one obviously had gone low yet, and they just decided to hold W. They just put their foot all the way down to the gas, and it worked. So Gornet, unfortunately, will fall for the red team, and that will turn into a double cap there for blue. First spell of the game will be coming up in just about 25.
Yep. Everyone will be alive for that. And I think both teams are really going to be looking to pick off a player here. Like, getting a player here and getting that early Bellin, I think is fantastic. Because it just puts so much more pressure on your opponent. Each Bell granting more points than the previous is a massive motivator for getting them early there. And therefore, like a really good opportunity to secure a really annoying advantage, over your opponent early on. And Belsdar looking pressure. But Andreas is going to be the one who's actually going to go down here as well. Oh, they can't afford that. The Bell's up right now. Chunsu going to have to go for the Signet. Is there an interrupt there from the steal? No, there is not, as the thieves are actually busy dueling each other. The Duel of Fates here over on the Bell. That could take a little while there. Let's see how the 4v4 resolves over here on mid. It's actually not looking good here whatsoever for the Azurdome Academy. In fact, another kill there with no Signet available. And in fact, it's going to be the blue team simply retreating away from that and just backing off and maybe reevaluating that fight, potentially looking to redirect themselves over towards the Bell, because that's exactly where the outskilled team is going.
And this is where you have to make a gamble. Either you give up the first Bell, it's only 25 points, or you risk losing players very quickly and then turning that into a huge lost map state. They are going to continue to contest this Bell, though, and red team now will send the rest of their players in. A little bit of a slower rotation, maybe, but obviously that's partially just because Pain was following Azurdome. Still, they are going to be outnumbered for a while, as Fefe just coming in off a respawn. A lot of pressure already. And this is where I think this gamble, it really could come back to bite them. Belsdar potentially could go down here, and what could just be 25 points on the board, it really actually ends up being more than that, because while this entire time they're trying to contest this, they end up losing it. They don't end up losing any players for it, fortunately, but the entire time they were doing that, the double cap was coming out, and I do like this play. I will say, I do like the fact that they send Fefe into middle node. She goes for the decap. They didn't lose anyone initially, although Andreas unfortunately gets taken out as he runs over towards far. But the map is completely neutral, so it does completely stop the point gain here from Red Team. They find a cap of themselves. They do lose the 25 points on that first bell, but as long as they're in a better position for the second one, I think it's acceptable, and I think they can continue to fight back into this. They have to be really careful they don't lose Belzadar or Chunsu, though, and Chunsu not looking too hot.
Yeah, Chunsu gets eliminated. That Reaper damage just tearing through the double decker a little bit too much for the guy. And Belzar looks like he might be about to follow suit. Oh, blue team, they've got to be a little bit careful, because this map is a very, very snowballing map. If you can consistently win team fights, consistently win those bells, the game can be over in a flash. The Legacy game was honestly a pretty slow one, relatively speaking, but I think Capricorn is much less likely to go in that direction. I think we're going to see a much quicker end to this game, or at least a much quicker insurmountable lead for one team, one way or another. So blue team, they haven't got long. In my opinion, this next bell is probably going to be, I mean, it may be premature, but I think it's almost the deciding factor. Whoever wins this one, okay, or rather, if the red team wins this one, I think that will put them in an unbelievably good spot to win the actual game, and in fact, the entire series.
And this is where, when you have map mechanics like Bell, similar to Skyhammer, similar maybe sometimes as well to Temple, where you have these map mechanics where you have to, you know, teams feel the need to fight for them and contest for them, even when that first bell is only 25 points. It makes it harder for them to regroup when they've lost that first fight. And we can see they were staggered, the blue team, for a very long time. They're only now kind of sort of regrouping, although obviously Azadome isn't with them. That being said, neither is Benzo for the red team, as this second bell will once again come up. But they really didn't do a good job of regrouping after they lost that fight on the archway right before the bell happened, and they really need to. And a big part of that was, I think, because they started to try to go for that bell and contest it, and that allowed the red team to turn those contests into kills. See another fight coming out with Liches here over at the Bazaar. Decal
Bell's giving up for free, though.
As well as Doc, but yep, Bell giving up for free. That's 50 points. That's much more significant than that first bell going the way of the red team with 25 points. Nice signet on a Gornet as well, coming out from Shuriken. So they had a chance to find a kill, but unfortunately it is no longer available to them, as Belzadar is now going to start to feel the pressure. Andreas starting to feel a little bit of pressure. They fought the red team off here, but they've given up a significant amount of points. They really need to start winning team fights and snowball this map. They have to get this third bell, and they have to be able to hold a double cap for a significant amount of time to be able to come back.
Yeah, it's a difficult one there, and Belzadar already under a huge amount of pressure. Like, the health bars for blue team just not looking good here, honestly. Like, they're really going for Aeon. If they could get that early on, that could be good. But there's a Lich coming out from Gornet, and that damage is absolutely massive already. The hand res is coming out, but it's going to be difficult. Chunsu going for the signet. Should be able to get that, actually. And Aeon might fall in the crossfire there, but if there's a signet from Adelanti, there actually isn't. No. This is a big moment if blue team can get that cleave, but they actually can't. The res discipline is good, but Adelanti not having a good time. Andreas looking for that kill, might be able to get it very, very quickly. Great stealth there from PG leader Benzo. However, Aeon is still going to go down there regardless of that situation. Adelanti is not going to have anything to stop that situation. Blue team getting some work done, but I almost feel like that we're in a similar situation. Like, the Thief is going to make coming back so painful for the blue team. Even with those 3 kills, Adelanti, Gornet, and Aeon all going down, Benzo getting away here is pretty good. If he dies now, as the Necros respawn, that's going to... Oh, no! Oh, no!
He's just barely stopped the down state symbol. Not quite enough. Chunsu
I don't believe
actually going for the stop. Belzadar and Chunsu both able to port and stop that just
in
time. Chunsu, though, needs to be careful. He doesn't give the decap up. He does have his port, so he should be fine, yeah. But, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. This is very reminiscent of that first game where we saw a sizable lead come out from red team. Blue teams start to kind of show some life here, and they maybe win a fight or two. But because Payne just rotates out very early on in these fights, he's able to continue to really stem the bleeding and just slow down any sort of point game blue team have. So they're really going to realize this. They're going to be aware of it because of that legacy game, and they are going to be able to potentially try and counter it. But Azadome going down here very bad unless they can look for res. It's not going to happen. The Cleave from Gornet able to clean him up very, very efficiently. And again, it happens right around the third bell. And you know what? Red team don't have any nodes. Well, now they have Doc. They didn't have any nodes for a moment, but what do you need nodes for when you can just stand on a point and get 75?
Yeah, and this is no longer negotiable for the blue team. They cannot concede this. The game will almost end if they do. They have to fight and they have to win, but they aren't doing either of those two things because Feifei's already down. There's no Signet available. There is, but it's not good enough, actually. And Gornick continues the clave. The poison application really proving its worth here, actually, from the red team. You know, like the grenades, the Reaper, the Core Necromancer, even the Thief, of course, really putting in that work. But that's going to be it, really. Oh, bit of an anticlimactic finale here, I suppose, though, with blue team just kind of getting pushed around in this game a little bit, to be frank. And, I mean, it's theoretically possible, but 5 minutes to get, to get 240 points with no bells, and they're going to have to go for, for additional bells later on there as well. You know, they're going to have to contest the bell at 3 minutes at the same time as holding basically a triple cap at this point. That is a very, very tall order, even for a team as mighty as the Azadome Academy.
I kind of want to see red team just not take any points and just try and just farm kills until bell comes up and win off that fourth bell.
Wow, I mean, would that be like a kind of like a styled move there, like just to show that you can do it?
Yeah, I don't think they need to, and in fact, they're not going to. Is one node is all it takes, and they have two. They have 2 times the nodes they need to win, and that is going to be GG. And I gotta say, I think a little bit better showing there from Outcomped and Outskilled there, a little bit maybe slightly worse showing there from Azadome Academy. But either way, some explosive moments in both of these games. Well played from both teams, but that is it for the blue team. They are gone. They are done. Azadome Academy is out of this tournament. And we have one more game for today. Serial Killers versus the team we just saw win, Outcomped and Outskilled. They will be fighting to maintain a spot in tomorrow's tournaments.
Yes, this is very much the ultimate match of today at the very least, because this is what it all comes down to. The winner here goes on to what does the global finals for a shot at the cash prize pool, and of course the highly coveted ArenaNet prizing of the permanent pass, community chest, community conqueror, and the gem prizing. This is going to be a big one, and in fact, this is a rematch. Of course, Roy. We already saw this one a little bit early on. The Serial Killers versus the outcomped, outskilled, outplayed gamers. That actually already happened. It was 2-1 in favor of the Serial Killers, but it was a reverse sweep. The first game was devastating for that double Necromancer composition. Let's see if either team has actually been able to adapt to the other in the interim between the matches.
Absolutely. And just waiting for the map picks and whatnot here. So first ban is going to be Temple. Second ban is going to be Hammer. So we're not going to see either of those maps. And I didn't see Temple even once. So that's, I get why teams don't like it, but I do kind of like Temple. I'm okay with not seeing Skyhammer personally, but I do kind of like seeing Temple. That being said, we are going to see neither of them. And just waiting on these teams to now give me their picks. Waiting on as well for Serial Killers to join. But yes, this will be a rematch, and a rematch that I think is pretty exciting. Obviously, Serial Killers did reverse sweep into Outcomped, so we'll have to see if Outcomped is going to be able to have some sort of answer to stop them, as they've now lost technically 2 games in a row to them. Or if the Serial Killers, even with their defeat to the hands of the Lakers, are just ready and able to barrel through these last 2 games, potentially, to confirm their spot as the second seed for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much an intense match, and, I think it really is a heartbreaking moment to have to say goodbye to any of these teams, but that is the nature of competition. That is the nature of tournaments, indeed. It really, really is. It's impressive stuff, and, this is the kind of thing that we want to see more often. I'd love to see this. I want to just hop onto a random daily AT, Roy. I want to see full rosters going at it. Everyone's going crazy, like the pinnacle of Guild Wars 2 gaming going on there. Elevated skill in the monthly automated tournaments, like these consistent teams building up the scene. That is what we're looking for here, guys. We are looking to build up the Guild Wars 2 competitive scene, because I think streams like this and tournaments like this really demonstrate that there is something there. It's not all just Guild Wars 2 PvP Omega lol, right? It really is special, and there's some incredible things and unbelievable entertainment, like clutch moments and pure insanity that can be found from a game mode like Conquest, even within a small community like Guild Wars 2. Very impressive stuff, and I really want to give my personal congratulations and round of applause to all of the teams that actually stepped up to the plate, not only in the invitational bracket today, but also, of course, in the open bracket that we saw 2 weeks ago. It's been one hell of a showing there. I've been incredibly impressed by the caliber of the teams and the level of play that we've seen here, despite the fact that the game is maybe in a little bit of a quiet period right now.
Indeed. And all right, we have our first 2 maps. I'll give you a sub if you can guess them, Teapot.
Okay, is it going to be?
And you can't look at the channel. You can't cheat.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, in that case, I'm going to guess that it's going to be Legacy and Kylo.
In that order?
Well, yeah, Legacy and then Kylo.
It's actually Kylo and then Legacy, you fool.
Oh, how could I have fucked that up? Oh, dear. So it's going to be Kylo first, then Legacy. And, well, let me guess. Is it, wait, let's see.
Well,
is it
so far we have Forest, we have Capricorn, and we have Coliseum left. These teams both have the ban map.
Okay.
I'd say there's a pretty good chance Forest gets banned and probably Coliseum, I think. But
How would you feel? Okay, how about this? Wait, has Temple been banned?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say like
Temple's first ban.
Yeah. Wait, who banned it?
Stern, serial killers.
Really? I almost do you not think it would be kind of interesting to play Temple as serial killers into the double necro?
Yeah, I think that would be...
that punishes that pretty hard, right? Like all of a sudden, I think that not only is the support a little bit less useful, but like both Aeon and Gornet are going to have a bit less value. Although I guess Gornet could simply play Core Necro as well, which would certainly allow them to be much more effective there too. But I don't know, that could be an interesting thing there to kind of like throw a bit of a curveball there, surprise them. But I guess maybe it's just such a dangerous map that no one wants to play on it, right? Like it is one of those maps that you can just throw so hard compared to one of the, you know, less objective centric maps. No, you can't bet on both guys. That makes no sense, right? You guys
well, if you have 2 accounts.
I mean, you could do that. I mean,
if you're view botting.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, I suppose. But, I mean, don't do that, guys. That's not good. Oh, and there's some, intense deliberation over the final map.
Yeah, this is interesting because I'm wondering what exactly... Okay, so obviously they get first ban, right? And then the second ban, they're probably trying to figure out what they think the other team is most likely to ban, right? So they have Coliseum, they have Capricorn, they have Forest left available. They've banned Capricorn. All right, so now it's Forest or Coliseum. So obviously they wanted one of those maps to be played on. They probably don't want Coliseum, would be my guess, because they're worried about Pain. But, I imagine Pain just bans Forest and they play in Coliseum.
Yeah, I think that would probably make sense there for the serial killers, right? Or rather, or rather from...
Oh, he banned Coliseum.
So they want to go for Forest then. It's going to be Forest then. Hey, let's hope we actually get to that third map so we can have a little bit of variety there as well. But here we go. I'm going to get that game ended.
So it's Kylo, Legacy, Forest.
Wait, what am I doing? I thought it was... I burned it into my brain that it was Legacy first. But it isn't Legacy first.
Quick, untick it. Untick them all.
I've ruined it.
Untick it all for Kylo.
I've ruined everything.
Kylo. Go.
Yeah, I've got it. I've hit the save button. It should be good. Hell yeah. One more Stronghold get a tournament. You know, funnily enough, I actually was going to do a Stronghold tournament at one point, but then I didn't have enough time to do it. But it was during the ATs.
The other problem is...
Oh, it went to Legacy anyway, by the way.
I feel like if we did a Stronghold tournament, it would basically just be whichever team can rush Guild Lord and kill it faster wins, right? So, like, the problem with that is you just don't really play, like, the map at all. Which, I mean, fair enough. Maybe that's interesting, but I don't really think it is.
Yeah, it
could be kind of funny though.
It's an unrefined game mode, shall we say? I think Stronghold unrefined, but I think there could be some pretty interesting things, that can be there. I mean, it will be fun as a meme, right? So I mean, there would always be that. Do it for the memes, Roy. Okay, do it for the memes. Right, here we are. Honestly, I almost feel like Legacy, Kylo, and Forest are some of the most like quintessential Guild Wars 2 maps out there, right? Like that is your bread and butter Guild Wars 2 PvP maps, right? Like those are the real old school ones. I think those are pretty interesting to see that those are the ones that are being picked, and now we are all good to go. We are set up and we're ready to roll. So,
yes, indeed.
The elimination match between... On the red team, it's going to be the serial killers. On the blue team, it will be out-comped, out-skilled, outplayed. Very much a clash of styles, a rematch from earlier. The serial killers narrowly achieving victory with a 2-1. Only one team here can move on to the global finals to meet up with not only the Lakers, but of course the NA teams, which will be Team USA Dragons and Skill Capped, playing tomorrow at the same time on Sunday, which is tomorrow, guys. Just so everyone knows. Just a bit of a reminder there, guys. Sunday is tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. So far, it doesn't look like we're having any comp swaps. Waiting on CK to confirm that they are ready, and then we will be underway here. And this is, of course, our last game of the day. Lakers already confirmed for that first seed for the Globals. And, of course, we have our two NA teams awaiting the final participant in the Global Finals for tomorrow. It will be one of these two teams. Both of them, I think, very deserving participants. But obviously only one team can get there. So we'll have to see what happens. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Oh.
Wait, what? The teams are in. Teams are in, Roy. It's time to get with the program, bro. Let's go. It's Blamthrax. On this Weaver, he's still going with this. Like, you know, this, I mean, it seems to be working, right? This slightly different build. Typically when you play Fire Weaver, of course, you are playing with sword focus, not with the dagger. If you're playing dagger, you're typically playing a power build lightning rod, but that is not what Blam is going for. Instead, he goes for the dagger there with the earth shield. I believe the reasoning behind this is to basically make it as useful in the team fight as possible. So, you know, using stuff like the tornado, giving the earth shield to pressured teammates like Vibrian, Stern, or Rip, having loads of AoE CC with the dagger, right? Like plenty of cleave damage there as well. Of course, the Fireweaver, generic Fireweaver, can provide a good amount of DPS in that regard as well. Lots of area of effect burning and solid crowd control abilities. But this is currently the favored strategy of Blamthrax, enjoying the mudslide gaming, the grinding stones, the DPS is there. So this is what it comes down to. I believe we actually did see the serial killers win on this map first into this very team. However, I believe last time it was actually Payne going with Revenant, but this time he is going to be on the SC Thief. Yeah, he wants to actually get some really big punishes here as well. This is going to be a serious threat for the serial killer. I think this build seriously pumps. It is going to shred through the Guardian, the Revenant, the Mirage, and even the Weaver. To be honest, we'll have no mercy from the SD Daredevil. Deadly Arts, Trickery, and Daredevil coming through here. Sword, Dagger, of course, with the short bow. This is going to be quite the enemy for the serial killers to deal with. And it's actually Rune of Infiltration there as well. 10% damage to enemies below 50%, and you gain Vigor while entering Stealth for even more uptime there as well. All right, here we go. Already we see Payne looking to intercept the serial killers on the right. Wait, is Roy gone? Or are you here?
No, I'm right here.
Okay, I was wondering, you know, I saw a sad face.
Absolutely.
I just saw a sad face, and I was like, wait, no, is he gone again? Is he DC'd? Is the DDoS kicking in? But never mind that.
No DDoS here. It's game number 1 on Kylo. Payne already leaving. You're going to go for the decap of Windmill. Blam, though, is going to be able to be there in time to prevent that and blink in there. So no sneaky decap for Payne, but he's already back in the fight. Blam will now be forced to stay a little bit longer. So Payne doing a nice job of just keeping this fight slightly more in his team's favor. But Rip is going to be able to do a good job of getting the decap down onto Mansion. And Blue team unable to leverage any sort of advantage from Payne's rotation so far. He is holding a 1 versus 2 for a moment, though, over at the Mansion, just to contest that for a minute. And so far, not really going to be able to gain too much from that. But it does mean that there'll be less players onto the middle node here from Red, from the serial killers, and Prototype is pretty low. Still, though, they're doing a nice job of just slowly creeping into this map and holding on to these points. And Blue team not able to find a way in.
Yeah, I actually really like what the serial killers are doing here. Like, this seems to be the way their comp works. Right, they're doing a great job of, you know, again, like road blocking with the Necro and Stern, and Blam being super annoying too, right? Like, he's using the Earth Shield, just standing on the point there, tanking it up there, they're trading places. This seems to be what's very effective, and now they're able to isolate the minion monster away from Adelante on the support, get a kill on that, and now Vibrian and Rit will be able to push the main team fight. This seems to be a very solid approach here from the serial killers in this game. A great start.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think they've really sort of learned from, previously they don't want to just hard commit to a lot of these team fights until they're really forced to or until they completely feel comfortable doing so. They're really just going to try and rely on rotations, even with the added threat of Pain on this Thief. And as much as, you're a fan of this build, and all right, I'll hold off that thought as a moment as Brian goes down. Nice fears coming out from Prototype, but unfortunately, Signet already interrupted on the stern. He is going to go for it a second time, though. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, just barely able to get that Signet out. Glint Heal going to heal Brian back up full, and actually almost a triple cap here for Red Team, but middle node just barely able to be contested. Knockback here is good from Shuriken for Brian. Now again going to be the target for this blue team as he's getting chased down. Sword 3, they're going to keep him alive for a couple more seconds. Stern as well, peeling his Revenant out of danger for the time being. And again, the whole time we see this, Red Team maintain a double cap. They will get decapped though, and Brian will fall, but they turn that single cap right back into a double cap, and they are very steadily moving ahead in this game. Like the little train that could, the little engine that could, just chugging along.
Yep, and Rip leaves that fight. Brian falling a little bit unfortunate for the serial killers, but Rip doesn't die and simply disengages. Now, both of the necromancers from the blue team are surging towards middle. I think we're going to have to see the serial killers leave this. They do not want to be here any longer, but they've actually gained themselves a pretty sizable lead. Now, when Brian comes back, they can re-push into the mansion. As long as they get a clean disengage here and don't commit too hard to this fight, I think the serial killers, despite having a lost player, are still in a great spot.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is, I know you're a fan of it. I'm not so much a fan of this SD build from Pain. I think the DP is just a little bit better when it comes to rotating around. Obviously, he might be able to find more value in a 1v1. He might be able to, find kills slightly faster. Maybe it's advantageous in a Thief 1v1, although obviously that's not relevant for this matchup right now. But I feel like one of the strengths we were seeing from Pain in the last set against the Azure Dome Academy was he was out-rotating every single time. There were very few times where Azure Dome was ahead of him, and there were very few times where his movements on the map didn't find value. Now, granted, it was different because they were ahead every single time he started rotating, but here I just feel like he's maybe limited a little bit more at the SD. That being said, it might not be completely on Pain this time. It might just be his team not able to really find the kills they normally look for. But Blam fell before. We do see Stern falling now. This could be the start of a snowball here for Blue Team if they can find some more kills. Prototype might not be long for this world, although Blam is rotating back in. We'll have Earth Shield available for his Necro. But 3 players here from Blue Team, they should be able to find a Necro kill.
Yeah, it's not going to be looking too good here for Prototype. He's going to get reaped and grenaded to death very shortly. No Earth Shield's going to be enough there, unfortunately. And Blam also gets caught in the crossfire. We'll be able to go on node so he can die. I mean, Red Team going to afford a few losses here, particularly if they can maybe snag something here on mid. They're looking for Aeon. Aeon is actually very healthy, though, and probably has a good amount of life force, too. Yeah, even pops the Lich for the ultimate counter pressure. Good counteraction there from Brian and Stern. They're denying the projectiles and, of course, absorbing them for healing. But the Lich just keeps going, and unfortunately Brian takes a bit of a beating there, and we'll have to back off a little bit there before going back in. Pain gets this decap here as well. Rip does arrive, but a little bit too late there. Stern responding to that there as well, just to make sure that everything is looking good. Blam immediately is re-pushing there. He's going to go for Benzo there, and probably will have a pretty good time here. Like the build here from Benzo, not exactly a duelist as such, more of a Roma duelist team fight hybrid thing. I mean, engineer, it's a jack of all trades, master of some, a lot of the time. With what we have here, actually. And, well, now Red Team, they're in a bit of a predicament because there's a fortress being built on Mid-Roy, and it's made out of minions. They need to find a way to climb those walls.
Yeah, or break them down, maybe. But, yeah, I mean, a couple of quick kills quickly turn into a very dominant map position, a very dominant match state for Blue Team. And this is where I do admit, I think the SD Thief is value for Pain. He's extremely difficult to lock down and kill. He's really able to, I think, leverage himself into 1v1s pretty significantly, more significantly than maybe he would be on a DP Thief, not just a decap build per se. And so, now that his team has found these pickups on the rest of the map, huge damage on Brian here from Pain. It's definitely working out in his favor. Before, I think maybe it wasn't so much. Now, I think, he is getting a lot of value from it. But Blue Team are going to have to repeat that because they've now gotten double capped again. Brian, though, will be the start of this fall for Red Team. If they can find this kill again, one more second to his Glint Heal, it's not going to happen. He's forced into Shiro. He's going to have to continue kiting. Stern and RF can't even go for the Signet. The Cleave probably will come out before he can find that Signet there. And yes, it will. So Brian will fall. Stern and Prototype now left alone, stranded here. Stern falls. Prototype not going to be far behind. A decap comes out onto middle node, but a decap for potentially 3 kills. It is not equal value as Aeon is going to be able to continue contest this. She will not fall in time. Rip and Blam can't find the kill, I don't think. Pain there to peel for her. Oh, she does go down. Tornado actually does bring Aeon even farther away. Rip going for the blink stomp, and it's going to be good. That was actually a really nice bit of synergy there between those two teammates. You love to see it. Pain going to go for the decap. Rip hot on his tail. And Respawn's coming through for Red Team will actually make this a little bit more difficult for Pain as well. So what started out to be a pretty, what could have been a dire situation, I think, for Red Team. They have brought it back. Aeon just maybe overstaying a little bit.
Yeah, the red team, the serial kills, they're kind of doing it, right? They were able to consistently split up the enemy team there pretty effectively. Like, even though they are having a bit of trouble in these fights, they're surviving long enough that they aren't falling behind. And if they can now convert this into a kill here and there, they're going to be in a great spot. That was a really good kill there from Rip once again. Of course, the out-comped, out-skilled team, they are now fully re-established. So there's definitely this big moment where red team is going to have to try and find something to once again destabilize the game in their direction. And Prototype's very, very pressured right now. I don't think he can really directly engage here. Stern also not having a good time. I think we need to see red team just leave this fight. It's not going to be a particularly good one if they stay here for too much longer. In fact, Prototype might die. The grenades. Benzo just going completely insane, throwing those grenades there. Prototype, 300 health, can't get his heal skill off there, and Benzo finds that kill. Yeah, for Brian, and Stern died there, and Rip goes down too. Bane grabs that kill, I believe, kind of in a 1v1 there, or at least as Rip was disengaging the fight. Pain just picks it up with the Thief, and now, of course, Blam left alone on the map, the last man standing, but in a 1v3. Of course, he is next to his spawn, so if he can hold on, then he will be able to be reinforced by his teammates as they come back to life, but the lead that they built up in the early game is quickly vanishing.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you know, I think the only reason that Blue Team aren't ahead already is just because there was such a significant lead from Red Team. They had such a good start, but as soon as I think they actually, you know what, they did give Pain a little bit too much value on this SD build. I think they're fighting into it a bit too much. They're giving him a little bit too much value. Now Blam isolated from the rest of his team. Respawn's just now coming through. He is gonna be alive for now. Yep, he's gonna be okay, but the triple cap is gonna come out. Now the points in favor of Blue Team for the first time this game. And yeah, they've got to find an answer to this SD Thief. They've got to find a way to avoid getting picked off the way they are. But Brian, though, already beginning to look like he might be the next death here for this team. Pretty far away from his team. Does get back to Stern, does get back to Prototype, but he's already burned through a lot of his cooldowns. Stern already burned through a lot of cooldowns, keeping him alive. They haven't found pressure onto the rest of the team. They've basically lost a player just getting to the node, and Brian now maybe going to fall. Prototype popping the Lich to try and peel for him. But Blue Team, they are looking as healthy as ever. Pain porting in and out, finding this kill onto Brian in just a moment. There he is going into downstate. Stern so low. He actually might go down before he can even look for a signal. RF going to be burned, and that's the kill confirmed as the side nodes continue to take the way of Blue Team. Yeah, I'll count that skill looking like they might just repeat the first set here, taking game number 1.
Yeah, very strong performance. Stern goes down, and, well, with 150 points to go, this is a very strong moment to be taking control of the game for out-comped, out-skill. If they can just get themselves a 2-cap here, it will be very difficult, I think, for the serial kills to get back into it. I know it's a small point differential here, but again, it's going to be hard to actually crack that nut. Like, when Red Team is behind, they're really, really unhappy. It's going to be difficult for them to really stage any kind of comeback because it's going to take them a long time to do so, and it's time that they don't have. 4 minutes left on the clock right now. It seems that a lot of these games are going very, very close to the wire. Like, every team is completely giving it all to just make sure that they don't lose, right? You know, it's not about the art of winning. It's about the art of not losing and then trying to win from there. Aeon is down. That's a really nice kill. There's no resonance there. And if Adelanti goes down here, this could be a big move here for the serial killers. And actually, oh no, but we have Prototype down here. And Benzo is actually going to stomp out there with the S. Adelanti does not rally off that. Simply no real contact between those two players. However, just trading out right now is pretty good for the Blue Team. Like, it's not good enough for the serial killers to be on even terms. They want to be outnumbering. They want to be snowballing the map. And if they don't do that very, very soon, well, they're going to be staring down a 0-1 score in maps.
I think they could win off of double nodes, though. And they have the potential to find that. Brian, though, is going to be really pressured in Pain. I mean, the ability of this build to just kind of troll even in the midst of several Red Team players is actually very, very powerful. And that's going to just force them away. They do get the decap on a windmill, though, and that's actually probably more important. Really nice rotation there from Prototype. He realized that the blue team was trying to put pressure on the clock tower. They are going to trade node for node at this point, but that's worth it for them, especially because red team in a position actually to camp these respawns and stop them from moving back out into the map. Prototype as well could potentially look for a troll onto clock tower. Aeon going to go down. Is there a signet? There is. It's not going to be interrupted, so they will find that. Blam, unfortunately, not in a position to tornado there, and I think he got stuck on that pillar a little bit. So for Brian, now going to be the focus here for blue team as Aeon will go into Lich. They're still looking for the kill onto her, though. She is still very low, and obviously Signet already burned. That's going to be her Lich gone. That's going to be all her Shroud. Huge damage coming out from the red team. They're looking for another follow-up kill onto this Necron. They do find it for now. Hard res will be very difficult. Gornet doesn't have the potential to cleave this, and that's going to be a kill confirmed yet again. Gornet probably going to be the second death in this fight now. Healing Priest keeping a couple more moments, but it's not going to be enough. Pain coming in to try and peel for them, but Blam going to pour over to the node to make sure that doesn't get decapped. The res going to be good onto Gornet.
I don't believe it.
Get that hard res, but this is it. Red team pulling it back, and they get the decap on a mid Prototype. He is role-playing as a thief. Gornet almost certainly going to fall again. His heal skill going to be interrupted, and I think Serial Killers might be about to bring it back from the brink of
That is going to be a massive comeback there. What's all this stuff about Necro being overpowered, Roy? The Serial Killers just won a team fight, 0 Necros to 2. Prototype role-playing as a side noder while they beat down the enemy Necromancers. Just a masterful display of mechanics and focusing down targets there and just shutting down those Necromancers. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from the Revenant, the Mirage, and the Weaver. And now the Serial Killers, they take their lead. And honestly, at this point, if I'm on the red team, I'm just thinking, right, run around in circles a little bit and wait for the game to end. Prototype doing exactly that. He knows that that windmill is the lifeline. It is going to make them win the game as long as his team can hold off a little bit on the mansion.
This is it. This team fight decides the game here, pretty much. Rip already very low for Brian. Solo 2. He's isolated from the rest of his team. Stern, for some reason, was not in that fight the way that he should have been over Brian. The Signet's going to be on him, but it's not going to be enough through the poison. They have to go for a hard race here, but the decap comes out nonetheless.
Oh, no!
Brian's still going to be in down state, and I do believe, Brian going to get cleaved out. They have to seed this node.
No.
They do get the decap on a middle node, though, but Pain will find a decap onto Windmill. It's going to come down to kills, potentially, as Blam blinks away, but he's going to be found. He will go down state himself, and Serial Killers, they haven't won just yet. That's going to be side nodes for blue team.
They get mid.
Serial Killers, they have to cap mid. It's going to be 1 node to 2. They've swapped positions on the map here. Let's see if it's going to be enough for blue team. They're 20 points trailing. Double cap might be enough.
Double cap is a win for blue team, I think, actually. In fact, it is. Red team needs a decap, although they're going to lose by 1 point, Roy, if that happens, I believe. They need to neutralize. And Rip might have found it. No, he hasn't. Aeon, not even 1 kill. No team can lose a player. A kill on each side would end the game. Oh, no, I don't believe it. Surely not. I think we actually might be seeing a blue team win by 1 point, Roy. Although, actually, for Brian with a very aggressive rotation onto Aeon, she's got to hold on here. She cannot die. She can't concede the node. Adelanti moving over here as well. He should have stabilized it. I don't believe it.
Take it.
501. I can't believe it. Blue team wins 501 to 500.
Unbelievable. 1 point at the end. That's it. And Teapot, that's only game number 1. We have 2 more potentially. I think this is the second closest game I've ever seen in PvP.
That was unreal. But Prototype, he left the node, he let Pain get the decap. I feel like if he just camped on close, they would have won at that point. But he left, he went for the decap because he saw his team losing, but ended up yielding that node there with Pain just sliding in there and getting that ridiculous decap. Oh, brutal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very well played. Man, what a good wow.
What a game. What a game.
Yeah, and they're ready. And you know what else? This is the map that blue team beat Serial Killers on the very first time. Now, it was Pain on Rev, so they're not going to be able to snowball the same way they did the last time, which was hard winning those team fights. But we've seen the value that Pain's Thief has brought time after time again, and it's not really a surprise that he's sticking with it. Obviously, will he stay SD? Will he, go back to the DP is a bit of a question. But, red team, I mean, obviously, that was as close as it possibly can be, right? I mean, you cannot get closer than that, basically, except for them being tied and going into overtime. And that's why I say that was, I think, the second closest game I've ever seen. But, I mean, red team have got to be feeling the pressure here. They had a winning situation. They were losing the game. They came back when it pretty much should have been unlosable. The game was so far already gone that when they came back, and they came back very hard, it really should not have been losable again. And they threw away the lead just barely enough for uncomp or outcomp to take the game back. And they're now finding themselves in the same position, the same map that they first lost to outcomp on. But now, instead of being at an even 0-0, they're at a deficit. They're at 0-1. And that one more game, that's it. They are not going on to see the global finals tomorrow, which I think most people expected them to. And it will instead be Pain for the second time in a row being the second seed from EU for this tournament. So, we'll have to see if it happens. I mean, obviously, I think Serial Killers, they're going to pull it all out here for this. But right now, out-comped, they're going to be feeling themselves.
Yeah, that's got to feel pretty good, right? That's a fun win to have there, winning by 1 point with ridiculous comebacks on both sides there. Certainly, a bit of a sigh of relief there, and a very frustrating loss there, I imagine, for the Serial Killers. They've got to dust themselves off, pull up their pants, and start grinding out this game, because this could potentially be the last one. Maybe that too, whatever works, right?
But here we go, potentially. It's match point. Potentially last game of the day. Potentially last game for for Serial Killers in this tournament. If they can't win this one, they are gone. It'll be the Queen 2-0. We did see them reverse sweep before, though. But again, they reverse sweep after losing a Legacy the first time, so we'll have to see if they can avoid that fate here and make it a 2-0 reverse sweep, or 2-1 reverse sweep, again. However, this is it. Legacy the Fire. The map that we've seen outcomp perform very, very well on, and already Stern taking quite a bit of pressure here around the middle node. It will be a contest over a waterfall, but blue team will eventually get it, slightly slower than we see red team. However, that does mean they have less pressure onto the middle node. For Brian, going to be outnumbered here. Still being peeled out here by Stern, forced into the glint heal. Blam doing what he can as well, but this might quickly turn into a Revenant kill. And that
beautiful
juke. Gornet, wait a minute. Huge damage put onto Gornet as well from Blam. This tornado actually wreaking havoc on these blue team players, and they are split up a little bit. They're having some trouble finding a kill confirmed, and red team right now in a pretty good situation with side nodes. As long as they can disengage out of middle, fine. Brian, though, doing what he can to stay alive, porting up again. There will be a signet available. Stern might just have to go for it, but the interrupt is going to be there, and he will not be able to get his Revenant back. And this is exactly the trap that we've seen Serial Killers fall into time after time again. They lose a player, they cannot lose another, but Rip is going to fall. There is still a signet available for Stern, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find it. There he is. Actually, really nice precast there, and he is going to be able to get his Mesmer back up. Decaps on both of these nodes, and right now, Blam, he has to find his way out of this node, but it's not going to happen.
Now, you can Vapor on there to delay it. Oh, actually doesn't even go for that. Just gets cleaved out immediately. And Prototype actually, again, like, this guy thinks he's a thief, right? Actually gets a lot of value on the map there. Again, like, maintaining a little bit of point trickle in there by grabbing the waterfall, denying Pain from taking that away from them there as well. So the Serial Killers, it is almost like eerily similar to the first game, right? They're having a lot of difficulty in some of these fights, but they're able to just barely play the map well enough that they're going to be able to survive here. Now, what we need to see is the epic fight where they actually manage to clean up the double Necro, right, and the Guardian, and then get themselves a massive lead if they want to stay in this game, because as of right now, this map can get very, very snowbally very, very quickly indeed. And, the blue team, the outskilled, they are on the warpath here, and I wouldn't even be super surprised to see them just focus on 2 nodes. They know they can win the team fight, and they know that 2 nodes are very close together, right? So just basically, you know what? We're just going to rotate our Necros between 2 nodes and just bully you until the game's over.
Rip getting plussed here now, counter plussed actually by Benzo and taking quite a bit of pressure. Aeon actually liched up, but that's going to be the kill on a Rip, and I don't think there's res potential here. Stern actually, it's the wrong Guardian rotating into this fight. It's actually Shuriken who will make his way over here, and Rip unfortunately cannot be signated by the enemy Guardian, so that is not going to be a kill rallied. And Brian actually will find a death as well here. Stern probably not in a position to signet that, and he's just going to have to try to leave. And you mentioned Prototype doing a good job of finding side node value, but maybe he's kind of a little bit too focused on it, and he's not really getting involved in these fights as much as he can. They're very, very scared to leave their nodes. They're so aware of Pain, and I think it's really coming back to bite them, and they're not having an answer for it. And we see now 1 kill turned into 2 on the map, turned into 3 kills, potentially turned into 4 if Prototype doesn't get the support he needs. Rip does come in here, actually might even be able to find a res. Knockback onto Pain is good, and Stern does get resed here. Really nice job, especially because Prototype about to go down, and they need that healing from Stern to keep him alive, as well as potentially the signet if he does go down, but they might just find a way to turn onto the Guardian, who does not have a lot of cooldowns. He might be the next target for them, but it does look like they're still just trying to chain down this core knocker. Rip finds a kill off to the side. Benzo's going to go down, and this time Shuriken not in a position to rotate in. I think that could be a kill confirmed.
Wow, that was an insane fight there. God tier kill pressure
Wait,
there.
he's gonna get the rest?
Oh no!
Oh!
Oh no! Actually misses it. Which does that burn it too? Actually, oh, it didn't burn
No.
it. Was actually stowed there. However, Pain actually might actually have lost too much health, but no, does get revived there. And actually, God, Prototype is so low right now. Can they somehow hold in this fight? Aeon actually in a little bit of trouble here. Actually, 1v1 into plan. Prototype gets his heal off there, and the serial killers. That was a ridiculous salvaged fight there, right there. That was insane. Like getting a full hand res on Stern in that situation. Then Rip finding a miracle kill on Benzo. The serial killers, they want to go through to tomorrow, Roy. They are not going to go out easy.
No, but you know, that's not enough. Finding one slow kill onto Benzo is not enough to swim the map back. They still haven't been able to decap on him. Well, Benzo's already back here. Shuriken, Gornet, Pain coming in here, and Aeon will not be too far off either. It actually might be a 5v5 at a moment as Prototype will be coming in from Waterfall, but a little bit slow. Stern already having taken some pressure. But Brian, where is your Guardian? He's nowhere near you. You're nowhere near him, and that's a free kill for Blue Team. They're finding them left and right. Blam now left out on his own. He's probably going to die, and any value they had at Waterfall is completely gone.
Yeah, that's really tough. It's just like the
Stern's going to kill himself.
Oh no, yeah, Stern just out of position, just realizes there's no point. Might as well just basically just reset, go back to spawn as quick as possible. And the Blue Team just does a great job of just taking that opportunity, seeing that vulnerability in the red team, and just pouncing on it. And I think that's where, like, I think, you know, the double Necro and the SD Thief is really good for it, just pouncing on things and going for it, right? Like the Reaper, well, honestly, the entire Blue Team is very good for that. Let's be honest here, actually. However, the red team do manage to keep the quarry contested here as much as they possibly can, which is going to be pretty good for them. But honestly, it's a tough fight to take right now. They haven't got Stern. Rip's going to go down here. Brian, and so much pressure here as well from the Reaper of Gornet, and the Stagger is coming through in red. They need to think about a regroup here. They need to figure out some way, because their time is coming to an end here. You know, we're getting to kind of the mid-stage here of this game. If they don't start making some moves soon, that is the point where things are going to spiral out of control and snowball directly in favor of the outcomped, outskilled team.
They've done a really good job establishing a foothold on one side of the map, on Waterfall, and they're getting a little bit of value on Quarry every now and then, maybe a little bit of value on Graveyard, but what they're not doing is winning fights, and every time they go into one, Brian is so far away from Stern, he's just so easy for them to pick off. It's not even, you know, it's not even what we saw the first time these two teams fought, where it was Pain with the Power Herald and then coupled with Gornet on the Reaper and Benzo on the Nade Hollow. They're just one-shotting for Brian and even 5v5. No, it's just that they're very split up. They're not fighting together very well as a team, and they're giving away these kills and giving away these fights. Pain, though, does get caught here. Very nicely done. Prototype actually liching. I don't know about that call. I'm not sure that was necessary, although we do see Shuriken coming in here with the Signet, and they give it to him. Okay, again, I mean, Signet burned. This is a chance for them to maybe find a way to leverage that cooldown. But Prototype, he can't get back to the node in time to stop the decap. No points on the board here for Red Team. And Prototype's going to go for the full cap, which means Pain will come back into this fight. This will be a 4 versus 2, potentially a 4 versus 3. But Rip already low. Pain should be able to find this kill. Stern, where is Stern? What's he been doing this whole time? I mean, he's just not able to support his teammates when they're all split up like this. He's doing the best that he can, I think, but he also just, you know...
But he goes in just as Rip leaves!
There seems to be a very big bit of miscommunication or split here between these two teams, and I think they maybe have gotten out of this. Looks like they're getting out of it without losing anybody, but it's so close, and it's so slow, and they're now 100 points behind. They do get the decap on a mid. That's huge, actually, from Prototype. He really is role-playing as a thief.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's close. They have to start really pushing this map hard, though, at this point, and it's going to be hard for them to do so. 7 minutes left, about 100 points behind.
I think both core guardians are really getting pushed to the limit here. Like Adelanti rushing to make sure that Gornet doesn't die. Right, Stern doing the same thing to try and sustain Rip. Blam and Brian honestly holding on for dear life into Pain and Aeon here. There's a Rip now moving in there too. Gornet got out of combat and fully reset himself and looks for a kill on Brian. Brian has the Earth Shield. Where is Stern? Stern is here, actually. That should be good enough to maybe at least get the Signet. He's not going to be there
in time to keep Brian up. He doesn't even move towards him. Unless this doesn't get interrupted. He doesn't. Very, very
That's
big.
big.
They do get a node, but now they have to be able to fight into this. Aeon is pretty pressured. There is going to be a signet available for Adelante, though. Unfortunately,
Oh,
though,
the
they're
Lich.
not maybe going to even need to use it, as Brian will go into downstate. And again, no signet here. At this point, I think you need to leave. You don't get a return kill. For Brian already dead, it's going to be very, very difficult to confirm this kill on Aeon. Even, I mean, they get the downstate, but the signet's available. The hard res probably going to be good. Yeah, it's not possible. You have to leave this fight. You have to just leave this fight, and you have a winning map state. You're going to throw it away if you lose more players. Blam, not really in a position to disengage, though it looks like. Rip and Stern can't really do much for him, and that will be another kill confirmed for them. They've made up points. They have closed the gap, but if another kill comes out here onto this lost fight, Stern, not in a very safe position right now. Maybe can peel for him, but I don't know. It's going to be hard.
Prototype does a good job here as actually wins essentially shoves the hollow away, wins the 1v1 into Benzo, holding that node very nicely on the Necromancer. But yeah, like those 2 kills, that might have been a little bit too much. The respawns are coming through very, very shortly, of course, for the serial killers. But there's that magical 400-point number. That is where Pain can just do his thing and just deny that comeback insanely hard on Thief. As soon as the serial killers start winning, well, Pain's just going to... That's exactly what he does. He immediately leaves. Now, Prototype does a fantastic job, actually. Yeah, he does respond. Can he deny it? Oh, no, he can't. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Rip grabs it on the other side of the map, though. Actually, decaps the quarry. Mid still being held neutral, but Stern dies. That support player falling is just such a crippling blow right now for the serial kills. They can't afford to have more deaths. Pain nearly gets lit. He actually does get lit. Prototype is actually popping off, man. Like, this guy is cracked, dude. Like, he actually manages to kill an ST
into him because Aeon and Benzo are here, but the rest of Prototype's team is not. He actually almost kills Pain alone. That's huge fear. Wait, is he getting... No, there's no way. Again,
no, it's not happening.
No one from his team rotates in. What are they doing? I mean, they're 1v2ing a support guard. Excuse me, 2v3ing a support guard on mid. They do get a kill. If they can continue to find pressure here, maybe they can find a follow-up kill onto Gornet. I don't know if it's worth it, though, because they've sacked one of their nodes.
This is looking clutch. This looks pretty clutch.
They have kept the map neutral. That is very, very big indeed. But now Rip has to be able to, or Blam, excuse me, has to be able to stop Pain from decapping. And I don't know if he's time. No, he's not. That's a decap confirmed. This game is so back and forth with Red Team just barely clinging on. They're scraping by just so very slowly. And, you know, at this point, though, the kill on the Shuriken does open up a lot for them because they don't have doesn't have support anywhere on the map.
Aeon's dead here. Aeon's dead. Yeah. And there's no res. Atlante's away. They've got to cleave this, though. Yeah, very good stop there. Wow, that's big. That's really big, actually. That's huge. Pain's going to leave, but Brian matches that, and Blam gets the triple cap here, essentially. Does Brian make it? Oh, he actually does 1 tick left. That is big, actually. However, this is going to be a really tough hold because the damage output from Gornet and Benzo is going to be massive. Or does Stern have room? He's got it in 1 second. Oh, no. He doesn't quite manage to make it. But that might be enough to get them in the lead. And that might be enough to actually win the game and push this to a 1-1. I believe it is. Oh, Pain dies. Oh, is that actually might be game winning? They need to kill that. They should just kill that.
Rip
they need to kill that.
Trying to go for the res on Stern. I don't think he can get it. But yeah, you're right. That kill onto Pain really opens up those 2 nodes for him. They have to make sure Pain doesn't get resed. He's actually stealthing himself. I don't think he'll go for the self-res. No, and no one on his team is there. Yeah, you're right. That might just be game. They may have just barely scrambled by here. 50 points away. Blue team finally get a node back. Prototype, though, the one man standing on Waterfall has finally been broken down, battered, and beaten. But it might be too little too late for Blue team. But Brian, now going to be very low. Stern is back, though. They, at this point, I think dying for the node, holding on
die on node, 100%.
is going to be their game plan. They have to make sure Pain doesn't go for a decap, but Pain only just now respawning will make it very difficult for that to happen. And Prototype self-res.
Yeah, that's so big. That's such a big play, actually.
Rip will be very low, though. He's going to be pretty low in this fight, but 16 points. Now 14 points left. Serial killers, I think, again, they've brought it back from the jaws of defeat, and this time they will not be losing by 1 point. Rip actually outputting so much damage. Adelante is going to go downstate. Wait, that actually turned this fight into a winning fight. Stern, unfortunately, not going to
there it is.
But it doesn't matter. Serial killers take game number 2. They've redeemed themselves on Legacy, and yet again, with these 2 teams, we're going to a best of 3.
Unreal games right there. Wow. So let's just actually talk about this, Roy. First game, 1 point difference. This point, 49-point difference. That is how close this really is. That is just absurd how close these teams are. I've got to say, like, MVP there. Okay, Roy, Prototype, what a god. Like, actually insane how well he played there. He 1v1 the Hollow, he killed Pain 1v1, and, and then, like, held 1v3 while his team arrived. Like, that is, I don't even know. Like, this guy stepped it up another level. Like, you know, he activated French mode, right? He overloaded the French capacitor and went all the way for an insane carry. I mean, look, everyone was memeing about his build, right? That death magic build, but dude, tell me that death magic build is not legit. That is crazy right there. What a gamer. What a gamer. Yeah, now people want to see Proto's build, huh? Yeah, you guys want to see Prototype's build now, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, the craziest part about that, in my opinion, was that, like, Red Team... It wasn't even as though it's crazy how they were able to just barely find advantages here and there. And it was very, very small things. It was like, you know, just this slight decap here, this one kill there, not even kills in some ways, just not dying at some points. Wait 1 second. What?
Wait, what? What's going on?
No, he's memeing me. Sorry, he said DM me. I thought it was for some real thing. He just wants to flirt with me. But anyways, I mean, it was like they were never really winning until the last 30 seconds of that game when they double tapped and moved ahead. It looked like they were losing the entire game, and then they just won at the end. It was just such a, you know, a victory built on, you know, it was like the death of 1,000 paper cuts for the blue team, you know, where they just very, very slowly lost the game over the entire map. And, yeah. I don't know. Either way, this is definitely one of the best sets I think I've ever seen. That first game on Kylo, absolutely insane. The tiny little things that have made the difference on that legacy game that won it for serial killers. Such a good game, especially considering this is the second full best of 3 set we're seeing with these two exact same teams. They're really giving it to us today. They're really giving us this all, I think, and I love to see it. So huge thumbs up for these two teams.
I mean, well, listen, you know, I don't want to say it, Roy, but the global finals have got something to live up to. Okay, this is going to be hard to top. 501 to 500. I mean, it's difficult to get better than that.
Yeah.
And here we go. Teams just initiating their final preparations here. No significant changes, I believe. Nothing really changing. Everything's staying vaguely the same. Here, just, you know, the standard comps there. The double Necromancer remaining standing firm here for our blue team with the support guy and the Grand Horsemith and the SD Thief. It could be, of course, we could see Payne. He's very comfortable playing DP as well. So if he thinks that's the way to go, then we could obviously see him swap to that. But that isn't going to be the case. It is going to be the SD locked in now for Payne. And, of course, nothing there. The good old comp, the old faithful here for the serial killers. And, look, I mean, what a way to end the show. What a way to end the evening, Roy. An all-out best-of-1 case sudden death elimination match.
And we finally got to Forest.
Again. Yeah, we did.
We finally got off Capricorn Legacy Kylo.
Yeah, we did. We actually broke out. What a great way to end it. And a classic map. I think a lot of players would consider it to be not only the fairest map, but probably a bit of a favorite, actually. So I can think of no better map to finish the day on.
Yes, and finish it we shall. This is it. Essentially a best-of-1 for these two teams. They're fighting to maintain a second-place seed here for tomorrow's matches. Prototype already going to be in a little bit of pressure onto the middle node here. Does need to be careful, certainly getting ahead of the rest of his team. But Varai now porting in onto Gornet, looking for a kill here. Full Shroud, though, from Gornet is going to keep him alive and healthy for now. Brian needs to be careful he doesn't overextend himself. Both of these teams are going to be very wary. They don't want to make the first mistake, the first misplay on this middle node. All 5 players from both teams going to be here. Gornet again going to be feeling the pressure, the damage here from this red team. For Brian looking for him, but the pork back is going to keep him out of danger for now. Blue team trying to find some counter pressure. We are going to see Prototype already going for the Lich. No Liches as of yet from the blue team. They do have both of them. Blam in that tornado. He's doing a great amount of damage. He's doing a lot of CC, and that will be enough to bring Gornet down. Is that actually going to be enough to stop the Signet 2? Shuriken, I don't think he's going to be able to get it. The knocks left and right, and Gornet will be the first death of this game. For Brian, though, he's going to be very low. Red team, they still aren't out of it just yet. They've got to make sure they don't lose their Revenant here. Payne trying to find some pressure on him, but it looks like blue team not going to continue this fight. They're going to give it up after that first death, after that first kill confirmed onto Gornet. And so red team, they take the first strike, and blue team, they lose the first player.
Benzo able to escape over there. That will, of course, be matched by Blam, who will initiate the 1v1 prototype. I mean, this is a bit of a ballsy. He's going to end up 1v3 here, Roy. He did this last time to great effect, actually, basically pushing far as almost like an extra side noder with this build. But this might be a little bit too much, actually. That's so much damage. Although he has a worm in a good place there, he's able to get out. So that's pretty good,
The thing that I like about this is that it does alleviate pressure from Pain making a rotation onto mine, because they're forced to answer him. They're forced to answer it and hold someone there. And if Aeon loses, actually Rip now in a position to plus this.
This is a
Rip
big
might
plus.
actually find a kill onto Aeon. That will be a decap. But the problem is, Pain has made his way over here. The rest of the respawns have made their way over here, with Gornet being the only respawn so far. And even though Red Team do get this cap, they are going to be outnumbered on this side of the map. So Aeon dies, she loses her life, but Red Team have to make sure that they don't lose anyone. Pain, though, is going to make this fight a 3v3 as he leaves and goes to mid. But still, map advantage for Red Team for sure. And Prototype, I think, being a big part of that. Those rotations doing a massive amount of work, really honestly forcing a lot here. Ryan connecting with the big Jade wins in this fight. This 3v3 is pretty relevant. However, it looks like Rip going to completely ignore mid and rotate his way in. Benzo going to be the target probably for this team, unless they decide to go on to Gornet, but Benzo already under a little bit of pressure. Shuriken trying to peel for him. Gornet, though, caught in a bit of a corner here for Brian on top of him. Pain coming in now, though. He's going to peel for his Reaper teammate, but Brian feeling that pressure, feeling that damage. He goes straight to downstate. Cern, though, looking for the signet. He should be able to get this. No one on top of him to interrupt it. Blam, though, a little bit low from the cleave, but he is going to be able to get him back up. Now they're going to try and turn their damage around. As for Brian, still probably going to be the focus target. The problem for Blue Team, though, is they're fighting onto Red Team's node this whole time, and it's a slow fight. It's not the same speed, this momentum, this instant kills that they're used to previously. Blam, a little bit low from the Lich auto attacks from Gornet, but they still just cannot seem to find the same sort of connection. And Benzo going to be dropping that supply crate on top of this, still looking for a kill. Aeon coming back in off across the side of the map for Brian, though, again, going to be very, very low. Earth Shield's dropped here by Blam, but unfortunately for Brian, he actually doesn't get it. Both for Brian and Blam pretty low. Stern, not on top of him, completely neutral map as all nodes are going to be decapped. But Brian falls in a downstate. No signet here, but the hard here has the hand res here from Stern. Might actually be good. The cleave on top of it, though, I think is going to be too much. And yes, they have to give it up. And now, finally, Red Team lose a player. Blue Team strike back and find a kill, as well as the other side of the map. They get Henge confirmed here, and they're starting to break back in.
I think that's the disadvantage of having this Necromancer on this node, right? Like, the rotations there from Blue, pushing the node where the Necro isn't, is just such a big advantage, because now their team fight is so much better with 2 Necromancers to 0. Of course, we did see the serial killers win that fight, on Kylo, but I think, consistently very hard to do that, which is why I think, on that Legacy game, right? When was the really big turning point where serial killers, like, really started taking control of the game? It was when they had a team fight. It was a team fight on Waterfall, right, towards the end of the game, right? And that was with the Necromancer, right? They were able to actually get kills with the Necromancer. And I think that if the Red Team do essentially kind of like relegate Prototype to being like a glorified side noder, I think that's definitely going to be a big problem for the serial killers, because fighting without a Necromancer in the modern Guild Wars 2 team fight meta, don't think that's much fun.
No. We're going to see some kills across the map. There was one death on the side of Red Team elsewhere, but we are going to see a kill returned onto Aeon, and potentially Shuriken actually going to be brought down. Yes, and that'll be the decap onto mine. Actually, the potential triple cap, no, Henge will be decapped very quickly by Pain. And, Teapot, I don't want to curse Irie's teams, but I do think, considering how close these games have been, it would be very interesting if this game ended up coming down to a beast kill.
Oh boy, now that really would be quite the exciting, and I mean, I really hope it doesn't, because there is a certain level of randomness to that, to be honest, which is not what you want to say. Oh, but there's one thing, Mirage is actually really good at killing the beast. You can see that. Of course, the boss can't really deal with confusion very well, and the burst damage is great, and Rip immediately sees an opportunity and snags not only some extra stat. Oh no! Wait, what? The beast actually reset and actually slows him down a little bit. A little bit unfortunate there for poor old Rip there. Delays him from leaving there. Once away with the Necros 1v1ing. 325 points there is pretty nice. But the team fight about to erupt here on the middle node. Rip will be there in time to make that work very, very shortly. Let's see how this fight develops here. The blue team a little bit split, actually. Let's see if the red team is going to be able to capitalize on that and maybe go for a quick ultra high pressure on Gornet or Adelante.
Yeah. I do respect the beast kill, though. I think it's probably the right move to make. Just padding the point meter while you have a kind of an opportunity to do so. But nonetheless, it isn't going to be the end for the blue team here. But again, we see this push from Prototype across the map, forcing Aeon to come in and Rip plussing him. I almost wonder if Pain maybe should just be matching Rip here, because I feel as though Pain might be able to get a little bit more value in 2v2s than Rip, especially because I think he'd be able to out-pressure the Mesmer, the Mirage a little bit here. And I would really be interested to see how he does that. You know, how he just matches him and follows him around and preventing him from getting that value on those side nodes. Because Aeon, this is now the second time I think we've found ourselves in that exact same situation.
Yeah, it really is, you know, like, and that's the power of the Mirage, right? Like, the Mirage, even something as tanky as a Necromancer, in fact, particularly stuff like Necromancer, Mirage just demolishes it, right? Like, Minion Mancer gets eaten alive, right, by a plus from Rip there, and that's, you know, making Aeon significant less. Oh, actually, Pain gets caught here as well, actually, gets bursted down in a 1v4, a Thief not able to survive that, and I think that will actually prompt the blue team just to retreat. Yeah, they're not even going to take that fight, and that means it will once again be a double cap situation for the serial killers. Now, they're going to go for a push on mid as well. Now, they're going to try and find Adelanti. If they could find that, that would be devastating. If they could actually get this kill right now on this guy, or at least burn a bunch of cooldowns, that could be a severe disadvantage here. And in fact, Adelanti getting spammed with CC here a lot will be forced to pop renewed focus very, very soon, I think, actually. Here it comes. If Adelanti falls, that could be a massive move here. But Rip, though, pushes his luck a little bit, does go. And I think the hand res should be good. The cleave is not there, and Adelanti is unbelievably exposed. This could be a potential game-winning move, actually, here for the serial killers if they can snowball this from that kill. The resurrection's coming through, but it's not going to land there enough. The Magnet Shield drags Gauntlet away, and Gauntlet now under a huge amount of pressure himself, in fact. There as well, 31% HP left over. Rip and Verbrine. Surely there's no escape for the Reaper. No way. 1,000 hit points there, just a few thousand Shroud as well, and that is going to be the kill. That's going to prompt Rip again to push that Minion Mancer, and might be able to find a very quick kill. Yeah, Aeon's already on 30% HP. There's no way she can hold against this Mirage coming in. This looks amazing for the serial killers right now.
Yeah, this is the most dominant map set I think we've seen across all 3 games for them. And it is certainly almost spelling doom here for Blue Team. They're testing 1 node at the moment, and they only have 3 players on the map in a position to do so. 2 players, really, yeah. As you know, we don't even see Shuriken there yet. He's still making his way over. They have to be so careful. Losing players here on this side of the map on the opposite side from their respawn is just so detrimental to them. Pain trying not to die here. Shuriken is going to be there. He might be able to go for a Signet, but it's so risky throwing all your players over here. Verbrine is pretty low, though. Aeon and Gordon actually coming in. They're going to commit to a 5v4 here, as we do see Prototype kind of AFKing over at the Henge. Brian should certainly go down. Our Pain off to the side might be finding death himself. Ooh. Blam going to be very low. Stern, if you can find a Signet onto one of these, that would be pretty good, but it's not going to happen. Verbrine goes down. Blam as well down off to the side. 2 kills picked up here for them, but they have to break into this map quickly because there's still a double cap ticking away, and this would be where I think they go for Beasts.
Oh, Blam actually nearly gets the self-res there. Sneaky self-res off to the side. Will go onto the node. Won't be able to contest. Well, be able to contest it. Won't be able to get that cap. But look at the points. I mean, it's 416. Like, we almost see a reverse where it's like a very dire situation for the out skill team. Very, very difficult.
They're going to go for the res on Blam.
Should go for it. Ooh, that's risky. That's not not going to
go through. He might go down. He is.
Yeah, that not sure about that one. Verbrine going to go for the res, but Aeon actually might be able to kill that out. Yeah, big fear comes through. In fact, Verbrine might
Stern
die
dies
as
in
well.
Rhodes.
Oh,
they have to go. They have to go Henge now. Why are they not going Henge?
Wow,
They've got to go and
so
decap
risky.
Henge.
Yeah, they have to, of course. Prototype this 1 node will win them the game. They're really cleaning house though right now. If Verbrine falls as well, particularly as there's a respawn about to come through, that could be devastating. Yeah, in fact, Verbrine, yeah, he just dies. Yeah, he's just going to die on node there, I think. Yeah, he knows that they just want to reset and go around again. Oh, Beast as well. Oh no, Roy. I think some weird stuff's about to happen. Uh-oh, here it comes. I like this bleed here as well by Aeon. Just hold the node, let her team rotate. Pain looking for the Henge, but Prototype is the rock. He is there. Blam moving towards middle. I think, Adelanti rather, should be able to make it there in time. But they've got to respond there. Oh, I like this here. Yeah, Stern and Rip actually push towards Prototype. They know this 1 node wins them the game. They can let Verbrine or maybe even Blam deal with the mine. Yeah, this is very smart. Guardian and Necro reunited, and all of a sudden, there's a really big problem on the map right now for the blue team. It's disgustingly close, actually. On 1 node, red team does win. Wait, Benzo going for Beast? Actually, maybe trying to draw the... There's no sneaky decap available there from Pain. Like, you may be trying to lure the Necro out of position there with the prospect of the Beast. Won't be able to get that decap. Aeon actually does end up dying, losing the game. That node. Yeah, Beast would be maybe good enough. Well, it would be good enough for the red team anyway. Like, I don't think they're really going to go for it. I don't think they're just going to try and play that game out. Because, again, blue team needs to respond to this. They've got to get rid of Prototype. They now have Aeon respawning. But wait, Aeon's actually... Wait, what? Wait, whoa. Oh, my God. Wait, Aeon's not pushing the Henge? Oh, no. I think blue team's dead.
I think the time is just against them, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think they can't. They feel they can't dislodge Prototype without fully committing to him, and obviously they can't right now because they're fully committing to a team fight. Shuriken will go down for Brian, down as well. Stern is there going for the Signet. Is it going to be enough? It's not. Rally comes out for Shuriken, so Brian falls. But yeah, I mean, Prototype just wins the game by AFKing on Henge. That's it. Yeah. That's GG. Serial killers move ahead.
Surely you just push with the Minimons and Benzo. That's enough to generate the decap on one core Necro. I mean, and they were already winning the fight. They won the fight before Aeon arrived. Oh, a bit of a mistake there, I think, actually. And that is going to be how it ends. Serial
a little
killers.
Bit anticlimactic in this third final match, but the set overall.
Game.
Very, very well played from both teams. GG's across the board. GG's to all of our bracket today. But wow, that last set, I mean,
wow,
it was worth the 6 hours, I'd say.
Yeah, it was certainly a little bit longer than we were perhaps expecting. I think that's fair to say there for sure. But we got there in the end, and what a set it was. What a tournament it was. Incredible gaming here, actually. Right, hang on. Right, what the fuck? Let me. Right, listen up, chat. Listen up, chat. I want to give you guys a little bit of real talk here, actually, before we move on here, because this is something that I see a lot, actually, and it makes me very big mad, actually. And as a result of that, guys, it is now time to prevent that from happening here, actually. Because here's the deal, guys. I do not want to see any fucking shit talk towards any of these players. These are some of the best players in the game going crazy, dealing with unbelievably high-pressure, split-second decision-making situations. It is so easy just to... Like, one missed rotation can basically throw the entire game. I mean, hey, just look at the first game of that series, right? Okay, when Prototype left and allowed Pain the decap, that single-handedly basically lost the game. I don't, but we're not going to say, wow, Prototype, what a noob, right? Okay, no, we're not going to say that. It's so easy to make a mistake like that, guys. Respect these teams, no matter, and honestly, respect any team, no matter the skill level, guys, okay? I don't see everyone stepping up to the goddamn plate and gaming here, guys. Very few teams have got the balls to step up and say, you know what, I'm going to put it all on the line. I'm going to play in front of 1,000 people, right? And, make these decisions and make these plays. Right? Live for your own entertainment and for the glory of Guild Wars 2 PvP. So the idea that anyone in the Twitch chat will be flaming anyone is a goddamn joke, because you guys are feed men. There it is. I mean, that was... I've got to say, I feel like we saved the best till last there, Roy. That was absolutely ludicrous. What a series, and congratulations to our second qualifying team, the Serial Killers. They're going to be the second EU seed going up against Team USA Dragons and Skillcap. And of course, the Lakers, their old opponents tomorrow at the same time. So don't go away just yet, guys. We've got a bit of an outro to deal with here. So don't go anywhere yet. We want to talk to you guys a little bit there as well about some of the stuff and telling you how tomorrow is going to work, what on earth is going on there, and of course telling you guys to not only subscribe with Twitch Prime, sub Tier 1, gifted subs, buy Surfshark VPN, buy Guild Wars using my referral link, and obviously Roy's referral link there as well. Follow Roy, follow everyone, guys. Okay, but more importantly than that, guys, huge congratulations to all the teams, everyone who's winning games. And I think Roy, we might just stretch it so that everyone who even qualified for the Invitationals gets a little bit of extra gold. I think they deserve it. I think we can all agree on that. But every team that wins games gets more gold, and of course, okay, our grand finals, our global finals will get even more. Right, even more. It's way too long. What we might do is we might run some games in parallel next time. We were like, me and Roy, we were chatting before the stream. We were like, it's gonna take like 4 hours, no problem, right? Like, yeah, no problem. And I think that was too bad. But I mean, we can keep. I really like best of threes because they're just way better than best of ones, right? But next time I think we might maybe get an extra admin in there and get some games running at the same time. But there it is. I mean, do you have any words after that tournament, right? Because that was quite spectacular.
It was. I'll make it quick because I think I might still be a robot. But yeah, obviously, a little bit of a longer tournament than maybe we were hoping. I think next time we will probably do some of the lower bracket or most of the lower bracket off stream. I was thinking we could do everything on stream today just because we had obviously just the EU games, but it still was longer than we were hoping. I think a lot of the games were really close, and that's why they stretched out the time limit a little bit. But I said this before. I think that's kind of a nice thing that we have those close matches, of competitive matches. Again, though, it is obviously a lot of time for the teams there. So we will try and speed things up a little bit next time. But yeah, really great games today. I'm really, really excited for the Globals tomorrow. Can't wait. Obviously, congratulations to the Serial Killers and Lakers for making it through this bracket. Huge shout out, though, to Outcomped. I think they played really well. I think all of the teams today played really well. Azurome's team, Quaggins, and Blue Team, really, really good stuff. Love to see it. Thank you very much for playing. Shout out to Trickin as well for actually helping us admin and get all the map picks ready, which is why we had the map picks ready every single time before the games actually started.
What a game.
Awesome job to Trickin. And yes, thank you all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure you come check out the games tomorrow. Cross-region enabled. Hopefully I won't be as robotic. We'll have to see. Maybe I can, I don't know, throw my computer in an ice bath or something. Yeah, anyways, thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed it. Support the stream, support the tournament, support Hardstuck, and you guys have a great night.
Yep. What a good way to end it. That really, really is a fantastic place to stop there as well. And, I, of course, echo that sentiment. Of course, guys, we are part of a larger organization, Hardstuck. Make sure to join our Discord. Join the competitive Discord to stay up to date with all of our events. Go boost that Discord server as well so we can actually get so we can get ourselves a custom link. That would be kind of nice too. So if you've got some Discord boosts, get over there as well. And, of course, don't leave. Make sure you follow the stream and mark the time, mark the clock. I struggle with time zones, guys, so you probably do as well. It's going to be the same time tomorrow at 4 p.m. UTC or GMT, whatever you want to call it. Okay, same time as today. The global finals kick off, the top 4, but there can only be one winner. There can only be one best team in the game, and there can only be 5 community conquerors. So stay tuned for that. If you want to support the tournament, or 6, because there might be a sub. So, yeah, I'll allow that. Okay. But it's the same thing, right? If you want to support the tournament, guys, go. Yeah, one team. Go ahead and send over gold to Money Teapot in-game, or Money Teapot 2093 if you prefer that. If you want to go check out the Matcherino, actually, which is where you can actually support the tournament financially to increase the prize pool, we have an amazing $2,200 prize pool. It's pretty epic there. A lot of that provided by Ashmite, but you can still get in there right now on that Matcherino page and bring that big cash to esports, guys, okay? You can do that right the hell now. And yes, we will actually be putting this on YouTube as well, so stay tuned for that. Go and subscribe on YouTube as well. ! YouTube in the chat, although it probably will go on the Hardstuck channel, not my main channel, actually. Because, I'm trying to build that too, guys. Channel number 2, it's on the way. We're growing it up there, guys. But anyway, we really hope you enjoyed the show. It was awesome. The games there were absolutely insane. Truly remarkable gameplay there, I believe, from all of the teams that participated. We very much hope to see repeat performances from these teams in the dailies, monthlies, and, of course, future tournaments. So, with that in mind, that will be just about it from us here. Thank you guys so much for watching. We really hope you enjoyed it, and we will see you guys all tomorrow. Good night. That is all from us, guys. Thank you very much. See you later.